Hello, my name is Jamie Chu, and I will be the host for this art school podcast. So, if you've watched the previous videos, you might know some context, but if you're new, then hello. I am a recent graduate of CalArts, and all my friends here are either recent graduates or attendees of art school, specifically majoring in animation. And when I was looking into attending art school, I would always feel like there weren't enough resources, especially first account resources, of what it's like to study animation in school. So I've been hosting this podcast for about 3 to 4 years now, where every summer I go on Instagram and I ask my followers what their questions are relating to art school, and I compile them, and then I ask my friends to meet up together like we're doing here, and we look through all the questions and answer our honest opinions about them. I edit all the responses together into this free resource to put on YouTube. I recorded this footage in the summer of 2024, but there were a lot of circumstances that made this video hard to edit, and just overall, it took over a year for this video to finally be released in 2026. So I want to put a disclaimer that some information like the dates and our age might be more out of date, but I did re-listen to all the footage and it seems most of our opinions are still relevant, so I hope you can enjoy this final installment of these videos. This video should be treated like a podcast, so you should just be able to put it in the background and listen to our thoughts, and there should be minimal visuals anyway. Thank you so much for watching, and if you have any questions, please let me know. And I hope you enjoyed this 5-hour long podcast. And yeah, let's go. Hello, my name is Jamie. I currently just finished my third year at CalArts, and I take character animation as my major. I really like colors, and I hope to do something related to color design or background paint, and I also like compositing.
Hello all, my name is Abby. I attend San Jose State University. I am a rising third-year student, and I'm planning to specialize in 2D animation in the industry.
Hi, my name is Amarise. I am going to be entering my senior year actually at CalArts starting this fall. I'm a character designer and visual development artist. And a fun fact, I went to Japan recently and it was really, really awesome. And it was my first time out the country and it was beautiful.
I'm Angie. I go to SVA, so I'm in New York right now, and I'm from the Bay Area. I like to specialize in storyboarding, 2D animation, and animation production. Very excited to be a part of this call.
Hi, I'm Anjali. I'm also going to be a senior at SVA. And fun fact, Angie and I have been in the same animation class the past 3 years. And so, pivotal part of my SVA experience. I love filmmaking, even though I'm super slow at it. And I love character design and biz dev. And I love doing a little bit of everything, which I know a lot of people say don't do, but I can't help myself.
Okay, I'm Christina. I am an ascending junior, so going into my third year this fall at USC, also studying animation. I'm a character designer and biz dev artist, also from the Bay Area. Fun fact, I just came back from Europe, of which I spent a good portion of that time in Italy, and my piping hot take is that Italian food is fine. Yeah.
You did not.
I did.
That
did
was
say
a
that.
very interesting take, Christina. I don't know.
Wow.
Sorry, Amarise.
Wow.
It's
You
fine.
know I'm half Italian, Christina. I
know.
am definitely taking that
Italians
personally.
have left the chat as we speak.
I'm Colleen, and I'm a rising sophomore at USC. My major is animation and digital art, and the thing that I want to do in animation is probably character design or like visual development and maybe story, but I'm not sure yet. Yeah, that's it.
My name's Francene or France, either one's fine. I'm currently a rising junior at Otis College of Art and Design. My major is digital media with an emphasis in animation. For animation, I particularly like doing background designs or prop designs, but I'm also pretty involved with live action film, and I'm usually part of the art department or production design for live action film.
Hi guys, my name is Juzi. I'm a rising sophomore at Sheridan College, which is in Canada. You guys don't know where it is. but I'm actually from California. And fun fact about me. Oh, and I also like to do storyboarding, and I want to go into that as a profession. Fun fact, I guess, is I've been trying to get my parents to get a cat for like 2 years, but they haven't said yes yet. So best of luck to me
Aw.
next year.
Good luck.
Fingers crossed.
Hi everybody, my name is Scarlette. I am just finished my first year at ArtCenter animation. I'm really interested in doing background art as well as biz dev. And a fun fact about me is I'm really, really into podcasts, specifically narrative driven ones I find really interesting. If you hold a conversation with me, like that's 90% of what I'll talk about. But yeah.
Hi, I'm Averi. I am a BFA 3 in CalArts experimental animation program. My random fun fact is that my favorite kind of salt is Himalayan pink salt.
Okay, so this video is broken into 3 categories. The first category is about choosing what schools you're interested in. The second part is applying to those schools. And the third part is the experience at these schools. So the first question is, what schools best prepare their students for the industry? And I always have this kind of question asked every year, and it's always so vague. So I feel like the first disclaimer I have to put out is do not look at the online rankings where it's like top animation school lists, because I know from experience a lot of the schools on there, or most of them are credible, but a lot of the schools pay to be rigged to the top of the list when they actually may not be as credible as you think. So it's really important to do your research into actual schools. And then some factors I think that are important are the location of the school, what the curriculum is like, what teachers or like the faculty is there, and then also the employment rate, the alumni, and also the student work. Because if you don't like what the people are making at the school, you probably won't like the school. And if you can, to go on tours and talk to the attending students. Well, if you're listening to this video, then you're probably already listening to attending students, which is awesome though. But yeah, that's what I have to say.
I guess I'll jump in. I don't really feel like this is you'll have any one set answer. I feel like the only way to answer this question is to hear how everyone who goes to these schools feels about the way that our institutes prepare us for the industry. And me personally, I actually, if there's one thing that I can give CalArts, I feel like they do set us up pretty well with connections and whatnot. We even have professional development that we take that kind of set us up and give us a little knowledge on how to navigate in the industry. And like we have a lot of helpful teachers who give us more realistic help on terms of like financial sides of things. Like every teacher I've ever had is very willing to give you real and realistic advice, which has been probably the most worth it part of the education that I've gotten at CalArts so far. So I'd say CalArts is pretty good with that if you're considering coming here.
So I believe for all art schools and art program, I think they have merit in what they're trying to achieve. And I think it's what you put in as a student that makes your education. I know a lot of students from different backgrounds, whether it's from an art college or community college or self-taught. The most common thing I see for people that are succeeding is what they put into their education. For ArtCenter, they hammer a variety of work in a short period, which I hear helps in the industry with getting adjusted to the workload. I'd say to try to get to know what you're interested in and research what programs fit best for you and factor in like what you want. So location or alumni work or the environment of a school, because every school is different. Reaching out to students personally has helped me a lot. Everybody that I've talked to has been very willing and very helpful in helping me out with their opinions on the school. Also, if you're able to, taking a tour of a school is a great way to get to know the school if you're around the area, just to see the students, what they're working on, and as well as the environment there.
I second what Scarlette said because I think all art school like probably work towards like preparing their students for their field of work to some extent. And I think Christina can also attest to this, but like USC specifically has things like studio day and like a lot of panels and like screening or just like events in general for students to just get more information or like get their foot in the door for the industry. And I think a lot of the professors that we have are also like currently working in the industry as well. So like the feedback that they can give you on stuff like homework is pretty much like applicable to like the kind of stuff that you might see in the future.
Yeah, I would definitely second both what Colleen and Scarlett and what Amarise said, where it's kind of a combination of seeing what kinds of career opportunities the school tries to give its students in terms of networking events, or do they offer guest speakers? Do they offer like portfolio/studio days where they invite representatives from companies to come and talk to students and review their work? Talking to admitted students, definitely a biggie. I don't think I would have gone to USC if it weren't for this one upperclassman that was part of an art server that I was in high school. She went to USC, and it was just talking to her about her experience there that really helped inform my decision to end up going, and touring, because it's like you got to be able to, I guess, imagine yourself going there. Even if you think in theory the program sounds really good, if you visit and end up not liking the city or the facilities or the dorms or whatnot, you're going to have to think about that, because that will be your home for at least a year, so.
That's big. Don't be like me. When I was selecting colleges, I had a very I just need the one with the best curriculum, the best courses, the best teachers. I didn't visit a single college I was applying to, except for USC, just because my mom thought the architecture was cool. I was dragged there against my will. But no, it is absolutely the community and that will make or break it as much as anything else. For SJSU, we have weekly guest speakers. We don't have career days or portfolio days. Recruiters will only come for guest speaking, but not specifically reaching out to students. What we do have is we have a lot of very recent alumni who are really passionate about getting other SJSU students in the door. I think there's a sense of camaraderie there that I've benefited a lot from. In terms of the curriculum, it's really career driven, to a fault almost. They emphasize skills like perspective, turnarounds, and anatomy over more creative voice skills like storytelling and appeal. If you also want to do your own personal projects, you're going to have to learn those skills on your own. But typically, because students are aware of that, we do go off and do our own things. Like I'm in a story club right now where we practice pitching, but that's something you'll have to find on your own time. But it's it's very focused on getting a career in the industry.
For my school, I think I agree with everyone in when they say that it's really kind of the teachers, and that, well, at least at my school, it's the teachers that you can find that are working in the industry. That's like the nice part of attending my school. Usually my teachers, if you get the good ones, honestly, will give you a very honest opinion of how the industry is at its current state, because also another thing to keep in mind is that the industry is always changing. As in my opinion, if you can find a certain niche as an artist and work and develop that and find good teachers and other people within your school and even outside of your school that specialize in that, I think you'll be, scouted out for jobs and all that. At least at my school, the difficult part a little bit is that we changed our department heads for animation kind of recently, and that has a lot of mixed reviews. So I think this kind of goes for all schools. I think that researching the teachers in your department and kind of seeing their body of work and seeing what classes you want to take with them or what classes you want to specialize in, if that makes sense, could make you a pretty good candidate in the future. But I think no matter where you end up, it's really about how you present yourself as an artist and how you find opportunities yourself. My school does have these guest speakers and an internship and recruitment day, which is pretty helpful. I've known a good amount of people that found jobs and opportunities through that. But of course, you yourself as an artist, no matter where you're at, has to kind of take the initiative to find these opportunities and research the ever-changing industry that is animation.
Yeah, I really agree a lot with what everyone else said. I think especially specializing in what you want to do is really important, especially your first year. I know it's hard to figure out exactly what you want to do, but at least starting with a focus of oh, I want to go into direction, or I want to do 2D animation, or I want to do visual development, or I want to go more into the writing side or anything like that. I think a lot of first year experiences, people are oh, I didn't realize this program was oh, I have to make films. I just wanted to do the more director side of it, or the visual development side. I think doing research on what specifically the school you're interested in, the program is, and what the workload is really important. I think a lot of people get lost or don't realize that it doesn't align what they want to do. So doing that research is really important, and having that specialization. I think also in general, a lot of schools specialize specifically in certain things, and that a lot of schools, their program, like animation in general, I think is kind of a newer program for a lot of these art schools. So they're always changing. Like I think also like SVA just had a huge change where we also had a change in the department head a few years ago. The animation department is completely different than how it was. It used to be more film based, but now they're trying to be more specifically in the TV animation industry. So I think, yeah, doing that research on the department heads and the changes being made in a department is very important. Also, even different animation programs like specialize in specifically 2D and 3D together, or just 2D, or like leaning towards feature or TV. So even going that specific is really important. I think with SVA, they do a pretty good job of setting you up within the New York animation industry. It's a little bit hard to get connected into LA, so that's something you want to keep in mind when you're applying to schools in New York or like outside of LA. I think they do a pretty good job of keeping it like very local, but they do have a lot of opportunities.
I also wanted to add on literally everything everyone else has said, but when I was choosing SVA, one of the main things was that I wanted to make a film every year. Like that was a crucial part, I guess, of what I was looking for in an animation school, because I wanted to make films and I wanted to learn how to do it and see myself getting better every year, which not every single art school works that into their curriculum. Honestly, with SVA, it kind of feels like they tacked it on at the end after seeing certain other schools do it, because our films the workload, it gets kind of crazy. I feel like it's not integrated super well, but that's another. But yeah, I wanted to make films and I liked some of the SVA ones I saw. And when I was deciding where to attend, it came down to MICA or SVA, because I was thinking, oh, I can go to MICA and do illustration and then I can make a good viz dev portfolio out of my illustration work. But then I had the opportunity to talk with, I think it was the chair of the animation department. I don't know. My dad like met him on a plane or something and had his number. So he like did a Zoom call with me for like 20 minutes, which was very kind of him. I was asking him, because he was the chair of the animation department. So I was like, if I went for illustration, would I be able to take animation classes? And he's like, yeah, you can take like experimental animation where like we do like sand stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. Do you have like weekly figure drawing? Like, what does a drawing class look like? And I don't know why, as an animation chair, he didn't know if they had weekly figure drawing. And that was a real red flag for me. And at the end, I was like, oh, so like, where do a lot of your students go post grad? And he's like, we're more focused on creating independent and influential artists rather than cogs in a machine. And I was like, great. That sounds so pleasant. You have just made my decision for me. And you know what? Cogs in the machine get paid. I don't know what to say.
I think Micah's a little more fine arts based from what I remember, so that's
Yes, definitely. And that all checks out. I was like, man. And also looking at the student work that comes out of schools is so important, because when I applied to Pratt, they accepted me super quickly and they gave me a very nice scholarship. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I went and I looked, I could not find a single Pratt film. Like they just weren't even online. And I was like, okay, this is also very telling.
I'd like to also add on to that because I went to an animation festival with Micah being mostly involved. I can totally agree that like the style of animation is very different. Like looking at the style of the films that are coming out of schools is really interesting because they're so different depending on where you look. And Micah was like incredibly experimental. And I was talking to a lot of the students there and it's like really interesting. Like it's a different perspective.
It definitely is a different perspective.
Yeah. Like a lot of people there were more like, I don't want a storyboard. I want to just like experiment. I don't want to think of a script. I just want to go at it. Like it's more fine arts.
Mhm.
Like people have different mindsets when approaching different schools, and that's something you should keep in mind depending on your own mindset. Like SVA, like main focus is like animation production. Like you're going to be animating, you have to meet deadlines, you have to be efficient, and you have to complete your film. That's like their main goal. I know other schools maybe do a better job of prepping you more on the pre-production side, like giving you more advice on like actual storytelling and script writing. And I think that's something SVA can improve on and is trying to improve on. But again, you just have to keep yourself updated with what the programs are offering and what what the style of animation is generally. Of course, you can go against the grain and always just like do whatever you want to do. But generally, I think knowing what your peers are interested in and also just influence like how you approach things. So it's cool to find a crowd that you fit into.
Like, I'm not at all trying to say experimental animation is like, oh no, because it is very cool. It's just not the kind of structure that personally I need or can keep me going for a very long time. And another thing I wanted to add was foundation years at art school. This was something I didn't even realize until I went into every single like semester course load for every school, and I looked schools like Micah and Pratt and like RISD. While you can like major in animation, you will have to do a foundation year first. So that's 1 out of your 4 years that you're not doing animation solely. You'll probably have a painting class, maybe a ceramics class. Like you'll have all of these things that to my like 17-year-old brain, I was like, that's a waste of time and money. Let me get to animating right now. And the only schools that like threw you right into it from like what I was looking at was CalArts and SVA. These schools have their like, of course we have a foundation year for animation and it's like you have to take these classes, but it's not like you're taking a class called Space and Time and paper sculpture and like painting with your pinky. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I sound so like
If I can be a little bit of a devil's advocate for foundation years, I'm sorry. So when it comes to like your time and the money you're spending, and obviously we know that if anyone who's going to an animation school, we're paying a lot of money to be there. I know nobody wants to like spend an entire year doing shit that they just don't want to do. But if there's one thing that being out of school where all we did was jump right into animation, one thing I actually really do miss is those kinds of things where we do like ceramic or sculpture or like hands-on
True.
art, because
That
you
is
get
true.
really uninspired and like
Mhm.
drained after just like constantly working on a screen. Like I feel like now that I'm entering like my 4th year of college, like I don't know if I've ever been in more of a creative rut. And it's because like I've been doing the same exact thing, following the same exact curriculum that everybody else has been following for years, for the entire time that I've been there. And it's so hard to like branch outside of that and like do little extracurricular things, especially when you have a curriculum that's as rigorous as CalArts is. If you're into whimsy, I would say maybe like a foundation year isn't like the worst thing in the world, because you know the grass is always greener on the other side, and I don't want anybody to kind of be in the position I'm in where I'm longing to be away from a screen right now, because that's all your career is kind of
saw
going to
that.
be
Totally
post-graduation.
understand that. I wanted to take a ceramics class this year so bad, but of course my schedule did not allow it, so I just suffer.
Dude, literally same. And ceramics, exactly. Like it's so seemingly impossible to like take all the little silly little classes I want that are like actually fun. Like it kind of breaks my heart, because you know we're artists. We're not like cogs in the machine.
Yeah.
Like we're artists. We need inspiration. We need creativity. We need to go outside. We don't need to be in like a lab. So I don't know. Maybe a foundation year isn't the worst thing in the world, but completely up to preference and what you value in terms of your time and your money.
Yes.
So yeah.
I am tying off of that to come in. Shameless USC plug. Actually, no, shameful plug. Some schools, you don't have to make a film every year. It's like, again, preference. If you want to make a film every year, there are schools that do that. If you don't want to make a film every year, there are also schools that do that. I think at USC you make 2.5. I say 0.5 because the first year you make a group film and it's only in the first semester. It is kind of throwing you into the fire anyways, though, because you just got here and you're already being put in a group and asked to make a film. But it's definitely, what's the term? Crucible, where you're like, okay, pipeline, teamwork, coordination, time management. And then they give you more time for your thesis. So that's why you don't do 3 more. There are also, I don't know if USC is one of the only ones, but I'm sure there are also schools that offer animation or art programs that are also part of larger institutions where you're allowed to take classes from other majors or specialties or participate in club sports and whatever if you don't want to go to a school that's solely dedicated to art. I didn't appreciate that much in freshman year, but looking back on sophomore year, I was like, okay, I am actually pretty grateful that half my classes were not animation, because burnout is real and sometimes you have to gather inspiration and materials from other sources. Okay, so I was listening to Anjali and Angie talk about the SVA film layout where it kind of reminded me of, I guess, USC scheduled films. We make a group film first semester of freshman year, and then we make a sophomore film spring of sophomore year. So I just finished mine, and I'm still like physically and emotionally recovering. But the thing about USC, I would say, is they give you more and more time progressively to plan for your films. So in fall of sophomore year, we took a storyboarding class with a wonderful professor. You basically pitch two sequences or short films, like short film boards. Obviously, you have the choice to change, but that is kind of your pre-production semester where you formally make storyboards, but you can also make reviz stuff material. The wonderful story professor will help you, and she continues to be your film professor in spring semester. Junior year, actually, is also largely dedicated to pre-production for your thesis film. So you're actually kind of expected to already have started production on your thesis film, I would say early spring of junior year. So around, like, I would say March, April of next year for me, which is a little scary, la la la, but it's fine.
Let's do the next question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This person asked, how is going to a public school versus an art school different in terms of curriculum and school life? What is the curriculum of a non-art college with an animation program like? Do they require non-art classes to graduate?
I will talk so much. It's fine. I got you. First of all, I think and people can add on to this from private schools, but for non-art classes, all like BFA type degrees will require that, but it's typically either more difficult public school or less art geared. Like I know a lot of private schools tend to put an art twist on the topic. I'm the weirdo in that I really, really love having that mental break from art. I think having something to procrastinate with or procrastinate on helps me a lot with my art, actually. And I like having mental engagement in other topics. So that's my thoughts on GEs. I love them. Most people in my school despise that we have to do them. And that's that. The curriculum, other than that, is pretty comparable to any fully art school. Because we have the GEs, and because we're trying to get in an equally competitive art program, that's why SJSU is a 5-year school. They legally allow 4-year degrees as of recently because the CSU doesn't want them to not. Don't take it in 4 years. That's a bad decision. Yeah, some people do for financial reasons, and obviously extreme respect to them, but no. If you're coming in fresh, consider not doing that. Going to a public school other than that, I think school life, for me, for SJSU, you can get buried in the animation major culture unless you go out of your way not to. I think I have a lot of friends, and myself included, who most of their friends, if not all of their friends, come from the animation major. There's no reason you can't. It's just that because we have so much work, we tend to surround ourselves with people who are working on the same things. But I know for a lot of other people, having clubs and having friends who can kind of get them out of that bubble, especially if they went to high school locally or something, is a nice little break from pure art culture.
Yeah, I honestly kind of agree with like the last bit you were talking about with the clubs and like doing everything else, because I feel like that and like having GEs that are like not really that much remotely related to art is like probably one of my favorite parts about going to like my school, USC. So I said like also at USC, like SCA is like the film branch from like the larger school. The digital art and animation major requires non-art classes to graduate like GEs for the animation program. The curriculum is laid out so that every year you have specific classes that you need to take, and they're kind of rigid. Like you can't decide to in your freshman year not take one class and then take it sophomore year. They don't allow that because each of the classes build off of each other. And then to answer the final question, yes, you can have electives and GE space in the schedule.
So, specifically at CalArts, currently with the program that we have with our general ed classes, you have to take critical studies. I think a lot of them are bullshit. You'll go to like these really like free, quote unquote, liberating art schools that really have sometimes, in my opinion, a little bit too much of a kind of lackadaisical attitude towards their approach to just the curriculum and the structure of the school in general. And CalArts is no exception to that. I feel like a lot of the classes that we do have for our general eds are really a waste of time Oh, yeah, kind of a waste of time. They feel like a little bit of a waste of money as well, because if you fail to meet the required credit limit for those classes, you will be placed on academic probation, which I myself am placed on academic probation, even though I literally didn't take classes for one single semester. And like, I'm not a bad student, but I'm on academic probation. I feel like with CalArts specifically, I just don't like their general education system at all. It feels really scammy, feels like they're trying to get the most money out of you as possible. It's nice in the sense where that's kind of the only environment I have where I get to interact with people who are outside of the animation department, because with animation specifically at our school, you cannot double major. Well, at least with character animation specifically, you can't double major. So we kind of are only sectioned off into our own individual little groups, which isn't bad because obviously love my class. I love all the students at CalArts. It's a fantastic little group, but it is, nice for the sake of sanity to get outside and as much as you can interact with others. And I wouldn't say we have a strong sense of school spirit at all. We have barely any clubs. Club life is little to non-existent. If that question comes up, I will go into my little rant, but I feel like there's no school spirit at CalArts, and that reflects in the way that students show up, which is not at all. Students don't show up. Students don't show up to anything, and there's just kind of no sense of camaraderie or community, which kind of makes the school feel a bit lonely at times. The only break you get from that is your shitty little general ed classes that you're kind of just like sailing through. So yeah.
So I took a semester at Cal State Fullerton before I came to ArtCenter. I would say with public colleges to make sure to check how impacted your program is, because it can factor into getting classes. For example, towards the start of the second semester when you're registering for classes, I wanted to get some art classes in, so I registered my class. I was there like the very second that it opened, and then right then it fooled, and that's kind of what was like, okay, I'm gonna apply to a different school. Definitely make sure to check, because a lot of art programs can be very impacted and lead you to not get the classes that you want. I was in 2 art clubs there. A recurrent thing I was hearing was that it might take me 6 years to graduate instead of 4, just because of how impacted Fullerton was. So definitely keep an eye out for that. I think in public school, you'll meet a wide variety of people with different interests, which can be great because when you're in art school, everybody's majorly going for the same goal. And it is cool to branch out and meet people with different interests. For the non-art college, they do require non-art classes, but ArtCenter also has H&S classes that are required. They're going to be more academic, but they're so related to art. ArtCenter also has a program set up with Occidental College and I believe Caltech, where you could take your H&S classes with those schools and get it subbed out. But do be aware when you go into ArtCenter, you can't go and say in your summer you go to a community college and you knock out courses there. They don't allow you to do that, unfortunately, but you do get transfer credits. So all my credits for Fullerton transferred to those schools. For ArtCenter, for their H&S classes, I personally have found them interesting so far.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting you mentioned that your school has connections to Occidental, because that made me realize that my school, Otis, LMU, is maybe 5 minutes away from our school. So our school has a system where you can do some GEs at LMU and it transfers. Our system of transfers and credits is pretty flexible, and so is our system with GEs. You can kind of switch them around between years within reason. I would say that the GEs in our school, again, our school, Otis, is private. You do have to take GEs at Otis, but they are actually integrated pretty nicely into whatever major or area of art you do want to do, and a lot of the subjects you are taught are kind of niche, which is really interesting, and they are pertaining to art. A lot of the times in those GEs, you can do art projects, and they give you a lot of creative freedom with those art projects. They understand that you might want to integrate your major into those projects, and they let you do that, which is really nice. And I think a benefit of going to a college that is just primarily an art college is that you meet other people who are also like-minded and have the same, and share your vocabulary. And also it's kind of nice to have people that challenge you artistically, and you can kind of talk to other people within different majors. And I also think that if you are going to a college that is just an art college, it's nice because you don't have to deal with the BS of doing other subjects that are kind of irrelevant to art. But that would be my experience.
I could jump in real quick about this. I think I can say have the experience of going to both a private college for a bit and then a public college because I went to a school called Chapman University for a little bit before I transferred to Sheridan in Canada. And Chapman is a private college and going to Sheridan is a public college. And I would say one of the biggest differences that I do appreciate is you meet so many more a variety of people in public college in a way, because something that I guess a lot of people don't want to talk about is like the financial bracket of a public and a private college, because at least when I went to Chapman, the kind of people you meet there is much more of a middle upper class. When I went to Sheridan, it's much more of a varied variety of like different walks of people, and that makes me appreciate a lot more in terms of with the kind of people you work with. And it's a great experience both ways. I love Chapman when I was there, but it has it as like own advantages. Like private college has its own advantages over public colleges as well. But public colleges has a lower, financial bracket and then a much more varied experience, I would say. But that is my experience. So I think other people will have a different experience that they went through.
Oh, the thing I was going to add earlier was just that if you go to a really big school, which public colleges are typically bigger than private, you'll have a wider variety of classes to choose from for GEs and in general for fine arts and whatnot, if that's something you're looking into.
Yeah, so my experience for college was I went to two different non-art public colleges before I went to CalArts. They're very different college experiences. One was a big state university, the other was like a tiny liberal arts school, but it was nice going to them because it was a lot more affordable. I got like nice in-state scholarships, so it was like, oh, this is so nice and affordable to actually attend. But then I was like, I do really want to go to art school. Like I didn't feel kind of content with the art classes that I had offer at either of my schools. One of them did have an animation program, but it didn't look like anything I was like particularly interested in. And so for both colleges, I just kind of found whatever assignments I liked and tried to turn it into something I had interest in. And I kind of had the drive and goal of reapplying to art school as like this motivator to actually get me to do things. Yeah, so I think in the end, they are very different experiences, and I value both of them a lot. Like, I think I would be really disappointed if I didn't get my public school experience before I moved on to art school, because it is a much broader experience, and I think it kind of would have haunted me if I never knew what that was like. And it's really nice kind of being surrounded by just like a more, I guess, I don't know how to put it, just, yeah, a broader range of people. Even though I did end up figuring out like art school is where I feel like I belong. Both rock though.
Yay.
Yeah, I think the other thing I was gonna say is just like the biggest difference for me was just like structure and intensity. Those were the two things I felt like I couldn't really get at a public college with the programs that they offered. And going to actual art school was like, okay, it's balls to the walls. You're doing it all the time. And I was like, yay, okay, that's what I want to do. So that's awesome.
The next question is, how are your school's foreign exchange programs, and is your school suitable for international students? So it's like two questions related to like international stuff. So I'll say for CalArts character animation program, we have an exchange program specifically with Goblins in third year. But from my perspective as a CalArts student, I didn't go to the Goblins exchange program, but I know the people who went there is that in your second year, you apply to it, and then 2 students are chosen from each respective school. And it's sort of like you switch with each other. That's pretty cool. If people are worried that you need to speak French, you don't need to know how to speak French to apply to it. I don't know how the people are chosen for it, but the people who were like selected to go to Goblins, you have to eventually learn like French to survive there, obviously, but it's not like a factor in your application. And then for international students, I will say for CalArts, I don't know the exact demographics, but I feel like for character animation, at least like half of the student body is international. And it's primarily people from East Asia, which I think makes sense because there's just such a huge population there. But I know if you're applying, you need an English proficiency test. The country's main language is not English. And then also everything in CalArts is taught in English, and you're also in America, so you do need to know that.
Yeah, also as somebody who goes to CalArts, I feel like there's a good amount of international students that go to CalArts. In terms of the support that the school gives that international students, I really don't think it's good enough. I've heard so many complaints, especially from the financial aspect of things. Like, I know that CalArts is really stingy with the money that they give to their international students, which is a shame because I feel like it should kind of be the other way around. I feel like international students be getting even more money, but the support that they get really isn't. I heard that the school doesn't do as much for them as they wish they would. So even though we do have a very overwhelming amount of students in the program who are, and the support system I feel like is very good amongst the students, I don't think the school does enough in terms of like getting you acquainted and adjusted and helping you financially. But I do know that especially if you're East Asian, there are a lot of East Asian people who go to this. If you think you'll be alone, you won't. Like, I know so many people who like find communities and like end up like living with each other like off campus. In terms of like friends and community, I feel like you're pretty supported, but the school can of course always do more. And from what I've seen, the Go Blondes exchange program, it lasts an entire semester, so you're going to be there for the entire half of the year, and you do have to handle your own housing and whatnot. And on top of paying the tuition for Go Blondes, I know you are also paying the CalArts tuition,
Which is
which was
psychotic.
almost a deal breaker for some people. Yeah, it's actually psychotic because Go Blondes doesn't make the students do that. Yeah, it's a bit psychotic. Obviously, it could be a deal breaker for many people. So if your finances are in question, there is a possibility that if you do get accepted, you probably can't do it for those reasons. Like, I applied myself and obviously I didn't get it. But once I found out that you have to pay double tuition, I was like, even if I did get it, I would not have been able to pay that anyways. So do keep that in mind. And again, you have to pay for your own housing, and Go Blondes does not have dorms as the last time that I've checked. So you will have to kind of get yourself acquainted with finding housing in France. Everybody I know who went to the exchange program is incredibly talented, and I think that they had a really good experience from it. I haven't really heard many bad things aside from like Go Blondes as an institution itself, but that's not for me to speak on.
ArtCenter also has exchange programs with Goblin. I think they also have it with Tama Art University, Bikini Berlin, and a bunch of other study away programs. As far as Goblins go, I've heard you pay the regular amount of tuition that you are paying as an art center student, and then also the standard where you have to find where you live for Goblins. I could be wrong with that, but that might just be an art center thing. As far as international students go, we do have good amount of international students. I believe it's also a majority from East Asia. For the study away programs, I think that we have pretty good amount of students that are trying to apply to it. I have heard that they do, like, at least for Art Center, they're a little more impressed if you speak French and you might have a higher chance, but I could be wrong. Like the previous people have said, it definitely will be a factor later on in like your survival there. But yeah.
I can talk a little bit about this stuff for SVA. So also like CalArts and Otis, we have a very large international student population, again, primarily from East Asia. And there isn't really like a foreign exchange program in like the traditional sense. However, SVA does this thing called SVA Destinations, where you can take group trips like over the summer or during spring break to faraway places like Egypt, Japan, Peru, or even Arizona. But I find that these programs are more centered towards like design or fine arts people because those are the kinds of majors that like these trips give studio credits for. Like you do get credits for going on them, but you also do have to like pay extra. But I haven't seen one that's animation. We do have one that's called like that's for LA, and it's called like SVA in LA, and I think that might be the only animation one.
They're
Yeah.
like tourist animation studios. So they do have that.
Yeah.
That's
They
like
do have that one, but the other ones seem kind of cooler, honestly. Like there was one where it was like textile students go to Mexico and learn Mexican textiles in this tiny village, and I'm like, that sounds cool. But my partner is an international student himself, and so he gave me some stuff to read, so I'm just going to read directly what he said. He says, I guess it has a good international students office that is usually pretty helpful given their constraints. It is actually really good to be in New York, as New York is the only normal American city I've been to. The fact that it's a bustling, quote unquote, normal city makes it easily adjustable for international students, especially ones who come from big cities already. It's walkable, so that's a huge plus as you don't have to learn how to drive, which is also a huge barrier for international students. Compared to other art schools, I feel like SVA does a lot more to help with the diplomatic and document stuff and makes it pretty easy to get hired on campus, although there aren't even that many on campus jobs to begin with.
My school, we only recently just started going back to exchange trips, etc., because of COVID. But interestingly enough, our exchange kind of trips are usually reserved for the GE classes, which is definitely interesting. I had a friend who went to Korea for a Korea cinema studies class. I know that there's a class that goes to somewhere in Africa for that class. I would say there are pretty interesting classes, and it's actually not very difficult to get into these classes to travel abroad. In terms of animation, there's not really a program where you can travel abroad to study specifically animation. I know that there is, if you want like a silver lining, there is a class called Studio Visits that I believe is available to juniors and seniors where we do have access to visit studios. I know there's like my ex-roommate, she went to Titmouse. That was pretty nice. I think that Otis being in LA is pretty nice because it is actually very close to a lot of these studios. Oh, in terms of the international student population, there's a lot of international students also from East Asia. It's very easy to find a community. I feel that within a lot of friend groups in Otis, you'll find a good amount of international people. I think that it's pretty easy to find people that mix. It won't be hard to find a community if you are an international student. And I think it's interesting that you mentioned that it is difficult for international students to drive, because of that whole, it is a lot. And I know that is something international students struggle with because in LA, you do have to have a car if you do want to live here a little bit because public transport's not great, but it's doable because at least you have other international students and other people who don't have cars too.
Okay, so I'll just talk about my school then. I think mine is honestly pretty similar to Francine's in terms of like the study abroad situation. Like, I only found out a little bit of information about study abroad for my major through this talk that we had in the Women in Animation Club. This lady named Samantha Vilfort came and she was talking to us about how in her junior year at the time, because she's an alumni of the school, that she had the opportunity to study abroad in Italy for, I think, the year or semester. I'm not too sure. But apparently that got stopped. I'm not sure why, but that was pretty much the only thing that I've heard of for our major in specific.
To go off of that, the one opportunity that USC gave its animation students for any sort of exchange program was to an art school in Florence, Italy, I believe, but then it closed. Now the only exchange programs we have are for the GEs, like other people here have said. It's mostly for classes in other majors or other subjects. We keep trying to get our department chair to start something for animation because I personally think it's really like nice to have an exchange opportunity for animation students. Unless you're interested in like cinema studies or you want to do like chemistry or pharmacy or accounting or something, there's no animation exchange program.
I can say at Sheridan we have like a really, really, I guess contrary to a lot of the schools I was hearing about, like we have a really small international population because Sheridan I think accepts 150 students a year, and if in those 150 students they accept 30 international students, I think maximum. Sometimes it's
Oh,
lower.
that's
Yeah,
hard.
I
Oh
actually
wow,
there
I
was
didn't know that.
some drama like last year where the like Canadian I don't know, like like the international thing, like they wanted to pass something where it was like to restrict the amount of international students coming in. I don't think it's gonna affect Sheridan because we it's so low anyways. But yeah, that is a little bit of of a yikes. I'm not sure why. So you get like a really small international population. I know people who have found ways around that where they like apply for I think like a housing sort of permit so that they're technically a domestic student, like in the eyes of Sheridan when they apply, even though that's like more they're technically an international student, but like in Sheridan's log, it'll say they're a domestic. So there are ways around it, which is really funny to me.
Wow, I did not know that about Sheridan because I know it's hard to get into it just from like the ranking.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that competitive.
No, it's really, really bad. It's weird because it's so competitive, like weirdly competitive in the way where you have to submit all that all the like works that you have to make for Sheridan. Like you don't really submit too many personal items, and then they like cut you off with the cutoff, and then there's like the international domestic cutoff, and it's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Dang. The next question is more of a sensitive topic, so if people don't want to talk about it, that's also okay. But it's always a question that I get asked. And the question is, what are some ways to obtain scholarships in the Ford Animation School? What are alternative paths of income people are doing to advance their career or pay off? So I can say for CalArts as a private school in California, CalArts has need-based, equity-based, and scholarships like most standard colleges. So there's a benefit if you are an in-state applicant because not only will you qualify for FAFSA, you also qualify for Cal Grant. So it's like need grants you could get possibly. And I know for some of the need-based grants you can also get free housing if you live in the dorms. I've also heard that's an option too. So then will also cut off your tuition because technically dorming at school is part of your tuition and it helps a lot. And then for merit-based, specifically in character animation, it's the top 30% of portfolios get it. And that applies to just all the portfolios. And I think that's like the only potential financial aid you can get as an international student, which really sucks because as an international student, you probably won't qualify for FAFSA and these other scholarships that are domestically based. And then also, well, you don't have to be a student worker, but you can also do student worker jobs at CalArts, and that also helps with the tuition and also just like the living situation at school. So some of the jobs that are there's like a wide variety, but the one I do is being a TA, a teacher assistant, and that helps a lot too because I'm just attending classes. At the same time, I'm also making money, and there's a bunch of other jobs you can work in different offices that also help.
Yeah, piggybacking off of that. So I have been really fortunate enough to be one of the people that go to CalArts that actually receive a good scholarship just from the school alone without really having to rely on many outside sources for that. And I know that a lot of people who go to college right now are probably in that like really weird like middle ground where their parents make enough money so that they don't qualify for really good scholarships, but they obviously don't make enough money to pay for college. For people in those positions, I'm really sorry because like I'm like poor as fuck and like I have like an EFC of like so like I really like the school based off of my FAFSA, like they know I really cannot pay for much. And I do also have the merit scholarship from CalArts as well. I feel like if you're like really fucking poor, then you maybe have a good chance actually. You probably have a good chance of like actually getting some like pity points from CalArts. One thing that I've done, because my first year at CalArts, that's the year that I got actually the least amount of money. And then through kind of like making somewhat of a reputation for myself, I feel like at the school and like being part of kind of like the community and like the programs that they have going on, and like being part of like scholarship ceremonies or being asked to do this and this and that, like kind of making my presence known at the school, I have gotten more money from that. I feel like I don't think that's the direct reason, but I don't want to write that off as a coincidence. So I feel like if you be making your stay there worthwhile and you're making kind of like yourself a good advocate for the school, then they will reward you with that. I don't even know if that's actually the case, but I really don't want to write that off as a coincidence because the more I've gotten involved with the school, the more money I've gotten. Also, outside scholarships. If you are a rising junior, please, please, please apply for Women in Animation. You have a really good shot at getting it. And I honestly think enough people apply. I feel like a lot more people should be applying for it. It's really, really simple. Just write an artist statement and the other application materials that are required of you. It's really not a lot. And the rewards that you get from it are really good. And it looks fantastic on a resume. Women in Animation is a pretty good organization to be a part of and have your name attached to. The applications it's pretty early in the fall. So please make sure you remind yourself to do that. And you also have to pay, I think, a minimum of $25 to be a membership, to have a membership, because if you don't have a membership, you cannot apply for the scholarship. But CalArts specifically, they did hand out waivers for that fee, but $25 isn't a lot. It lasts the entire year. And I feel like if everybody in this server applied right now, I think all of you would get it. Please apply. You'll even get a free Cintiq maybe, because I got a free Cintiq this year. I know that there's not a lot of scholarships specifically for animation. So if you know people who graduated from your school, if you know current students who you're like, hey, how are you supporting yourself? A lot of people are on scholarships that they don't mention because guests talking about how to afford school is a really taboo topic for some reason. I don't like to shy away from it because the cost of my school almost stopped me from coming here, and scholarships are the only reason why I'm here. So I feel like people need to talk about it more. So ask everybody, because there are a bunch of niche little fucking scholarships out there that nobody's talking about that I think everybody needs to talk about more, because there are so many people who are just trying to give away money, and you're not going to find it on fucking scholarshipOwl.com.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not going to find
Yeah.
it there.
Yeah, like just a quick
So-
mention, exactly, like there's a lot of niche scholarships that you are probably connected to. You just need to dig, because one of my private scholarships, I got it because a company my dad used to work at offered it. So you just kind of have to dig around your own connections, your parents' connections. Also, I'm technically a first generation American college student. If you can kind of maneuver your way in sort of your identity, you can find more niche scholarships, because I found a few scholarships because of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. What Amarise was saying, I'm kind of in a similar boat where the reason why I'm at ArtCenter is purely because of the scholarships they've given me. I never really thought that I would be able to go to private art school because of the cost. I don't have any family help. It would all be on me for whatever loans I take out, etc. In my experience with ArtCenter, they have been very generous to me. You receive a initial offer once you get accepted, and you have a great opportunity you could do. They're called appeals, and you could negotiate with financial aid and send letters explaining your financial situation and need. That's what I did, and it helped me a lot, and I had to do it multiple times. So it can be discouraging for some people, but I think if you keep trying at it, and what helped me was contacting the people at the school and trying to get my name out there, made them more willing to help me. So definitely take advantage of that. ArtCenter also offers portfolio-based scholarship reviews every term that any student can apply to. They score based on portfolio and financial need, and you can reapply every semester to try your luck if you don't get it that semester, as well as niche scholarships. So this semester, I've applied to one through my bank. I've applied to one through my mom's teachers union. There's a lot of niche ones that are giving away money that you have to do some things on, let's say getting a recommendation letter or something like that, writing an essay. But if you find one that's towards your niche, you have a higher chance of getting it than these websites that are press this button and you're gonna get $5,000. But if you really
those do not work.
Yeah, those do not work. I would not recommend them. Bold.org or whatever. But if you really dig, you can find something.
Oh, my bad. It's just that if I don't talk about my school much, it's only because my school is very, very similar to these other schools. We have appeals, we have merit-based scholarships, loans, etc. My school is very similar to what Jamie said in regards to their experience at CalArts. We have a similar system.
I think SVA is pretty similar in that it's very expensive and there is a merit-based scholarship. In general, not a whole lot of other opportunities for scholarships. So obviously it's a very difficult situation. In terms of the merit scholarships, they do have I think a scholarship that caps at around 12 or 15,000, which isn't a whole lot compared to how much the school costs. I think the school itself is also pretty expensive, and I think they've been very conservative about it the past few years as the classes have been getting bigger and bigger. They do have grants and smaller scholarships occasionally, or just outside scholarships that they kind of recommend students take. There's the BAFTA scholarship they just recently announced, and also the WIA scholarships, as previously mentioned, and also they try to give students funding during their thesis year, but it's not a great amount. And also the dorms themselves are a big factor at SVA because the school is set in the middle of Manhattan and all the dorms are in Manhattan, so they're insanely expensive. I personally recommend just finding ways almost cheat the system, because that's what I personally did. And for me, that was like two things. That was both being a transfer student and also being in an apartment like all of my entire time at SVA. Like if you can find an apartment in Brooklyn versus like Manhattan, or like a Brooklyn apartment versus like the dorm situation, it's so much cheaper. It's like insanely cheaper. I know like having a dorm experience is very different than having like an experience off campus, but yeah, I think it's very much worth it. So that's the dorming situation. I would look at opportunities for like apartments at least after your first year. In terms of like what it's like to be a transfer, I think that saved me the most amount of money because I initially didn't go to SVA because of how expensive it was. And I was actually at California College of the Arts, which is like a Bay Area animation school, because of how much of a scholarship they gave me. I found it a lot more convenient to go there. But eventually I wanted to look into going to SVA like under cheaper terms. So what I did is I did community college courses and I took a bunch of humanities credits, and I was able to transfer that to SVA. And I was basically able to enter SVA with like all of my humanities credits done. Because of doing that, I only had to take the required courses for animation at SVA, and that's all I was paying for. Because even though if you're taking humanities courses and animation classes at SVA, they're both the same price. You're still paying like thousands and thousands of dollars for a humanity class. And if that's something you don't want to take, like I know people also like taking humanities courses and it's very cool, and like a lot of people like the opportunities they have. But if you want to specifically focus on animation and just pay specifically for animation classes, I would like highly recommend before going to SVA just taking a bunch of humanity courses at a community college because it's so much cheaper. It's like you can take 5 like humanities courses in one semester for like $1,000 or $2,000, or like I don't know, depending on where you go, versus like one humanities course at SVA is like $6,000. So you save so much money. And if you do that, you become a part-time student where you're paying just for the amount of classes that you are taking each semester rather than the full tuition price. If you do that, I would just be careful because when you do become a part-time student, you do lose privileges, work study privileges, and also you lose like your merit scholarship. So you have to put in account how much you got for scholarship if you got one versus the cost it takes to be a part-time student. But I personally found that to be an opportunity to make the cost of like education so much cheaper. And also it just gives you an advantage academically because as a part-time student, you're only taking animation classes. And when, especially like at SVA where you're like have to make a film every single year, it takes up so much of your time. Having to not worry about humanities classes is so nice. Being part-time or having transfer credits, like the amount of credits you have as a student affects the priority you have for class registration each year. So when you're registering for classes, the more credits you have, the more likely you'll get the professors and the classes you want. So being a transfer student gives you a huge advantage in that, which is great because I think a lot of animation education varies completely depending on who your professors are. Like taking the time to plan for how you're going to afford college like pays off so much more when you're actually there. But yeah, that's my take.
In the scenario that someone applying to Sheridan is watching this video, as an international, personally, they don't give you too many financial like scholarship opportunities because you don't qualify for most of them. You do receive, I don't know if this is specifically for international or like if it's for both domestic and international. When you get in, I think sometimes you get a welcome scholarship question mark where you get like around 1,000 to 2,000 for like your first semester, which is nice. It makes like barely a dent, but it's very nice. You can apply for scholarships through the Sheridan, like they have a website specifically for that. But again, you don't qualify for most of them. So most of like the students at Sheridan and like me, we applied for something called the Spin Master Scholarship. And if you don't know Spin Master, it's like the company that owns Paw Patrol. So they have a lot of money. And so you can apply for that. And if you get in, you'll get around, I think it's 12,500 for the first year of your studies in Canadian dollars. And you can renew it every year. So it's like, that's like one of the biggest ones that you can apply to. And I guess in the very niche scenario that you're an American student that's applying to Canada, and you have previous loans, you will have to pay them off like after you leave. Like they don't waive it so that you can pay it like after you graduate a college. Like internationally, you have to pay it like while you're taking the college internationally. So that's a little bit annoying, just a little bit.
All right. The next question. and this is so much to talk about, is a relevant question right now, which is AI. What is AI's influence on the animation industry? And is the career path still viable? And personally, for me, I think I'm a big optimist, but I think you can still have a job in animation. I feel like people are scaring themselves too much with AI. And like, I've talked to a lot of
Agreed.
Yeah.
industry professionals, and I feel like their consensus is that they also really dislike it and they're also very against it, which I think is very reassuring, because if I'm hearing like veterans or professionals also against it and representing the union, I know there is a lot of power for them to go against like the CEOs or corporations that disagree it. And also the general like artistic philosophy is that AI can only copy ideas, it can't generate new ones, and that's the purpose of like animation people working there, right, is to create new content. And there's also a bunch of like industry and copyright laws, at least in America, I can't speak for other countries, where if they were to integrate generative AI, it would be really, really hard to do it legally. I know they could technically do it without telling that they made it, but I feel like that would just get into a huge lawsuit. So there's a bunch of factors where it makes me feel like there's a lot of over doom posting about what AI is like. Also, don't dismiss it, obviously. It's like the same thing with like NFTs to me, where like it blew up for a while and everyone was so scared, but like who even does that anymore? Like have we
No.
have we heard
For
of like
losers.
a successful NFT thing? So that's obviously they're not exact same thing.
Nope.
But it kind of gives me the reassurance. And just like in general, the animation industry has went through like CG and then a bunch of other things that have changed it, and it still survives. So I am optimistic. Maybe we won't have the same jobs that we wanted at the beginning, but there still are jobs. That's my take.
Yeah, I would love to add on to that as well. I'm kind of really not here for the mass fear mongering that's been going on amongst the art community in terms of how AI is going to take our jobs. Like, I like genuinely wholeheartedly don't think that's gonna fucking happen. And like, I wouldn't consider myself to always be super optimistic, but I'm not like cynical. But even then, I can just tell that I feel like it's a bit scary now because it's really new and it's coming out of nowhere and it's coming on really strong. I think that's what's happening, but I don't think it's something that we need to be scared of. Like, I think every artist in the industry is so irreplaceable, and that like what we have to offer just cannot be replaced by AI. And even let's say like a company, a studio does make this like AI product, whether it's like a show or a movie, I think it's gonna fucking flop. Like, I don't think we're that doomed as a generation where like the general public can't tell like a piece of art from like a soulless fucking piece of plastic that was generated by a computer. Like, they're incomparable. Like, I don't care how many photorealistic AI videos I see of like bears dancing on my Instagram feed. Like, you cannot replicate art. Like, I personally, like, despite, and if I'm saying this, like, y'all need to believe it, because I feel like I have like the worst imposter syndrome known to man. But like, I genuinely feel like I am like invaluable in the industry, and that what I have to offer cannot be replicated by AI. Like, I think that of myself, and I think that of everybody else. I just feel like that if we just harbor that abominable human spirit, that AI will not take over, because we are a force to be reckoned with. And I think AI is a joke. Like, it's so silly and funny to me. Like, I'm really curious to see how things unfold in the future with AI. I'm looking forward to it eventually fizzling out, as I know it would. And I know it's like scary, especially probably for young artists who haven't even like begun to establish themselves and they're already hearing that their jobs are going to be taken. Like, that's not going to happen. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, I just don't think it's going to happen at all.
I think that a big thing that people forget is how valuable like your own human experience and stories, what you have to say and create, is so valuable to this industry. And all of the history that's behind animation and filmmaking is all from these people that are trying to tell their stories. And at the end of the day, these people that are doing these, stealing people's art and doing AI, they don't really have a creative bone in their body. And the thing that people need to remember is that we do, and that our stories are valuable. We need to have that confidence in ourselves and in our industry that we aren't going to be replaced by these soulless creations that are like without any regard for anything that is real and that has value. And I just think that we collectively need to have that confidence in ourselves and in our art and in our stories. I don't think that will be replaced at all.
Because I think because we're artists and we're all very, very passionate, I've heard a lot of arguments from the perspective of like, we have the human spirit, and that will always, which I'm so on board with. I'm a dreamer. I love that perspective, but also just to translate that into a more corporate standpoint, which agrees with it. I think currently where we are in the animation industry, a lot of the money is in designated animation fans who are interested in the process and the creators. And I think that's a big thing we have going as artists, where people are coming to the animation and buying the merch and whatnot. And there's financial power in the actual act of creation right now, especially with the internet, especially with the rise of indie animation and whatnot. And I think that's huge for when studios are taking into consideration what to greenlight. Everyone's speculating. I don't know for certain whether AI will have any role in the pipeline at any point for some studios, but either way, I think people are coming. For adult animation, people are coming to it for the creative voice. For kids animation, there is still a lot of financial power in the adult audience. I think that little indie buying niche holds more power than people maybe make it out to have.
I will say, in an education standpoint, I'm not sure how it is for your schools, but I can speak on it a little bit in my schools. There are some professors and some classes I had that had the option to integrate AI into the classroom setting, and obviously that's had like a lot of opinions for the reasons you guys like so eloquently explained. But a lot of the times in my school, AI is introduced as sort of an organizational tool or sort of something to use as creative inspiration, but not to directly integrate into your work. Because even if you do choose to integrate AI into your work, you have to do so much editing because AI is so apparently obvious. It's so oversaturated and has this sort of weird, uncanny effect to it. If you are going to use AI, and I think that if the industry were to use AI, it would be for more organizational purposes and for quick facts, but not necessarily for artistic purposes. Because, again, there's a lot of legal stuff that comes into using AI, and a lot of studios and a lot of people in general are just not prepared to fight that legal battle just yet. Also, do agree it's not something terribly daunting at this moment, but who knows what it'll look like in the future.
With AI, I think the thing that scares me more about this whole situation is just like how out of touch a lot of the studios, like the big name studios and the CEOs and people just focus more on the money aspect of things. They're just so out of touch in like what their audience wants. And I think we've been seeing that just in general. Like a lot of the films have been coming out, like
Right.
people don't really like them anymore because I think they're trying to go for something that's more of a money grab than really appealing to people. And I think people are able to notice that. And just proof of that happening both now and throughout history shows that there will always be a resurgence in like actual art making. So even with AI, like being like, if Disney decides to take on like AI or just like these big name companies, like are like, oh, let's try this out, let's try this fad, and then they try to get into it. Like I think people will call them out for it, and I think there's going to be always a group of like independent artists who are always fighting to make new and interesting content that they want to see. And we've just seen this in general, like our teachers at, or just in general, but also SVA. Every industry professional has said that the industry goes up and down like throughout their entire career, where like every 7 years, like you see like tons of content of like lots of open opportunities for artists, and then there's also a drought. And we're in that drought right now because of just like the decisions that people are making and also because of AI. But it means we'll get so much better content like a couple years from now, especially once everything gets figured out. Like when people want to see good content and people are ready to make it. And I think we'll just need to see CEOs realize that, or just like independent studios be like have the funding and like have the means to do stuff. And then I think we'll see a resurgence in the future. Even if it's like if it has to be battling with AI, I think we'll have like something available for artists that like both people who like animation and also people in animation can like. But yeah, that's just my personal take.
Have you guys seen that tweet where it was like whenever I see a tweet, like a piece of art made by AI, it feels cheap. Like anything made by AI, once I know it's AI, it just feels really cheap. Like that's a mindset I think a lot of people have. Like once they know it's an AI thing, they're just like, oh, they just generated it like today. Like it doesn't feel authentic. And I think that's a big part in like consumers. Like they'll see it and be like, oh, it's AI. Oh, okay. Because like what, like you see it and you're like, well, there's not that much of somebody's heart and soul and some labor poured into the back of it. It's just something that was spat out, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And I can always clock AI. Like every time I see it, I know it's AI. Like I feel like anyone who makes art can always tell when something's AI because it just has like this look to it.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to describe it because I've also had this like instance where I see like AI generated pictures of like humans. No matter how convincing it is, sometimes I'm always like, something's off. Like I can tell as a human that that is not a human I'm looking at. And as an artist, we can tell that's not actual human made art that we're looking at. Like there's just some sort of feeling to it. And I see these like AI artist pages that are always like blowing up on Instagram. And they're so sneaky about the fact that they're AI artists because they know that it's controversial. But it's like like I can clock it so easily because it's like, what do you mean you made like 10 fully rendered character illustration pieces in the same week? Like that is point to me one person that can do that to like this level of quality. Like you're not making these. Like you are a fake and I
You're a
hate
liar.
you. And like you're a liar and I hate you. Like I actually hate your guts.
There's definitely a stigma
So, yeah.
and a sort of judgment when it comes to artists who do use AI. And I'm honestly glad for that.
And the gall, it's almost funny to me that they think that they're actually gonna like take this and run with it and change the industry. And so long, artists, AI is taking over. Like, babes, that's not happening. Like, this is like a level of delusion I've never witnessed in my life up until this point.
I feel like there's a point to be said about like we will have to learn to work with it at some point because it's inevitable. But the important thing is like not having it be taking the creative decisions, quote unquote, made by executives who are like, oh yeah, AI, like it looks so cool and it's so cheap. Like that's not what should be happening. If we have to use AI, there should be something that would benefit us, make better works, and not take over like what we want to do in our creative works.
Okay, so the next section of questions are application questions about how to apply to these different schools. So the first question in this category is, how important are grades / AP classes, etc., when applying to non-art schools or for animation majors, such as UC schools or USC? Do these non-art schools look more at grades than portfolio?
I've been waiting for this one.
Oh God.
Okay. USC. I will say that they are a school that considers your grades, or definitely helps to have good grades if you don't think, listen, we all have imposter syndrome, but if you seriously think that your art is not up to par, if you have good grades, that will be to your advantage. Additionally, if you write a banger essay, also to your advantage. If you can move them to tears or make them laugh really hard, that will also be to your advantage. I would say also, so America has the National Merit Scholarship, which is this scholarship that you are eligible for if you take the PSAT early in high school. So actually, this might not be very helpful to many people, but if you're early in high school and about to take the PSAT, try to do good on it, because if you do good, you might be eligible for this scholarship. And even if you don't get that scholarship, it'll still be really attractive to like mention that in your application, because if you do get the scholarship, it's automatically half tuition for USC, and USC is super expensive. But that was a little bit of a tangent. In summary, yes, it definitely helps to have good grades. I don't know if it matters how many AP classes you take, because I have friends who took none. I have friends who took 12. Don't take 12. I also don't think that SAT matters that much anymore, so don't worry too much about that. I think it matters more how well you do in school. Yeah, I think that's the case because we are part of a larger school, and a lot of people will want to take like a minor and another major, or classes in other majors. But I would say The technical requirements for our portfolio are not as high as other art schools. Yes, that's not a bad thing, but yeah, that's my take.
To add to that, because I don't think anyone from RISD is here, I know RISD, as one of the art schools, does care about your GPA and SAT scores. Maybe not as much about the SAT after pandemic, but definitely your GPA. I think they have like a requirement. I can't remember what exactly it is, but that's like already a threshold. And if you apply to UCs, then you already have like a certain GPA you are required to have to even apply in the first place. But RISD specifically is associated with Brown, which is an Ivy League school. So there's a huge reputation to have good grades for that. Also for RISD, they have the special dual program between RISD and Brown. So obviously, if you were to qualify for the dual program, you also have to get into Brown. So you need good grades there. But I think that's one of the few like hashtag art schools that really cares about your GPA, because most of them, from what I know, and also CalArts, do not care. Oh, I wanted to know about San Jose State, because I know CSUs also, they care about GPA to some degree, and also like the impacting system.
Yes, so we just changed this literally last year, so I have a different response from last year. And I didn't do that application system, so I don't 100% know firsthand what it's like. Previously, we had no portfolio requirement, and now there is a portfolio requirement. I believe the practical effect is you get like a score on the portfolio, and that they take the CSU impaction, which is this big math formula that they take about your GPA, and it gives you a little bonus on top of that. So you do still need primarily to have good grades, but it can be a huge boost if you're right on that cusp. And the impaction requirement for the animation program, I have heard, I have not confirmed, but I have heard is like the highest in the CSU. It's really high. It varies a little, but it's somewhere around the 3.8 range typically. Can go higher. I think that's the lowest I've heard of it being. But yeah, it's mainly grades, and then if you do a good job in the portfolio, they'll bump you up a bit.
For Sheridan, it's a bit weird that like I think like when you apply, grades don't matter at all. At least if you get in like above the cutoff, like they don't look at anything. Like nothing besides what you've applied in the portfolio. But if you get on the wait list, like right below the cutoff or right on it, I don't remember exactly, I think it's like right below, your grades matter a lot then. Because then they'll be looking at your grades to suss out like who's on the wait list. I'm not sure the exact like mechanics of that, but they're it's a little bit weird. So I guess grades do matter.
So the next question is tips for out-of-state transfer, specifically for California schools, and how do you transfer your credits into your school in general? So I did California Community College in my hometown before transferring to CalArts. So I do have some experience for like an in-state applicant going to a private school, I guess. People said this before in the other questions already, but definitely do your research into the schools you want to go into, and also the classes you're going to take that will eventually transfer, because each school has a different system of how they handle the credits. And the worst thing is if you take the classes and you find out they don't even matter. So definitely keep that in mind. And I noticed that usually the safest classes are like the super generic ones, like super common topic 101, like biology 101 is usually pretty safe for, let's say, science, versus if you take like a super niche class in community college, it might not qualify. For CalArts specifically, there's a bunch of different transfer credits, but the main ones you want to get rid of are the general GED classes, like the critical study classes, and art classes, and also AP art does not count into that actually, because then those are the art credits, right? Where you would take in an art school. So that is something to keep in mind. So in your first year of CalArts, you take like a beginner's year class called Intro to Critical Studies, and that's like the required GED class. But if you have a certain amount of transfer credits, you can waive to not take that class, which was a huge help for me. So that's the process I did. So definitely keep good research about the classes you're taking that will transfer over, and also keep in touch with the offices that handle that, because that's also very important for them to be set on time.
I can speak a tiny bit on my school. I do not have the experience of transferring because I just went to Otis right after my high school, and I was debating doing community college class this semester. I mean, for the summer, but I actually didn't have to because it leads into my advice, which is just be in constant communication with your academic advisor. they make it relatively easy to access your academic advisor. They are pretty good at responding to emails. And just make sure, honestly, how our school works for credits, we're pretty flexible. You can do online classes at a community college. There's like this whole form that explains which kind of class does qualify, which kind of class doesn't. I would say, and even of course, like we do accept AP classes or AP credits. I don't think it's anything too complicated in terms of transferring credits, at least for Otis.
Oh yeah, I wanted to add on to CalArts that differs from other schools that was also discussed before is that for CalArts, regardless if you're a transfer or a first year applicant or wherever you're from for character animation, you will always start as a first year. It doesn't matter how many credits you have or whatever, everyone starts at the beginning. So you can't take like a bunch of transfer credits and think you can graduate early or do the thing Angie mentioned with SVA because CalArts tuition is paid by the semester and not by how many classes you take. The advantage I had is that I get the same amount of tuition regardless of how many classes I take. So I would prefer to take more classes I care about from the same amount of tuition I have to pay versus having to take these extra required classes that I may not want to take. So that is the help those transfer credits provided me rather than necessarily being able to graduate earlier.
I'm going to second that and say USC is pretty similar in that you cannot graduate early because our classes are kind of locked per semester. It's also tuition per semester. Take classes that are like you can't take required classes early because you're kind of following a schedule. And also, no matter how many transfer credits you have, you also start as a freshman, regardless of whether you're transferring from another art school or from community college or from another university. So everyone is here for 4 years unless they drop out. Yes.
Yeah, to add on, SVA is the same way. I technically had like 2 years worth of credits under my belt, but going into SVA, but I'm like, oh, I have to be here for another 4 years. And I'm taking all of the required classes because SVA, similar to other schools, requires you to take specific animation classes each year. I'm just taking 1 to 2 classes like each semester because I just have to take only the required classes. So that's something you do have to think about. Like, there's no way you could speed run art school as a transfer. You still have to do it. You just reduce your course load for each semester. You can't really skip a lot of art classes in art school. They like are very strict about that. I think the only class I was able to skip was a drawing class in my first year, and I think that was portfolio based. But if you try and take art classes and like AP art, expecting it to transfer over to like eliminate some art classes, it won't happen. It's only for humanities.
For ArtCenter, as far as humanities wise, I was lucky enough to have all of my humanities transferred over, but my humanities were pretty general to start with. For art classes, I have had some of my peers transfer with a lot of art credits, and they were allowed to get some of those substituted, and they are ahead in their curriculum right now. But do keep in mind that some of their art classes I've heard don't transfer, so they weren't able to be exchanged.
The talk about the AP art stuff reminded me, we have one class, like one required class you can waive out of if you've taken AP studio art, but it comes with a catch. At USC, you're kind of required to take this mandatory traditional art class, I think, in your sophomore year, and it's pretty annoying. Most people don't like it too much, but you can waive out of it by submitting waiver application containing basically proof that you know how to do art fundamentals, and they do very much prefer traditional art, so charcoal, ink, paint, sketches, stuff like that. So that's why I said AP Studio Art with a catch. If you did AP Art and submitted mostly digital stuff, you might not be able to waive out of this class, but this is the one art class in the animation major at USC that you can waive out of if you've done something in high school or actually just on your own time.
I also want to add one last thing for ArtCenter. I would say if you have the time and you want to get your H&S classes out of the way before ArtCenter, I'd highly recommend you do so. After you go into ArtCenter, you can't do any H&S in a community college and have it transferred. It has to be before. So if you want to waive out a lot of your H&S classes and just want to primarily focus on art, I would highly recommend to do that route.
Oh yeah, to add on with that, it's definitely so much easier to transfer credits at SVA before you go to school than like in the summer. I think they even have a cap in the summer for how many humanities you could take. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. Try and do it before you go in so that you can have as many credits transfer over as possible. Oh yeah, the classes I took community college courses and they were online. So those were able to transfer through, but that was also during COVID, so I'm not sure if that still qualifies. The requirements for the humanities credits is that I believe for the school, the humanities are divided up based on like type of humanities. So I think there's like a science and math, and then like a English, and I forgot the other categories. But you have to make sure you're taking like classes for each one. If you're taking like only like math classes, then it's not going to transfer over for the other requirements. So make sure you're looking up the requirements if you plan to transfer them.
So I originally went to schools in Florida, and I think the most cumbersome part for me was just finding where to locate my transcripts and then figure out how to send them over because it always felt like it was hidden, and then it would take like a couple days and bucks to send over. And I think my recommendation with that was to send them as quick as possible because for me, I don't know if this would be the same with the character animation program at CalArts, but for the experimental animation track, we don't have to do a third year film. So I think it's a little bit more flexible. So with that, they were able to take my credits like with my transfer application, and with that it shaved a semester off the 4-year residency, even though like technically with the credits it could have been like a lot more, but I'll take what I can get. But yeah, with everything, like they don't really transfer any art related credits and that stuff, but it saves some money, and you don't have to take as many critical studies classes, even though they are really cool at CalArts. And I always want to take more, and then it's sad that I can't. But
I didn't realize that in experimental you can shorten like how fast it takes to get your degree because in character animation it's like 4 years or nothing. You
yeah,
can't
no,
take
I
any
think
time off.
yeah, no, it's hard. And with you guys for LOAs, it has to be like a full year, right?
Hmm.
But I think typically I think we're still supposed to like be required to have 4 years. But the third year is just like they want us to frolic and like take classes in like the other like majors and stuff. So I think it's still like hard to avoid unless it's like a weird transfer situation. I don't know.
So the next question is about summer camps, which I'm assuming are like high school related ones. So the person asked, do summer programs or pre-college classes like CISA boost your chances at getting into colleges? And I think my answer is yes, but not directly, because I think taking these programs does help you become a better artist, which helps you create a better portfolio and also probably improves you and some other aspects of your life and as a person. And then that will increase your success. And I think like when you apply to colleges and stuff and you list out, oh, I've done these programs and such, it does look good, but it's not going to guarantee you getting into the school. Because I know specifically for CalArts, there is the CISA to CalArts pipeline that people talk about. And yes, there are a lot of people that do CISA and then eventually come here in CalArts for animation. But I think it's not necessarily that because they went to CISA, they got into CalArts. It's more so that CISA is held at CalArts. So the students who went through CISA understood what the campus was like and they probably were more motivated to apply. But I like going through these programs is very helpful too because I know for a lot of summer programs, they provide scholarships. There's also additional scholarship you get in like cut off from your tuition if you've attended CISA before.
So I feel like I'm part of like a really small minority of people who did the CalArts pre-college program, but it wasn't CISA. I did the 2-week Discover Animation program because it was more affordable and it was only 2 weeks long as opposed to like the 1 month long CISA one. I have to agree with Jamie in the sense where it's like, yes, I feel like it boosted my chances of getting into CalArts, but not because I went, but rather what I got from it. So when you have like, I don't know how many people still do this, hopefully a lot. Around admission and portfolio season, I was doing like portfolio reviews, and I ended up getting one with CalArts, and they did like my portfolio review and whatnot. And I mentioned to them that I went to the Discover Animation program, and they said, "Oh, that will give you like somewhat of a leg up, more so than other applicants." Because I guess on paper, it's nice to see that that you've had interest in the school outside of just applying to them generally, but that you've also partaken in other programs that they have to offer. But that alone obviously isn't enough. Through your work, you still need to, if you went to CISA, but your work isn't as strong as somebody who didn't go into CISA, you're not going to get in just because you went to CISA. Like, that doesn't really need to be said. Like, that's pretty obvious. But I feel like just in terms of the school knowing that you have interest in them and that you've shown interest, I feel like that's a good thing to have recorded on paper.
Honestly, any opportunity that you have to create art within a community where you're surrounded by artists, it will help you, number one, with your motivation, and it'll just help you like improve your skills. So instead of like going to RISD that summer, I did the little like Discord CISA alternative that Abby actually coordinated and put together. And that was really fun because I had never done anything before in like that kind of sense with that community. And it was fun, like giving ourselves little fake assignments to do every week and seeing everyone's like films at the end of the month.
Can I give my thoughts on this question from the
Yes,
CUSA
please.
admin person? Yes. So, Anjali, you were a 2020 alum, is that right?
Yes, the very
You
first
were okay.
one.
So you were there when we so for CUSA, as the quarantine summer school for animation implies, we very spontaneously founded it during the pandemic. I went back through the DMs recently. We did 90% of the work like the week before it started. I don't know what I was on at that age.
You were cooking though.
I
It was
appreciate
okay.
it. I couldn't do it again. The certificate we give, which is just like a digital certificate, like from my perspective, it's completely made up. Like we just decided that there would be one, and then I opened up my Fire Alpaca and I made one. Like but it's real in the sense that it's something you can put on a resume or an application. I think it's about as legitimate as any other extracurricular. The community is going to be the portfolio building you get through the actual program is the main thing that helps you out.
I also kind of wanted to add on to this question because I did 3 actually before college, or actually mostly 2, and I was under the umbrella of the kids who had to experience all that online because it was COVID. But I did a figure drawing class at Academy of Art University and then another online class at Otis, and I got accepted for one at Nolan, which I was really excited about, but COVID canceled it. And I think my thoughts are mostly the same as everyone else's. I think that, yes, it looks good, especially for recruiters, especially if you are taking a pre-college class at your top choice. It looks good for recruiters because it's kind of like, oh, this person has a sense of familiarity with the school. They have a sense of commitment to the school. I think that looks really nice. I think, if anything, these classes will give you the technical pieces that you need in your portfolio. Because out of the figure drawing class I did at Academy of Art University, I got the figure drawing pieces that I did submit to a lot of these schools. So I think it can benefit you in technical terms. I think, but again, it doesn't guarantee you a spot, obviously. And I think that your portfolio should have some creative flair to it, but I'm sure that's another question. But I think overall, yes, it does look good in general, but it's not necessary by any means. You can have a stacked portfolio without any of these classes.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. For ArtCenter, I never took any art classes or pre-college programs before ArtCenter, and I got in. I think it is valuable in the sense that you are able to meet up with other artists and learn a variety of informative curriculum through that. But it definitely won't hinder your chances if you don't take any of those.
I definitely agree with like that sentiment by Scarlette because at Sheridan there's this thing called Art Fundamentals and it's like a pre-college thing. I've never taken it. It's not like college course. Apparently you can take it and it'll apply like the credits, like the art credits will apply to other art schools like in Canada. And it's a little bit, I wouldn't say controversial in Sheridan, but it's very split because you learn stuff in there, but you learn stuff like life drawing and perspective, and then you learn stuff like 3D and sculpting, which are like not part of the Sheridan animation program, and the most people who go into art fundamentals go because they want to go into the animation program, and it doesn't quite line up. And so it's like, would you rather do this and also have to juggle applying into Sheridan with the portfolio? Or would you rather do it on your own and maybe not have the teachers help, which I will say maybe is very valuable, is that you will have the teachers helping you and you'll be on campus, right? Are you spending that much money to go for a year in lieu of like maybe a portfolio prep? Because I know in Canada there's like a big culture of like do portfolio prep in high school or like right after high school to go into animation school. So, there's like a balance there that you can decide for yourself.
Oh yeah, to add on to the portfolio prep thing, I think that was kind of a cultural shock I got when I was looking into the art application community, because I feel like for a lot of American schools, at least for CalArts, there is like the doom sketchbook culture. Let's not talk about the sketchbooks, but like there is there's there's that, but
Please.
there's nothing where it's like people will train you to get into CalArts, because I think there's no like rubric or no scoring system to get in.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee. So when I found out that in schools like Sheridan, where like attending students or alumni like serve as mentors to help you with the very
Yeah.
specific assignments, I was like, whoa, this is so different. Not in like a bad way. I was just like, this would not happen at CalArts at all.
No, it's very mixed opinions
Yeah.
on those. Like, yeah, it's a culture shock when I went over too, because I was like, huh, I didn't know this was a thing when I was applying. But so many of my friends in Sheridan have gone to like official like high school portfolio preps, or they do like unofficial ones like online by like previous alumni, right? Or the most common one is like alumni. Like a lot of my friends are doing this. They offer like $30 an hour to look over your portfolio every week and make corrections on it. It's like this weird thing that it makes it so streamlined so that like everyone who does figure drawing, like it all looks exactly the same, like the style for people when they apply into Sheridan, like because of like all this portfolio prep. Like it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I agree with everyone that, like, I think if you're worried about, like, how to prepare for, like, applying to colleges, it's really just about practicing your skills and just, like, looking for opportunities to improve those skills. Like, I took Academy of Art classes, or the pre-college, because A, it was free, and also I was nearby, and I found them very helpful, because, like, my art school was pretty generic in terms of, like, what it provided, or, like, my high school was pretty generic, and being able to take, like, figure drawing classes, or, like, animation-esque related classes was really helpful, because it helped me, like, understand what I was even applying for and what I like. I think like just exploring what interests you, whether it be through like a pre-college or just like online classes or just like free resources online. Like there's tons of like figure drawing classes or like resources online for free. Just like practicing your skills and narrowing down what you want to do through any type of resource, I think is just a good idea.
I know that there are some schools, I think even Laguna, when I was applying, they said like recommended 1 year experience of figure drawing. So in that case, it's definitely helpful to have some figure drawing and life drawing under your belt. I know there is that rule, whereas if you're under 18, it's a little bit, you can't go inside those classes, but just try your best, honestly, because I think that is a bit interesting if they expect people who are just coming straight out of high school to have under their belt. But I've heard of people kind of asking around certain figure drawing classes can maybe allow you to, but in my opinion, it's kind of BS if they do expect people straight out of high school to have that sort of experience, especially with the age limit thing.
So the last question for this section is, during the application season, what should people do for the sake of their mental health? Wow, there's so much to unpack.
Funny
Good
question.
question.
I know this is so hard to say when you're applying, because I feel like when people listen to this and they hear our opinions, they're like, oh, they really went past it. They're just reminiscing on the nostalgic past. I say this with my whole heart. It's like, you have to unclench. Like, it's not that deep. Like, it sounds so intense, especially it's like, oh my God, I'm applying to these schools. And for my middle and high school, I didn't have to apply to go to those schools. They were just public schools. I never had this experience. So it was super stressful. And then there's probably many external or internal factors you may have where it's like the pressure of which one you'll get into. But I realized because of all this pressure and the external expectations that were put onto me, I ended up creating a lot of work I didn't like the first time I applied to art schools because I was so scared to displease anyone. I would just try to hear everyone's opinion and try to appease to it, but it ended up making a lot of art I disliked. Now that I look back on it, it felt very wasteful because I was creating things I personally didn't care about. I was just making art because I thought it would make me go further. But I think that made my art look a little disingenuine, and also it made it too safe. So it wasn't that interesting to look at. So I think that was the reason why it hurt my application a lot. So the second time I applied to CalArts specifically, and also I applied to ArtCenter, I was more relaxed because I went through this experience before. So it wasn't as like daunting and scary, the whole application process. And I think that showed through my work where it didn't seem like to have this weird like pressure or like appeasement. It's just like, this is the kind of work I want to make and this is myself, which I think a lot of people reviewing the portfolios resonate with. And then the last thing I want to say is like, don't suffer by yourself. It's so important to talk to your friends or other peers, you know, that are applying together, because I think there also is a toxic mindset some people have where you kind of view everyone else as your competitor. You can still have this feeling also in college too, where technically, you know, your classmates or your friends that want to get the same job. You are competing for similar goals, but also our community is so small and also so supportive. So, and you have to switch out the mindset where these people aren't against you. We're all working together towards the same goal, like for the greater good. So we are all helping each other. La la la. Yeah, that is my idea.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so specifically during application season, that was really like hellish. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was really, really hellish, especially going through that during COVID and just the whole lot being on lockdown thing. Like, I think that was definitely one of my worst mental health periods. I did not handle it very well. I don't know if I could share things that you can do, but I can definitely share things that you should not do.
Mm.
And I feel like Jamie said, like, please create a community for yourself. I feel like I isolated myself so hard. Like, I didn't find out about these, like, well, more so I didn't include myself in these online art school communities until after I already got into CalArts. And then I realized the entire, like, all the Discord servers and like little communities that existed that I just like wasn't a part of, that I would have loved to have had during application season. Cause like, you can try and isolate as much as you want, but like, you really do need that support to stay afloat. Like, I feel like I just was pushing out and churning out and generating these pieces that like I'm still very much so like not proud of. Like, I'm so shocked that I did not like my CalArts portfolio. I'm just gonna say that. I feel like everything that I made was just so, it was made with the intention of it being put in a portfolio, and I didn't really like any of it. And I feel like it's because I isolated myself so hard and like forgot to actually seek out differing opinions and like, you know, like talk to people like a normal person. It was just very odd. So please go outside. Don't like lock yourself in a room and make pieces. I don't care how close the deadline is. Like, I know people who made sketchbooks in a week. Mine took me literal months, and it was not as good as theirs because you can tell I was uninspired because I was not going out. I was not doing things. I was not talking to people. Please make sure that while you're making your portfolio, you remember why you want to go to this school and you remember why you're making art in the first place. Because it's really easy to forget that when you're kind of just pumping out work for the sake of getting it done as fast as you can. Like, that is the big, I wish I did that because I would have saved myself a lot of mental strife. So
I'm
yeah.
gonna piggyback on what you're saying. I definitely agree. I will say, if you can, give yourself a decent amount of time to do it, but like Amarise said, just make sure to surround yourself with things that are gonna inspire you and focus on why you're doing what you're doing. For me, I decided to apply to ArtCenter 2 weeks before the due date, and I had no experience with making a portfolio. I didn't know what that looked like, and I just kind of dove in and went for it, and that was definitely like a hard period of time that was detrimental to my health, and it was just a pretty stressful time. Time management is a beautiful skill that you should utilize, so please don't cram. If you have the option to, I wouldn't recommend it, but definitely just keep in mind why you're doing what you're doing and keep in touch with people that you love and cherish.
All through high school, it was like my end all, I will die if I don't, like, dream to go and get into CalArts. And like almost everyone else who wants to go to this school, it was the industry connections and the alumni and the student work that drew me in. However, it was also this like insane amount of pressure that I put on myself into crafting this quote unquote perfect CalArts sketchbook, which I believe really hindered myself and my progress, which ultimately led to my rejection because I was so afraid to make bad work. Even like a year before, like I was trying so hard to be prepared. I had been planning this since little 7th grade me Googled best animation schools to go to, and CalArts was at the top of the list. I was like, okay, I'll just do that. I'm sure I'll be good enough by then. um, but like, even though it was so far down the line and I was trying to plan, I was always so afraid to make bad work. You just cannot make good work without making the bad work first. And also trying to like do all this and like speed run all of this bad work that I had been procrastinating making during portfolio season, it all just like burnt me out so bad. But now looking back, I really wish I could tell like little senior year of high school me that while it would have been really cool to go to CalArts, coming to SVA and just being in New York, it's not even just the school, it's just like how life has just turned out for me that way. It's changed my life in ways that matter more and that are more important than like the college you get into. And like, you know, I don't know, it's like stuff that actually matters. Like I was able to meet my partner. I was able to meet like my group of friends, and my class in school is like insanely talented, and I'm surrounded by that make me want to be better and that push me. And in senior year, I was like, oh man, guess I'll have to settle for SVA. I'm like, no, because I'm pushing myself here still. It's not easy. I know it seems like when you're like 17, wherever you go for college is like genuinely gonna pick the course of your life. It's not. Like Jamie said, it's not that deep. I know it feels like it's that deep, but it's not that deep. And I wouldn't be like saying that if I didn't like truly believe it. Like I've had like nights where I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I got rejected from CalArts. I love my boyfriend so much.
No,
Period. And like, I don't know, like when you're applying to whoever's like listening to this already, you're doing what you're supposed to. You're looking for resources. You're listening to students. You just have to do your best. You need to push yourself and your skills, and you need to work hard, but not to the point where it prevents you from creating the work that you like in the first place. And like Amarise mentioned, the work that makes you want to go to art school also. Because it really shows in your portfolio when you're stressed, and no matter how much you think you can hide it, you can't. You can't.
I'm gonna like add something super, super quick to that. As a fellow like starry-eyed 7th grader who was gonna die if she didn't get into CalArts, like me getting into CalArts and actually experiencing it, I truly feel like I would have been fine if I had went anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that I love CalArts and I love the students there. I love the student body and I love what I've gotten out of the experience so far. But the pressure that I put on myself and the way I convinced myself that it's either CalArts or I have no career in the industry, like that is just so not the case. And I know that there are so many young people out there who think that they need to get into CalArts and that CalArts is the end all be all. Like it really isn't. And if anything, like going to CalArts has only made me realize that I low-key don't fucking like the school that much actually. And that there's like so many problems with it. And that I could truly complain about it, so many things about the school all day. I, of course, have good things to say about it, but there are just so many cons that like a starry-eyed girl who was romanticizing the experience definitely had a hard time dealing with when she actually got there. especially in the midst of online school. Like, oh my God, like I wanted to die. It was like kind of crazy. To everybody out there who still, like me, had that like unreasonable, unsensible thought that like you need to go to CalArts. Like, I understand that I'm in this position where I'm talking where I've already achieved the dream. So it's not like the same, but please know that it's not that deep. It's not as make or break as you think it is. Everybody in this chat right now, we're all going to different schools, and each school is amazing and each school is bad in their own way. But one thing that is consistent is that every artist in this chat is phenomenal. Everybody in here is going to be amazing in the industry. And no matter what you do, like CalArts isn't going to get you a job. Going to CalArts is not going to get you a job alone. Please make sure that you tour at the schools, because CalArts is ugly. Make sure you go somewhere that makes you happy, because I hate Santa Clarita. I don't know why I'm there. I cry every night. I cry every night, you guys.
I am very grateful that my college experience is in New York and not the middle of
It's not even in LA. Santa Clarita isn't in LA.
Praise everybody who's in New York. Shout out to everybody who's in Pasadena. Shout out to everybody who's in LA. Ooh. And rest in peace to the poor bitches like me who have to reside in the seventh pit of hell that is Santa Clarita. I hate it so much, and it literally like kind of hindered, like the location of the school definitely hinders the school experience for me like tenfold. So please guys, CalArts is not that serious. Like, it's awesome and everything, but like there's so many other places that are awesome in their own right as well. Just pick wisely and don't be silly, because it's a lot of money and you're going to be there for 4 years. So make a smart decision.
Because I want to jump off at that specifically, because I'm imagining like little baby Abby listening in the audience, and Anjali starts speaking, and I'm like, oh, that's a cope because you don't go to CalArts. And then Amarise starts speaking, and I'm like, oh, well, of course you'd say that. You already go there. And I just want to say to little baby Abby, it can't be both. You have to pick one. But yeah, you're going to be fine no matter what you do. Everyone here in this call is echoing the same sentiment. Please believe it. The other thing I wanted to touch on is the thing Amarise said earlier about like, oh, there were these people turning in like 1 week sketchbooks and getting in, because that was happening in my circles when I was applying. And I remember thinking at the time, like, oh my God, these people are gods that they can do something like that and so callously, drop something like that. And they are. I mean, that's a skill. But also, I think it's a symptom of the fact that what they're doing is they are going super, super quantity over quality, grinding as much mileage as they possibly can in the weeks leading up to that. And that's what makes the final product good, rather than obsessing over something for a long period of time. And that's not just for sketchbooks, that's for all portfolio pieces. Please just free yourself. Make 1,000 bad versions. It will be so much better than like if you're sitting down and thinking like, okay, this is the thing that's going to tell the people who I am, and like taking a deep breath, stop doing that. It's not going to help.
Honestly, it's really nice to hear everyone here kind of share the same sentiment, because I swear, I think in my middle school yearbook, I put that, I intend to go to CalArts. And then I literally put that in my yearbook, but I didn't even end up applying because that stupid sketchbook was the death of me, and I still have it to this day. I couldn't finish it within the application season, even though I did it months before. But I remember, and I know we all did the same, like just watching those YouTube videos, except the CalArts sketchbook. God. I was like, I was like looking at that, and I was like, oh my God, like my sketchbook needs to be like this. But that will be to your detriment, to anyone who is applying to CalArts and anyone in general who's applying to art school. I genuinely believe that comparison is the thief of joy. If you compare yourself to other artists, you're gonna delay your process of finding your own original style. And I even heard of someone say that people at CalArts, recruiters at CalArts and recruiters at all of these schools have picked up on the fact that applicants are looking at these YouTube videos, looking at all these portfolios and trying to imitate them. But instead, you're wasting time when you should be dedicating that time to finding your own voice as an artist, because I've known artists who've gotten in because their style is so distinct. If you can recognize it and say, oh, that's this person's art, then you know you're on the right track in terms of applications. I do think that where you do get into or where you don't get into, either way, it doesn't define you, you know, because as an artist, you choose to define yourself through your work. And no matter where you go, your work is motivated by you. So I feel that even if you do end up at one place, you also have free will. You have the ability to change, you know, where you might want to be. If you're unhappy, you have free will. You're not locked in the moment you do decide to go to school or you don't. You have potential to improve as an artist, and just prioritize finding your own voice and finding your own style, because that's something I wish I did when I was applying. I felt like I didn't have a very distinct style. I felt like I was kind of imitating others. Yeah, in the long run, it helped me develop my own personal style. But at the time, I feel like if I only created a somewhat consistent portfolio, it would have made me stand out from all the other applicants who are looking at the same videos of accepted CalArts sketchbooks and doing the same thing. I think that if you surround yourself with what you love and what you like doing, then you'll find your own voice and be a much better candidate.
Just two things. It's like, first thing is like, I'm taking this storyboard class right now on Brainstorm. My teacher works in Disney feature as a storyboard artist. I don't think she ever went to any art school. I think she studied philosophy or psychology, but like she didn't go at all. And she's still working there as a feature story artist. So it really like, and I think this is a constant. Is like a lot of people in the industry never went to art school. Like it's really not that serious. There's so many paths in. You know, going to CalArts or going to like some really prestigious school is never like the end all be all of getting into animation if you really want to. The second thing is that when I was applying to Sheridan, I guess this also adds on to the previous topic of like being very isolated, because the culture in the Discord channel was very almost toxic. Like there was a huge drama thing that went on like maybe 1 or 2 years ago, the first time I applied, because like you see there's a lot of people that interact in there, but you see so many people post their art, and I think it's really easy to compare yourself with that. Like you look at your own art and you're like, crap, their art is so much better, they're definitely gonna get in. And that's also that's like hard to avoid, because you go in there looking for advice, right? Then you see all these like applicants, like their work in progress, and you're like, mine doesn't look like that. But yeah, there was like a huge drama thing of people who got in like maybe 2 years ago, and then people who didn't get in felt like they didn't like they got cheated out of getting in. And there was a really big thing in the server, which is why the server is now no chats, only like those topic like Q&A things. Like there aren't any general chats anymore. So there's also a toxic side to these servers, I would say.
Whoa, I did not know that happened.
Yikes, it was pretty big. Like, I could say so many things about the Sheridan application process. I can even say some things about goblins because I applied and got through to the interview stage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what was it? In Sheridan, it's so clear cut. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen the application stuff. It's like figure drawing. You have to draw 2 hands. You have to draw a character with like it's kind of crazy, and results in people like fighting to fit a certain mold to get in, if that's the right term, because they watch like because it's the same culture. I didn't really like realize it because I was always so on the CalArts like sketchbook. Oh my god, those sketchbook videos got me through like some hard times.
Real.
They're so pretty. But in Sheridan, there's a similar thing where people will do, I got in with 91% and I got in with 96%, and they go through their portfolio on YouTube. You can find a bajillion of them on YouTube, and like people watch those religiously. And then they try to copy the style to try and get in. It's diabolical. And then you realize once you get in, it's not that serious. Everyone has such a different style that most of the time they look completely different from the application style. It's crazy. It's really never that serious. And also like for anyone applying to Sheridan, once the percentage, like because there's a cutoff, right, for the applications, once it goes above like 90 to 95%, it's basically luck on who gets in. Like at that point, everyone's on the same caliber of skill. Like it really is just luck. So you really shouldn't be putting all your worth into whether or not Sheridan accepted you, because like after going in, me and a lot of other people, we realized like, yeah, like it's never that serious. You'll probably get into the same like job as a Sheridan like alum once you all graduate. So, don't think too much about it.
Also, as someone who does admissions for CUSA, they go through that shit so fast. Like, I make an active point not to go through it fast specifically because I remember how hard Like, they do not look at your work for long. They're on a deadline. Please don't think that they've like born into your soul.
Also, I think it's important for anyone watching to be practical. Art school's so expensive. So if you get a good offer, just consider it, really deeply consider it, because we're all, again, someone said it, but we're all in the same voice chat. We all have similar experiences and we're all doing more than fine. You know, everyone's work is amazing. And again, it's just sometimes for me, reality slapped me in the face where I was just kind of like, okay, I got a good offer from Otis. It's not a bad school. I like the environment. Let's just see where it goes. And this kind of leads into my next point. If you're concerned about who your circle is going to be, if you're kind of like, oh, well, I want to be rubbing elbows with people at CalArts because they're at the top of the top. Oh, I want to be rubbing elbows, whatever. Again, there are other outlets and other ways to connect with people, like as if like what we're doing right now, etc. And then even I was on a short film at CalArts, and I actually finally got to see the campus, and I was kind of like, wow, it's kind of like my school a little bit from the student culture, etc. If you find your community within animation and within other artists, you'll find that a lot of our experiences are similar, and if you really motivate yourself, you end up at where you want to be. But be practical, honestly.
Yes.
Just because money is a real thing, guys. Like, right. It's make a good decision financially and you'll be saving yourself a lot of time and money.
Yes. In summary, many roads lead to Rome. Okay. You may not land at the next step that you were planning. Life rarely goes according to plan. Even maybe only a few months down the line, you may notice that in actuality, you may have landed in a good spot. Maybe not like to stay permanently, but again, life is always progressing forward. Many roads lead to Rome. You and your peers may be standing side by side one day, even though maybe y'all are at different schools or following different life paths at the moment. This is kind of dragging back a really old point that was discussed like, I don't know, 10 minutes, half an hour ago. Time isn't real. I've worked with a lot of people since applying to college. Most of them haven't gone to school. All of them didn't even know that I went to USC. So, if you're worried about school name playing a role in getting a job, reputation wise, not important. It's about your art. You know, at the end of the day, it's not the curriculum. Maybe you get really close to a faculty and they become your mentor and then they help you make some really cool stuff. But hey, you can find that at any art school or school. No one school should have some miracle staff or miracle student body or miracle campus that will literally help you produce award-winning portfolio. You know, most of that work is going to be done by you.
That name recognition is definitely a myth.
It's definitely a myth.
You know, you
Yes,
don't need to
absolutely.
you don't need to go to all these top-notch schools you see on top animation lists to get a job in the industry. You just have to have a good portfolio, and who makes the portfolio? You, not the school. So
I feel like most people, they're like, they ask you, they're like, oh yeah, your art's so cool, blah, blah. And then it's like an afterthought. Oh yeah, what school did you go to? Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Like, it's really like it's not important in the industry, I don't think.
I also think it's important to note, like, it doesn't really matter where you go, but also it doesn't matter how long it takes you. I feel like when you graduate high school, there's like such an immense pressure to just like rush into college and then rush into like an internship and then a career. Like, there's like this huge myth that like the way to break in is to follow those exact steps, and that's like not true. And it took me like COVID to realize that. I know COVID was really bad, but I feel like for me personally, like COVID was such a good experience for me because it gave me like time to think about what I was actually doing rather than just like diving right into stuff. Because I went to CCA first, and I initially wasn't even really sure what I wanted to do yet. I was like very indecisive. Like, I was like, I want to do Viz Dev, or oh no, I want to do 3D, I want to do 2D, and I was just like rushing into all these different things. And then I realized I didn't even really like the school I was at or just like what I was doing, and I was like, oh, I'm like stuck here because I rushed into this and everything. And then COVID happened, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take a gap. So I took a gap, and I actually sat down and thought about like what I wanted to do. I took classes for fun. I just like sat back and like figured out what I want to do and had fun with what I was doing. And then that time like gave me like perspective on, hey, maybe I want to actually go to New York now. Like I feel like that'd be a good experience. And I looked at like SVA and I was like, wait, I really like the animation program here. So I actually had more time to sit about what I wanted to actually do. And I'm so glad I did that. I think that decision completely changed my life, and I just love the experience I got from SVA. Like everyone has been so awesome. And I realized when I was there, like I thought everyone was gonna be like in the same experience. Or like, oh, they all graduated from like high school, and then like I'm like going in as a transfer. It'll be weird, but everyone there was like in a completely different boat. They were or like the same boat as me, where they were in like different boats. Where like everyone had like took gaps, they transferred. Everyone was at different stages of their life, and then just like being with them and like being in the same classes and learning from each other was so interesting. I just feel like I wouldn't have gotten that if I didn't like take a step back. So I think yeah, like application process is like such a stressful time. Everyone's like rushing to get into like their top schools and like do all these things. They're worried things won't go their way, but it's kind of okay if things don't go their way. And like just take a step back and like relax and kind of remember what you're doing. And I think it'll really help you like figure out who you are and just like what you actually want to do.
I did want to say a little bit earlier, I think that when you are considering schools, it's important to look into what schools, because obviously a lot of artists fall under 3D or 2D, and it's important to research what school or what schools are better at 2D or integrating 2D or 3D, how much to integrate whatever, because that's important, because you don't want to be a 2D animator stuck doing Maya your whole education career, you know? So look into what schools offer.
Okay, guys, all you need to know is that no one art school is perfect. It's literally a building with some people standing in it, and they're asking for your money. And there are many buildings just like it with many people just like those people standing in the building asking you for money. And
Y'all go to
okay,
school. You know what
yeah,
school is like. It's like
it's
that.
school. It's school. Like, if you want to make friends and rub elbows also with people from other schools, that is possible. This is the internet age. You can talk to them. Okay, I'm talking to Amarise right now, and we do not go to the same school. Okay, it's possible to share your art with them. It's possible to brain rot, like exchange OC rant knowledge. It's anything is possible. Okay. You can also meet them at conventions. I don't know if you're that kind of person. Honestly, Lightbox, hi. Why did you raise the ticket price? But anyways, lovely place to meet other artists. Okay. Don't feel like you're missing out too heavily on anything. And that also, please make friends at your school too. Make friends both in and outside of your school. They will be your besties, ride or die for life if you choose so. So this industry is small. Make friends with everyone, okay? No matter where you are. Hey, because one day you might be coworkers.
Yes, very true.
Period.
Be nice to everybody, not only because it's good to be nice to everybody, but also because you will work with these people one day. The animation industry is very small. Please make a nice reputation for yourself. Word gets around fast here. Almost
You
too
cannot
fast.
fathom how small. It's so small.
It's really small.
It's always gonna be small. Please be wise.
And honestly, if you message any one of us, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you message any one of us, we'd be more than happy to give you some advice pertaining to our schools or
Yes.
our
100%.
experience, etc.
100%.
And everyone I've
Yeah.
talked to, not even just the people on this call that I've shot like a cold DM or whatever, it's positive. I've never had a bad experience with anyone within this community.
Also, like you
Everyone's
can
so
just
nice.
you can just DM anyone. We're so chill. It's a pretty unique industry in that sense. It's a very collaborative culture.
Okay, so the last category is going to be about school life questions. So, like the curriculum, dorming situation, etc. So, the first question I received is, what is the diversity like in your school? And we talked a little bit about this earlier, actually, with transfer applicants, but I think CalArts is decently diverse racially. When I search up the statistics, I think it's 35% white. And I'm speaking from my perspective as a character animation student, is that there's a lot of international students also, specifically from East Asia. So if you're from that demographic or English may not be your first language, there are definitely communities for that. And then there's also a lot of Asians, surprisingly, in character animation. And the downside, I think, is that there's actually very few Black students in character animation. And it is kind of a controversial like discussion where people notice only 1 or 2 Black students are admitted per year, when statistically I feel like there are more qualified like Black artists that could be at the school. But it was kind of shocking to see the demographics for that. And then when it comes to diversity for like LGBT stuff or whatever, it's like art school. So you already know what it's, it's like. It's pretty accepting. Yeah, that is my perspective on CalArts diversity.
I'll piggyback off that because SJSU is extremely similar. There's not exactly one-to-one, like the breakdown of the animation program versus the school as a whole doesn't always match up. But for both of them, generally, there's a lot of Asians. There's a big Vietnamese population around here. Very active Filipino culture club. So I don't know if it's necessarily representative, but I see that just engaged in a lot. So I noticed them. Like CalArts, also 1 to 2 Black students per year in the major, which I've heard sounds a little bit uncomfortable. So that's the racial ethnic breakdown. We're very female, and we're also very gay and very autistic.
For ArtCenter, I would say for international students, they make up about, I want to say 50% of our school. I did end up looking up the demographics, and I believe the more accurate number was 48 as of 2022. To my knowledge and interaction, majority of these students are from East Asia, and this also applies to non-international students, as majority of our students are East Asian. There isn't a lot of Black or Hispanic students here. I was very fortunate to be a part of a class that has a good amount of Hispanic students. So it was nice to form that community. But yeah, there's not so much Black or Hispanic students here at ArtCenter.
At SVA, it's like okay. It's like honestly more of the same. Besides the white student population, a considerable percentage are Asian international students. However, me being brown Indian, there just because I noticed that these things, there aren't that many South Asians, at least in animation. There are a lot more in design, but I never see them. So to me, they don't exist. In animation, I can count like across all 4 years, like there's less than 10 of us, which is deeply unfortunate. But there's even less like Black and Latino students, which sucks even more. But there are quite a few cultural clubs. There's Asian Student Union and Black Student Union and La Bodega, which is for Latino students. So they do exist and they do host like parties and stuff. Like I know sometimes ASU will do like Lunar New Year things and sometimes Diwali things also, although I've never gone because I just don't have time. But the teachers they're also mostly white. Had a handful that weren't. I don't know. Angie, do you have any thoughts?
No, I pretty much agree with you. Although I think the Asian Student Union is Asian American Student Union. I feel like there could be more support for like international students, but all those clubs are really good. I went to a few events for the Asian American Student Union, and they were very fun. They do have a lot of really good events and like guest speakers who are like Asian American, so those are really nice.
Yeah, Chantel does get really good guest speakers. She got Bobby Pontius, which was crazy. I was so excited.
For Otis, I would say Otis is actually pretty diverse. I haven't really seen a friend group that's completely homogenous. I think all the student body mixes together pretty well. And yes, it's art school, so a lot of the student population is queer, LGBTQ plus, you name it. Our campus is pretty good on that. We bring like we've had drag shows, etc., and it's a pretty comfortable space if you are LGBTQ. In terms of like races, I think that there is a good amount of every. I think that even in animation, I think if I had to say there was a majority in animation, it would be Asian. But I think the staff, there is actually a pretty diverse staff. Oh, in terms of clubs, so how it is on my campus, the clubs in general aren't very active, but one of the more active clubs is actually BSU. They meet pretty regularly, and the people in that club seem very tight knit. So that's good. There isn't much. Actually, I think there is an Asian American club, something like that. I think overall it's a pretty seamless community over at Otis in terms of diversity.
Okay. I did have something to add on for CalArts also, which is that there are clubs based on like the different racial groups, and then usually if there's holidays or certain events, the whole school will celebrate it. So then there's a lot of celebrations related to like different food, like the cafeteria will have decorations. And I remember for Lunar New Year, they actually brought lion dancers in the cafeteria, which I thought was kind of funny. But there are like events like that. I will say there's something unique about the CalArts diversity experience where the school has a large range of people. But the moment you go outside to the neighborhood, it's like only white people. Like it's like the white conservative suburb ever, which is really jarring when you're going out shopping or getting groceries because it's so obvious who goes to CalArts. Like you see someone that's not like a white middle-aged man and you just know, oh, they're going to college here. So that is kind of strange. Versus like I think if you go to like New York, it's like, okay, there's still a diverse amount of people outside. But the moment you step outside the zone, it's like so different. Like even my neighbors in my apartment are so different.
Yeah, Santa Clarita is evil. I didn't know it was like, oh my god. Someone told me it's like one of the most conservative like areas like in like the LA adjacent area, which would make sense to me. But for diversity in the experimental animation program, sorry, it's pretty similar to character animation. I think our largest populations are East Asian, and in undergrad, it's we have an MFA and a BFA program. So the undergrad program, I think, is probably less diverse. I think there are more white students than the graduate program. The graduate program, I think, is like a good amount better at getting a broader range of racial diversity.
Okay, so I will just chip in and talk a little bit for USC right now. I think in terms of like diversity, it's like really quite broad, like what this like means in terms of like the whole school, because I think for one, like if we're talking about like ethnicity or race, it's definitely like also like really diverse. I feel like walking around, I see like a lot of different kinds of people, usually like all across the campus. And if also like we were to talk about like how diverse are like the students like from their different backgrounds, I'd say it's also really diverse because the people that I met like outside of the animation cohort and like outside of SCA, they all have like a lot of like really different like backgrounds and like where they come from. So there's also that. And a lot of people talk about how like USC is like a school of like spoiled children or something like that, but I don't necessarily agree because I think that although like a lot of people might definitely be well off, it's like not a really big representation of like all the students there. Like I know a lot of people are in like different like tax brackets. Like some people are receiving like scholarships or like financial aid, so it's like really different. But if I were to talk more specifically about like within my animation cohort, there's honestly, I don't think there's more than 15 people in our cohort, like for our specific class to begin with. And I think our cohort is mainly made up of like Asian students and white students, and there's also like almost half which are international. So yeah.
Oh, I also wanted to, because I realized I didn't explicitly say this, SJSU on the whole is plurality Asian. So not majority Asian, but is the most represented.
Sheridan has pretty big population of East Asians in animation specifically. I would say the majority is definitely East Asian, although I've only been through first year, so I can't say maybe for all the years. There is also, there's white people, there's middle and southeast, oh sorry, middle and South Asians, but there's not a lot of Black people or Hispanic people. And I have talked with a few students about this, and it's apparently like there was some controversy about that around Sheridan earlier. I'm not too sure about it though. I will say that the school maybe is not the most maybe not the best at like organizing cultural events, but the students are very, very welcoming. It's a great community for any sort of like POC or LGBTQ representation. So I definitely love the community a lot. I don't know about the school though.
Oh my God, there's so much to talk about this question. So someone asked, what is the dorming situation like at your school? Okay,
No.
so CalArts Shannara dorms are kind of infamous for how old they are. Like they kind of look like jail cells, if I'm gonna be honest, with like the brick walls. And a lot of the plumbing is pretty old. And then a lot of people say horror stories about how bad it is, but like honestly, when I lived there, it wasn't too bad. It's usually 2 to 3 people per room, and if you have 3 people, you will have a bigger room, and then 2 to 3 rooms per bathroom. So around 6 to 9 people per bathroom. And if it's 3 rooms per bathroom, your bathroom will also be bigger. The downside is that there's no kitchen area or like living room area. Like I think the only cooking area is like this communal floor in the entire like dorm building, which is like low-key a safety hazard. So I wouldn't recommend cooking there unless you have like a big party event where you need an entire kitchen to host everyone. And then the other dorms are Amundsen, and those are nicer. I believe those are for older students and also students that are like MFAs or BFA 3s and 4s. And those are more like apartment style, where instead of sharing a room, it's each person gets their own individual small room. And then you collectively share like the kitchen and the living room area. So that is more salvageable of a living situation. But I haven't lived in Amundsen personally because you have to, it's like being older and also being an upperclassman. So I think, at least in character animation, there is a thing where people like to dorm in the first year because I think it's the easiest way to interact with your classmates, especially when you're getting used to the school. It's just convenient that everyone lives in the same building. But then as you get older, it becomes more affordable to live off campus.
I can add on to that, just saying I was an RA for Chenard last year, and I both love it and hate it so much. The pipes are so bad. Do not flush anything that isn't toilet paper. Your toilet will explode. I've been there for incidents, and it is not appealing, but also, I don't know, it's cute, and it's like, it's so nice being so close to the building and so close to all of your friends, so I do highly recommend it.
So I just want to do a quick big PSA for ArtCenter. They don't have any dorms. I'm lucky enough to live like within an hour to 40 minutes away, so I commute, but majority of people rent together. It's about 3 to 4 people per apartment is the average. If you're interested in ArtCenter and have got accepted, you could go ahead and reach out to me for a Discord I made. There's a section for people who are roommate searching, and I heard it helped. And there's also an official ArtCenter Discord that helps with that. But the most common thing I hear is either somebody lives in the area, they're a commuter, or they end up having to rent with a couple of other people because the school does not provide dorms.
For Otis, I can't really speak on personal experience because I've been living off campus for the last 2 years, including my freshman year. I'll just speak on the times I've kind of stayed over or what my friends do say. I would say there's 3 main places that a lot of students tend to go. There's obviously the dorms on the campus itself. They're fun. They look nice and modern, but they still kind of have their issues. There's communal study areas, so a typical dorm has 2 rooms and then like a common space, and then there's up to 2 people per room. Also, the walls are kind of thin, just letting people know. On each floor, there's a communal area. Some of them are reserved for study rooms, some of them are just kind of lounges, and then on the top floor, there's a kitchen, but it's really gross. I don't believe anyone actually uses it. It's but as a counter to that, what's nice is that right across the street from Otis, there's a Ralph's. So that's how a lot of students get their food. It's like walking distance. That's like the nice part of it. But the other 2 places people live is walking distance. There's a nicer complex called Playa del Oro. That's what we call it. That's walking distance. It's on the pricier side, but I feel like you kind of pay for what you get. And then across the street also is, but it's affordable, and it's fine. It's also fine. It's where a lot of students go because it's right across the street from Otis, and a lot of people just don't really drive. So those are the three main places a lot of people go. There are a decent amount of commuters and a decent amount of people that live off campus like me, but that is the main three housing situations you'll find at Otis.
So at SVA, most people do not dorm all 4 years, but I am the unfortunate exception. So there's the freshman year dorm, which is it's exclusively for freshmen and it's called 23rd Street. So like I lived there freshman year. And it's like a trauma bonding experience. That's what that building is. That sounded similar to Chouinard, but I literally wrote so much. I'm trying to figure out how to rein it in. Okay, so the very first dorm I was in was meant for 4 people, but there were only 3 of us total because someone dropped out last minute. So we were like, hooray! But then Hurricane Ida happened, and our dorm was right underneath where and all the water came down into our apartment. And so our walls got filled with like these balloon pockets of water, and our ceiling was like leaking, and everything, and the ceiling was squishy. And one day, my roommate, there's only bunk beds in 23rd Street. One day she poked the ceiling right above her head and her finger went through the ceiling and she touched a mushroom.
Oh my god.
And so like, okay, this is a safety hazard. And the school was thankfully super helpful. They moved us out of that dorm, but this was like a week after we moved in. So it was like really hectic and kind of made me want to cry. But we had to move out of that dorm and they put us in a duplex, so a 2-floor apartment meant for 8 people. But we were just 3. So we were like, okay, this is great. And they didn't increase our fees that we had to pay. So we were still paying for the smaller dorm. We were like, okay, this is great. And it was all great until we realized that literally at any point they could email us and be like, you are getting 2 new roommates tomorrow. Be ready. And we'd be like, oh. And that happened twice. Luckily, everyone that moved in with us was normal. And I met one of my best friends that way. But had they not been normal, I think I would have lost it. And we did have some mice problems. In 23rd Street, we had this mouse and I named him Geronimo, and he popped out one day while I was the only one at home because everyone else had left for winter break, and he scurried out from under my shoe rack and I could not sleep that night. And then a couple months later, he died on top of one of my paintings. So rest in peace, Geronimo. Yeah, so that's freshman year. You should always trust what the school says because they don't tell you about Geronimo living in your walls and the water leaking from the director's porch. And so then second and third year, I lived in the 24th Street dorms. Also, sorry, I completely forgot to mention, 23rd Street, they're all apartment style. So you usually have 4 or 6 people and you'll have a roommate. And so you'll have like 3 rooms and you'll share a kitchen, or you'll have 2 rooms and you'll share a kitchen and a bathroom. One thing about SVA, they never make you do like communal bathrooms with lots of people. The max you'll ever have to do is 6, and those are only the people in your apartment. So that is I am really grateful for. Biggest thing I need everyone to understand is that SVA has no meal plan. It is non-existent. There's like a cafe called Moe's Cafe where you can get the most mid food imaginable. It's fine. There's no meal plan. And 23rd Street, the apartments have a kitchen, but in 24th Street, they do not. They're like your typical dorm room at like a state school. Like literally 2 twin beds, except we do get our own bathroom. So yeah, and there's only one communal kitchen and it's in the basement, and I am not hauling my stuff down there every single day to like grill myself a cheese. I really can't do that. And so my roommate and I had an air fryer and an Instapot, and we somehow just survived off of that. Yeah, my biggest struggle has been the no meal plan, and you're on your own with like figuring out your food, and with all the hours that you spend in the lab, it can get pretty tough, and spending money on eating out gets expensive and unhealthy very fast. Yeah, so next year I'm moving into the Gramercy residence that SVA has, which is still a dorm. It is apartment style again, but it's the oldest building they have, and it infamously has mouse problems. But I need a kitchen, and that building gives you a kitchen. It's got one dingy, rickety elevator, but you know, I just need a kitchen, guys. I can't do it anymore. And I tried to find an apartment, but every time I tried, it just was a flop.
Apartment hunting in New York is like doom.
It's literally made me cry. I cannot lie.
I'll talk about USC right now. So for the freshman dorms, there's honestly a lot of options. Like, for example, there's Parkside, there's like Pardee, you can dorm in Burncamp, you can dorm. There's like a lot of like different dorm options here. A lot of people, if they're scared of like not having freshman housing, that's like kind of not possible because they prioritize, I'm pretty sure, freshmen and sophomores for getting housing before juniors and seniors, who I'm pretty sure often have to seek out apartments like off of campus. And the one that I lived in was called McCarthy, and that one was the honors one, which I think you can get into if you have a specific kind of scholarship, which I did. And that one was okay. I had like an 8-person like suite style dorm, so it was like 2 people per room, and then we had like 2 bathrooms and then 2 sinks and then also like a common area with a couple couches and all. And so the one thing about our dorm, like in all of McCarthy, was that we didn't have like a kitchen, which I think several other dorms did have, but our dorm did have a laundry room per floor, and I think there's 5 floors. And then there was also like a trash disposal area, as well as like cleaning service, which they did 2 times a week. And on top of that, for our dorm, there was also like a courtyard and several study lounges where people could work. And it was honestly quite nice because, like everyone else said, in freshman year, dorming at the school can help you get to know like other people that are living there, like other freshmen, and it can help you build community, which is really important. And so for the meal plan, we also have to buy it as freshmen as well. And it's pretty pricey, like for freshmen, but then later on, you don't have to buy it because you have different housing options. And yeah, so for socializing, like I said, living on campus the first year gives you a lot of opportunity to meet people. And yeah, I think that's about all I had to say.
I can add on a little bit with what Anjali said. I kind of had the opposite experience SVA because I never dormed. So I got an apartment my first year, and usually people don't do that. I only knew only one person who dormed or didn't dorm their first year and went to an apartment. Most people either commute from like where they originally live in New York or they dorm the first year. But after the first year, like everyone wants to get an apartment because of how expensive and shitty the dorms can be. So if you are hoping to not dorm or just like find a cheaper place, there's going to be a lot of people looking for that option. And just in general, like the entirety of New York, people are looking for housing all the time. You'll just see people going, I need a roommate. Who wants to be my roommate? And there's like always options and stuff, but they go fast. But people are always looking, and there are people who are able to snag housing outside of the dorm situation. But it's also not great. It tends to be better than the dorms, and it depends on where you go. And the price range does vary based on the borough you go to, because New York is so big and there's so many different neighborhoods. A lot of housing outside of campus also still has problems like flooding and like pests. My apartment has like a huge pest problem, multiple Geronimos, like 5 Geronimos, and lots of roaches. So if you're going to like live in the dorms or apartments in New York, you just have to kind of get used to the problems of actually living in New York in general. So that's just something to be aware of no matter where you're going. And just also considering like the commute and like dealing with having to live in the middle of the city is definitely a very unique experience. Like some people may not like it. I think it's pretty cool, especially since I don't like to drive. I love the idea of being able to just like use public transportation or walk to school or like walk to wherever I want after school. SVA doesn't have like a really good campus setting, so like your main like places of like hanging out would be like the dorms, the labs, or just New York itself.
Angie,
so that's
you're
something to also
forgetting
consider.
the city is your campus. Come on.
Yeah, because the city is your campus.
The city is your campus.
I totally
Forget.
forgot that we don't have a meal plan because I just got so used to it. Like I got brainwashed to like, yeah, like the camp, like, oh my gosh, the meal plan, that's just like the coffee shop across the street. That's just like the cafe across the street. It's like McDonald's and stuff. Like there's
the
like food
McDonald's,
everywhere,
the
but
Paris
like
baguette. It's
the
yeah,
Paris baguette,
there's
oh my
no
God,
meal
cafe.
plan, yet the businesses that have stationed themselves around the animation lab building, they're doing so well.
God, they must be making so much money off of
They
SVA
make so
students.
much
Like
money off of
leave the
us.
labs for 5 minutes and go to Paris Spaghetti.
One thing about New York, I cannot walk down the street without spending like $8. I just can't. I really try. I simply just can't. Like, it's really hard, guys. It's really hard. But I do like walking everywhere. So it's better
It
than
is nice.
what I've heard of Santa Clarita in this call.
Oh,
Much love.
I could not
Much
survive.
love. I would not survive in Santa Clarita.
There's like no food options,
I'm so sorry.
especially ethnic food options. It's over.
I would go insane.
There's a lot of really good, diverse, fast, and somewhat affordable food in New York. Like, the food range of, like, expensive to non-expensive is, like, so drastic. Like, you can get, like, a slice of pizza for, like, a couple bucks, or you can get, like, something super fancy. And it's always open, like, pretty late, too. So that's also something to consider. Like, if you live in the dorms or if you're on campus. But yeah.
I think it's funny that, Angie, the place you get the most food from is called Yummy Stick. But like, it's good.
Stick.
It is a stick that's yummy. I can't lie, but
The most
They
like,
put something
popular
in
one-
there that like specifically hooks like SVA students. Like SVA students are addicted to the yummy stick. So if you go to SVA, you can like join the yummy stick cult.
the most like popular or like controversial and like popular in my class group is like this little cafe called Miss Cheese. And it doesn't even I don't even know if it serves cheese because we just get boba there, but I don't know why it's called Miss Cheese.
I will say the at SJSU, we have some pretty solid on-campus dining options. We've got meal plans for the cafeteria, which we call the dining commons. People say it's mid, which is fair, but there's a decent amount of variety. At least we've got pizza, we've got a generally Asian station, taco station, meat station, vegan station that's closed on weekends because vegans aren't real on weekends. Allergen-free station that is also closed on weekends because no one has allergies on weekends. Like a sandwich bar and salad bar. That's it. And then in the student union, they also have like Taco Bell, Starbucks, Jamba Juice, big chains, and they also have a really nice little marketplace where they make like fresh sandwiches, and they have like a convenience store. I really like that place. So that's the food. For actual living, it's pretty nice. They've got this main quad for all the different dorms, which it's nice that most of them are all in the same place because it means even if you're coming back late at night, everyone's headed to the same place, which for San Jose isn't a great area for safety. So I like that thought in the design. Joe West, where I dormed first year, has no AC. There was a heat wave that year. And also, the entire building shares one communal kitchen that is in no way maintained, and everyone refuses to use on the first floor. However, for animation majors, in spite of all of that, I would still actually recommend it first year because the Arts Village floor, the 9th floor, which is mostly just art students, is a really nice bonding experience. There's this big common room where everyone does all their work. And also, art students are really good, and so it tends to be politely maintained, and the noise levels are good and all that. And I enjoyed it in spite of everything. It's also a little cheaper than the other buildings. The suites are great. I was in CVB this past year, and I was in a suite with three singles and a double. The layout varies a bit. And there was this big, nice living room with a okay kitchen. The rooms are small, but like I said, I'm in a single, so that there was plenty for me. But what gets me personally as someone who calls people a lot is that the walls were so thick and I could be as loud as my heart desired at 3 a.m. Love noise canceling walls. That's my little thing. It is everything in San Jose is expensive, but I think the deciding factor for me, other than also if you're coming in as a first year, you will be carrying so many physical supplies that if you don't live on campus, definitely get like a wagon or something. So that's one thing that keeps me on campus, and then the other thing is off campus tends to be kind of unsafe at night, so be mindful of that and how you're going to get around.
I just have one more thing to say about the freshman year dorm building, 23rd Street. As much as it is like as much as it sucks, it is really a trauma bonding experience. Like one of my roommates that I had when we went through the like water in the ceiling, like she was a design major. She was into like completely different things than me. We honestly did not really speak until that day that our ceiling came crashing down. But I don't know, it just like forced me to talk to someone that was completely different than me and somehow still like, find a friend that way. And it's also really helpful, like most people that come haven't lived in like a big city or lived on their own before. Like I hadn't, like I come from like the suburbs. And it's really helpful adjusting with everyone else because like it's not as scary. There's you're going to have people to walk back to the dorms from class with, whether you like them or not. They're going to be there, and you're gonna just like be comfortable. I don't know how to explain it. It's just good for you. It's less scary, it's good for you. You'll always, like, if you ever need something, someone from your class, one of your friends is going to be in the same building as you. And I personally really benefited from that freshman year because I loved all my friends living in the same building. And that is something that I will never get again in life, probably, which sucks, but it's the truth. So take advantage of it while you can, because I think it's really worth it and you can have a lot of fun.
I second all that. Also, I just realized I misspoke earlier. The allergen-free station is available on weekends. It's just the vegan one that's closed.
Okay.
So as like sorry, I'll go real quick.
I was just making sure. Has everyone talked about their school?
I'll go real quick.
Okay, I just want to make sure no one glossed over. Yeah.
Okay. So as like an American who went to college a little bit before going to Sheridan and then going to Canada, one of the biggest culture shocks is realizing how crap our dorm situations are. Because I think most people here are like familiar with you room with another person or more than another person in one room, and you have your beds all in the same room, and you just have to deal with like, sleep schedules and whatever. But like going to Sheridan, the dorms are, you get your own bedroom. It's like a suite. You get your own bedroom with your roommate. So your bedrooms are like right next to each other. And they're pretty soundproof too. You get like I think it was a extra large twin. I forgot. It's like a big bed. Like it's not like the twin beds that most colleges have. You have a kitchen area with a little table and 2 chairs. You have like a shower and a sink on the side in like all in your own suite. One downside I would say is there's no stoves. There's no like, any of those things. So you have to get your own like Bunsen burner or like a induction plate, but that's not really a big issue because like it's just so nice living there. And since you're living in a dorm, right? I think the biggest benefit of dorm living is you can talk with everyone. Like all of your classmates are on the same floor. Like it's so nice to just run out and be like, hey, does anyone have like salt? And then like you text it and people are like, oh yeah, I have salt here. And then you can go grab it from someone else's room. And if for those of you that don't know, Sheridan is in Oakville, which is the worst city I've been in. There's nothing here. Like I'm surrounded by empty lots. Like I go to the Walmart and there's just an empty lot on the side. There's nothing. It's not like they don't use it for farming. It's just like there, and there's nothing to do here. There was a boba shop that was right, and it was called Just Tea. It closed, and I don't know why, because they even had a collaboration with Studio Heartbreak, like the film about the lesbian the lesbian what was it, like sushi and mermaid, that story. Like they had a collab with that, but it closed down. So there's really nothing here for us, but it is an hour drive from Toronto. So if you take the GO train and go to Toronto, it's like heaven. Like it's like New York, I would say. It's like you can get anything you want to eat, and it's so walkable, it's so nice, and there's so many people. And then you come back to Oakville and it's like, wow, I really live here. But overall it's still pretty nice.
But yeah, I remember seeing a Sheridan Mutual post on their story, and it was just like pavement street, a road, and then trees, and it was like average view. I was like, oh.
Dude, I like coming from California, going to Canada, it's so gray. It's so gray. There's no like green or anything. Like at least you have cactuses. Like in the winter, there's nothing. It's so brown. It's quite Canadian. Love you guys.
Okay. Is everyone done with this question? I'm going to assume yes. Okay. All right. So next question is, how does your school teach or work you through networking in the industry? How good is your school at connecting you with industry professionals? So for CalArts, character animation and also experimental animation is part of this. The main thing we have is we have something called Portfolio Day, and it's a pretty big event run by the film video department where we all submit our portfolios and all our information like resume, social media, etc. And then they organize a webpage with different categories of our portfolios. And then they send out this directory to all the different studios. I think it's about 50 studios, and it varies from like classic feature like Pixar and Disney, and then there's TV like not Cartoon Network anymore, RIP, Warner Bros, and then smaller indie studios and like commercial studios. And then after the studios look through your work in a few weeks, you will receive callbacks. So it's whether the studio wants to talk with you or not. And if you don't receive callbacks or you still want to talk to certain studios, there's also the option where you also sign up to talk to certain studios. So it goes both ways. And then the actual event is held in February. And then it's like a whole thing in the main gallery floor. There's a bunch of tables lined up with the different studio representatives. And then there's like different time slots for each person. And it's about 20 minutes per person where you get to like sit down and talk to the representative. And sometimes it's like an industry professional, like a director, or sometimes it's a recruiter or just another representative. But even so, it's just nice to do that kind of networking and gain something from it. The other major things character animation has, because that's like my main perspective, is that the teachers are industry professionals. So we get a lot of accurate information, especially about like the LA Union, things like that. And I think they really do care about our success. And the thing I also really like specifically with CalArts is we get like a mentor assigned to us. And some people have mixed feelings about the mentorship program, but I'm really lucky where I have a very supportive and active mentor. Shout out to Dave Thomas. But I really learned a lot from him, and that also makes me feel more reassured for networking. And then the last thing is the films you make during CalArts is you have the screening that has all the films. And then in character animation, the faculty will go through every single film, which is like 150 films, which is insane for them to review. And then they choose the films they like the most, I guess, or it's juried fairly. And then the list comes out, and it's about 20 of those films. And then those get presented into like a red carpet style screening. And then they invite a bunch of professionals, and it's like a good time to just fancy in their speeches and guest speakers. So it makes you feel cool, I guess. And it's also opportunity for your film to be shown to like a wider audience. Yeah, I think that's like the main stuff I covered.
I can talk about SVA. I think SVA does a pretty good job for the most part for networking, especially ever since the department got a new chair. Shang is the new chair, and she's like gotten really involved in like the New York animation scene, and she specifically goes to like different events and like festivals and tries to get the SVA animation department into those events and give like students free tickets and entry, and sometimes the school itself hosts a lot of the events at the SVA theater. So there's a lot of collaboration with a lot of the local New York's animation scene with specifically SVA, BFA animation department. A lot of these events are kind of outside of SVA though. Like the school itself will promote it, but you have to be the person who takes the time to apply for them and gets the ticket and go outside of your time outside of school. So it's something where there are a lot of opportunities at SVA. You just have to make the effort to go to them. Like they'll never set it up for you in campus. You have to make the effort to go. So you can easily leave SVA not having any connections or onto any events if you don't go. But as long as you're making the effort, you'll be able to land stuff. I would say also outside of just like events, the school tries to host a lot of like portfolio reviews and like career fairs and guest speakers, just like especially locally in New York, and also from people like recruiters from like LA studios as well. Also, a lot of the clubs at SVA do a pretty good job of like getting students into like studio tours. Like Women in Animation does a lot in like getting students tours of Augenblick Studios or Titmouse. That's like the two big studios in New York, so that's usually where a lot of the opportunities come from. And yeah, I feel like a lot of events come from WIA, so I would definitely look into that. And in general, just like check the newsletter if you do go to SVA, because there's always tons of events like listing like when applications are open and when like student like tours are happening or big events are happening, they always try to list like anything that's happening in New York that's related to animation, and they encourage students to go or do giveaways and give tickets. So always keep an eye out for that. And let's see, what else can I say? Also, one thing that's pretty cool that SVA does is when you submit your films to like what SVA calls like their film festival or their film event, the Undies, like the undergraduate film festival. They call it the Undies for some reason. They choose the films they like the most from the Undies and they submit that through their own film festival circuit. So they'll have a list of film festivals they'll submit your film to, and they'll even pay a lot of the fees for getting them submitted to places. And you could even like say, hey, I'd like to look for like film festivals that are like this kind of genre or like this kind of thing. And you can usually kind of like converse with them. Like a lot of the people in the department are just like always on campus and always like in the same floor as you. So it's really easy to get in communication with them. So they're really helpful with that. And they're just always open to like hearing your opinion on stuff. I feel like that's the coolest thing about what's been growing from this department is that under the new head, like they've been doing a pretty good job of taking people's like advice and suggestions. Like some things can be a lot better, like always, all the time. There's like so many things that can be improved. But over like the past 4 years, I feel like there's been a lot of changes that have been like as a request from the students. And I think they're always listening. I think they're just trying to figure out ways to install it, even if it's slow or like not happening immediately. So I think that's really cool. Yeah, I will say that like the downside of being in New York for school is that you obviously don't have as many connections to like LA studios. A lot of your connections are going to be through professors who are currently working, and they're mostly working in New York studios. So SVA has like a reputation for being like a SVA to titmouse pipeline in New York. That's like where most of your connections come from. It'll be a lot harder to get connections, say, in like Warner Bros. Or Cartoon Network or Disney, DreamWorks and all that. That's something that's a little rarer, but I'm assuming that CalArts probably definitely has a lot stronger connections in that. But yeah.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
Just a solid back and forth.
Okay, so first, literally everything Angie said is correct. You need to take advantage of the resources that the school gives you. Otherwise, it's a waste and it's not worth you saying, "Oh, it doesn't do anything." But then you don't even like look when they show you things. That's what SVA does. They'll show you things and they'll be like, "If you want," but they will not push it. So okay, in my opinion, the networking aspect is fine. Your professors that are currently working in New York are like absolutely incredible resources, especially the ones that teach, and usually they have less classes, so they're working their full-time job more. And they're super knowledgeable. But the older ones are also, they're really strong teachers. Like, don't get me wrong, they're amazing teachers, but a lot of them haven't been, I'm thinking of like specifically two. The one I had freshman year and third year, they're amazing teachers, but they haven't been working on like the kind of productions that we're looking for in a hot minute. Like, just because that's just where they are in their life. They're kind of chilling at this moment. And Angie mentioned the WIA Club, and this is a really good club, and they do host lots of events and studio tours, but the availability and slots for these sorts of things are just so limited. Like, if you don't happen to be watching your email when they send out an invite, or you're aware they're going to be sending out the invite, but you're checking out at the grocery store, that literal minor second that they post, like, that they have spots open to go see a studio tour, if you're not there in like 10 minutes, you're not going on that tour. And it really sucks because they don't happen that often, and it's just hard to get a spot simply because of the high demand. And I've always tried to go on these like studio tours, but I've never been able to, and it sucks, honestly. I have been able to snag a portfolio review spot one year at the end of the year, and that was really good. But yeah, now this career fair, this was the bane of my existence. Okay. This was literally okay. I'm okay.
I'm so excited for this.
Okay. While Angie is right that every year they do get little better and better. They try, but they don't try good enough. This year, so usually for animation majors, you only get like a quote unquote portfolio day in like your thesis year, I'm pretty sure. And even then it's not as big of an event as it is at CalArts. I'm just comparing us because I'm really jealous, okay? I cannot lie. And yeah, so this year they were like, hey guys, we're gonna do a career fair and it's gonna be really fun and we're gonna host it at this place that also hosts this huge like illustration comics convention. So it's gonna be big and it's gonna be great. And they like hyped everyone up and they were like, guys, come attend all these resume review sessions and come do all these things to prepare. And I did all those things and everyone was like, all of my friends were excited, nervous. The career development office for the whole school is the one that put this on, so not specifically the animation department, but it was like career development for the whole school. And for some reason they thought that it would be a good idea to take juniors and seniors from all like 7 majors and shove them in a room for only 3 hours with like not even studios, just companies. So you had like illustration, animation, cartooning, film, photo, design, all of these students, hundreds in each major, just like trying to get waiting in lines for 2 hours just to get in the building and then waiting another 2 hours just to maybe even get the chance to meet with someone. I showed up and I was in that line early. I waited 2 hours. I finally got inside. The like career development people were like, yeah, you'll probably be able to hit like 3 or 4 professionals and that'll be a good day for you. I didn't meet anyone. I was there for 5 hours. I was standing in my heels and my little cute professional girl outfit, and I didn't meet anyone. And a lot of my friends didn't either. And I was just standing there and I was just contemplating like how I had gotten to this point. I was waiting 2 hours to meet the lead character designer for Sesame Workshop, and by the time I was even like the 10th in line, the organizers came around and were like, "Okay, that's it. That's time. We are now closing. Everyone get out. We'll take your resumes and we'll pass them out." And I'm like, yeah, sure you are. Sure. And my partner that was able to actually get a review with Nickelodeon, he got to the front of the line and he was like, hi, like, here's my character design portfolio. And he was like, oh, this is like really cool, but like, I'm actually in the design advertising department. So like, this is cool, but like, I don't know what you want me to do with this. And I was like, oh my God. I'm sorry. Like, the planning and the organization was so bad. And I understand that it was their first year doing it, but I can't understand. I'm sorry. I can't understand how you would think that would work. And I felt in that moment, I felt really like let down by the school. And it's not even like, I don't know, it just really put me in like a sour mood for like 2 weeks because I was really excited to like do something, like actually have someone see my work. No, not at all. The one actually cool thing that they have done for networking is, okay, how do I explain this? Okay, so Mark Osborne is the guy who directed the first Kung Fu Panda, and that movie is fire. Okay, so they got him to come to the school and he gave 2 guest lectures. And if you went to both guest lectures, then you had the chance to apply to do this like story mentorship circle thing with Mark Osborne. And I was like, that's crazy. So I went to both things and then I applied and they were only accepting like 6 of us, 4. I actually can't remember, but it was a couple from 2D animation and then some from 3D. And so I was picked to be like one of those people. And I was like, oh my God, this is like the one thing that like I actually have been wanting. And so that is something I'm super grateful for. And that's actually a really cool thing that the school has done. And like all the credit to the animation admin specifically, because they are the ones trying to do this. The school doesn't know what they're doing. Just even the admin sometimes don't know what they're doing a lot of times. but this was one place that they did. And I don't know, just they host portfolio reviews. You can sign up. A bunch of my friends got to meet people who worked at Golden Wolf in London, and that was pretty cool. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm just glad I got to meet the Kung Fu Panda man. I'm very excited about that. I'm so sorry.
I want to add on a bit. Yeah, the career fair sucked. Like every single event I went through at SVA, like went pretty good except for that one. And I think a large part of it comes from the fact that also it's important to recognize that in New York, a lot of the animation and art type studios are mainly in advertising and design and motion graphics. And I think only the animation department people really know like what their program wants to get into, and that they want a lot of people mostly want to get into like character animation and like TV and feature, especially TV animation. Sometimes like a lot of these like networking events don't really realize that. Like a lot of the events that the school will try and put you through, like the career fair, is like, yeah, apply for all of these things. And like there's only 2 studios there that are specifically for 2D animation. Like the only people at the career fair that aligned with the 2D animation department's interests was Titmouse and Augenblick. I think the event was so weird because I think everyone there was just there to talk. Like no one there was recruiting or anything. Maybe some of the smaller studios, but I know I was interning at one of the studios who was at the table, and they were not looking for people at the time. They were just there to give just like information about the studio and just like look over your portfolio and give you advice. I think that the event itself was like very unclear on what it was supposed to be, and people like thought like, oh, I'm gonna like ask if they're looking for like people to hire, and then maybe they're hiring, and that was just not the case, and like so many people were misled because of that. But yeah, outside of that event and just in general, sometimes like the generic events that are hosted through the school that are more like, oh yeah, you like animation, do you want to like animate shapes, like that kind of thing, like yeah, just be careful about those kind of events because they're not it, but keep an eye out for the ones that aren't. But yeah.
I could offer some insight for ArtCenter. I would say, as far as networking goes, all of our professors are either actively working on the industry or are industry vets. So it's great to get that first person experience. I did consult with my good friend Vinny about this, so this is our collaborative response. We also have a good amount of industry talks and guest speakers that come and answer some Q&As. We get invited to a lot of different events, such as like film and show screenings, premieres, panels, film festivals, etc. And that can be great for networking. And I believe industry recruiters are invited or attend the garage shows regularly.
And this is my personal experience, but I think that one of Sheridan's biggest weaknesses is the lack of good networking. I'm not saying that they don't have networking. There is certainly like a pretty big, like there are networking events. I'm not a like a 4th or 3rd year to go to like industry day and stuff, so I can't speak on those. But I know that they have a lot of them. It's just that they don't try hard enough, I think. There was supposed to be a talk. I think it was Nickelodeon or Disney. I don't remember. There was supposed to be a talk in April, like of this year. It never happened, and the only reason why I know is because I heard like one of the program heads like talk about it to some students, and it was like, yeah, they just kept on pushing the date back, so like we just never did it. And so throughout my entire first year, we had like no talks. There was only a few that I went to, and the most memorable one I can remember is one that was organized by a woman in animation. We love women in animation. I don't think the school puts in enough effort for very good like networking or like master classes. I do think maybe some of the reason is because of the lack of proximity to like California or like New York, these hotspots for animation, which I can't blame them, but also how hard is it to organize more Zoom calls with like some industry professionals to talk? So I think Sheridan needs to step up in its game. And I know that they do offer like bus and ticketing to like stuff like Taffy and like Ottawa Film Festivals, or a lot of Canadian film stuff, like festivals outside of the school. And speaking as, a person who's definitely going to come back to the USA to work, and knowing some other of my friends who want to go to the USA to work, it's definitely not the best option if you want a connection into like maybe out of country connections, which is really unfortunate. But I guess the students like helping each other is the best way. I will say that the teachers are very supportive and they will help you wherever they can. But again, teachers can only do so much.
Could I ask something more about Sheridan? I'm curious about how Sheridan is connected to the Canadian industry because I feel like that's like the special niche Sheridan has. If you know anything
Yeah,
about
definitely.
it.
That's something I did gloss over because this is more of my personal experience. But Sheridan is definitely a very pipeline school. I think like Sheridan's like thing, like as you said, is like training you for the pipeline because Canada is what is it called? It sends you into the Canadian animation industry where you're more working in the pipeline and less on stuff like I guess like more big like company features like at Pixar, Disney, or DreamWorks. So there's definitely like that gap. But I do know a lot of students who want to work in bigger company things like this. So that's why it's like I'm like, oh, I feel like they could try a little bit harder. But I think they prepare you pretty well if you want to go into the Canadian animation industry. So that there's an upside.
But yeah, that actually was really interesting to hear because from my outside perspective, I know it's not like every single alumni, but I know people like Emily Xu and then like Kenisu. So then I'm like, whoa, they're good. They're from Sheridan and now they're here. So I thought it was actually much more streamlined for that process because I noticed a lot of the successful alumni.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. I don't know what kind of connections they had. I think maybe through internships for Disney because that would definitely help a lot. Yeah, I look, even if you want to get into like the Canadian animation, like I've heard that Taffy as like a film festival is like total BS. Like you can't get any connections. There's people walking around like you talk with people and they're like, yeah, we're not really looking for jobs. You can like talk with us. So it's a little bit disappointing to hear. And I know that most of my friends like they're wanting to try and go to Lightbox, and that's in California. So it's quite unfortunate in that aspect. I really think they could try harder.
Yeah, for Otis, I think it's fine. I think that they could do a lot better. It is kind of embarrassing, or not embarrassing, sorry, like disappointing at times. What they don't offer, I think that there are a lot of networking opportunities at Otis for fashion, because that's what our school is very known for. I would say fashion, then fine arts, then any other major. Good luck, honestly. I think that the animation departments do a lot better in terms of networking. It's very seldom that there are good networking opportunities or like guest speakers. Like we did have a guest speaker or guest speakers from Sony Animations, really cool. But we did have this really good one professor who out of connections, and because the student body so much, he brought in some really good guest speakers from Riot. A lot of professors that do work in Riot and Dream, etc. But again, like I think someone said it before pertaining to their school, they have a full-time job. So it's not a lot of classes that they teach. So you kind of have to maneuver your way and get in touch with those professors. We do have a career services office. They're really nice. They're really friendly. I think that they really do the best that they can. Responsible for internship and recruitment day, where a lot of companies come to Otis and so students can pitch themselves. Priorities given to upperclassmen, which kind of sucks if you're a lowerclassman, but it's doable. For animation specifically, the networking works are pretty lacking. I do think it's because the new heads of animation just started and maybe they're just trying to focus on things like the curriculum rather than the connections. But again, I just think that they could do a lot better.
SJSU doesn't have any explicit career fairs or anything. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think our biggest selling point on the networking end is that the animation program itself is super tight-knit and equally tight-knit across all years. I think first years tend to know fifth years really well and vice versa. And that's great for networking because upperclassmen know a lot of recent grads and they have really good jobs, and that's an end I really appreciate. We don't have job fairs. We do have weekly guest speakers. A lot of them also are alumni working in the industry. Although we do get some studio recruiters as speakers who come and give information about the studio. We've had Sony, we've had in this past year Blizzard, we had like decently big names. Duolingo came because we have some alumni who work in the art department over there, stuff like that. A big thing for the connections is that underclassmen will often volunteer on thesis films, which is a good way to gain experience and make those connections. And then those thesis projects are, I should say thesis projects because they're not always films. Thesis projects and also just fifth year student portfolio work are going to be displayed at the end of the year in this gallery off campus. Which and it's always set up really nicely. It's just this room with like there's a wall for storyboarding, concentration, wall for modeling, animation, visual development, and then they showcase each of the projects and they keep that open for about a month and they launch it with this big industry night. So that's the big kind of equivalent of what you said, but it relies mostly on either those internal connections or similar to SVA, they give you access indirectly to a lot of resources. We also have WIA, but I haven't participated in it a ton, so I can't really speak on it. I know a lot of people find it helpful though.
Oh, I'm surprised that the gallery thing is open for a month. That's like a really long time.
It's really nice, yeah.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
It's just the entire last month of school. People will like go during finals for a break. I love the design. It's a silly thing, but I love how they like lay out the room. It's really clever. Because if there's any projects that are physical, like we had this past year, we had a fabricated children's book where they made all the sets in like a stop motion style, and they displayed all the props and pieces for that in the center of the room, which was really cool. Stuff like that. There was some good attention to detail there.
That's really impressive. I'm trying to think of other schools with galleries because I haven't been to the ArtCenter one, but I know what I've seen online, they also do a show for like the grads, and those also look really nicely presented.
We do have a gallery for grad night that is pretty big. It's pretty nice because all the students get to like customize their own space. I've seen people do like cutouts or like making these elaborate stands almost that are really neat. We also have this gallery at Hillside that like shows our work that you get to like tour through if you do the tour or if you're just like stopping by the school. So we do have those on display.
I'm going to talk about CalArts for a bit. One thing about CalArts, at least in character animation, is that there actually aren't a lot of permanent or long-term setups because there are like one-day events where we show some work, but it's very informal. So hearing this kind of stuff is really interesting. I did forget to mention some other stuff that CalArts have. It's quite similar to other schools. We also have something called Friday Night Talk, which is pretty self-explanatory, where there's a guest speaker every Friday night pretty much, and it ranges from just like professionals coming or recruiters, or usually when there's like a promotion circuit for a film or a show, some people will come in to represent it, and then that's also an opportunity to talk to the people after the talk. And then there's some other programs that also try to connect us to events similar to the other schools, but there's one specific program I really liked, and Amarise is a big part of it too, called Bridge to Industry, and that focuses specifically on helping like BIPOC people, and they try to connect us to special screenings or offer like free lightbox tickets or free tickets to other kinds of screening or events, which I really appreciate. And then in the curriculum, it only happens in third year, which I wish it would happen earlier because not everyone makes it to third year for financial reasons. There's a class called Professional Preparation. Dawn Yamazi teaches it, and she was a recruiter for Disney, Netflix, Illumination, etc. So she knows a lot about the more like resume interviewing side of things, which I think is really refreshing because you spend so long making actual artwork that you realize the people or social side is also very important. And she also knows a ton of people. So then she always tries to bring in like certain studios or people we care about.
I can talk a little bit about experimental animation. We have a good amount of the same opportunities as character animation. Like we have good old portfolio day and all that stuff. I will say for portfolio day, I'd say it's a little bit harder to get callbacks if you're in experimental animation. We don't really have the same support when it comes to like prepping our portfolios to like kind of like appeal to studios and they don't really teach us as much about how to cater our portfolio for studios and stuff like that, and like what to look like for them to look out for, I guess, which has its pros and cons, in my opinion. But and there are the resources there, like you can sign up for portfolio consultations with the people from the character animation department, but those slots go by fast. So I've never gotten the chance to. For kind of program exclusive opportunities, it's really cool. We have this like 0.5 credit class called EAVA, which is just experimental animation visiting artists, and it's usually like an international pool of like I want to say usually it's like 4 artists each semester that either like Zoom in and give a talk, or occasionally we'll have someone like come in person, and it's really cool when they come in person because sometimes they'll do like in-person demos. Like my first year, there was someone who did a Stratacut demonstration. It was so fun and cool to watch. And then like people got to like get hands in, and they all made a thing. It was super cool. Yeah, and then we also have ability to go to all the Friday night talks, which is super cool. It's also sweet because our program is really small. It's usually for undergrad. Oh, and also I guess the like graduate classes are still like around 14, 15 students per year. So with the smaller department, it's kind of easier to organize like, hey, we reached out to someone and we're looking at a couple studios to see if we could get like a studio tour. And usually they're like smaller scale studios, and a lot of them are like super cool, like stop motion, stuff like that, or like smaller kind of like I want to say a lot of the studios do like advertising, cool stuff like that. Those are usually opportunities. Like I think it was either once a year or once a semester. I didn't get to go to it, but I think how it operated was it was just kind of like an open call out to everyone in the program. And then you could like fill out this form being like, hey, I'm interested. And they had like a select number of slots, and those people were able to go on the tour, and it's super cool. And similar to character animation is like all of our professors are like active artists in the field doing stuff. So they also are super cool in like giving opportunities for students or like helping bridge pathways. So yeah, it's neat. I like it.
Okay, let me go back to this question. I think it ties in with the networking stuff we were talking about with the teachers. Someone asked, what are the classes offered versus the classes you wish that existed? And what are the criteria for passing your classes? So I'm just going to say this for almost everyone at the school. It's like, please just go on the college website and look at the curriculum. I don't think we all need to each one by one explain the curriculum. It's there, okay? Please do research. But for the classes that are offered versus classes you wish that existed, I think the main thing for the character animation perspective is that most of the classes are very tailored to making your yearly film in some way, and also like the very classic like LA studio industry standard, which I think is helpful because it is a lot of work to make a film alongside having your homework. But let's say, for example, you have a character design homework. Sometimes the assignment will be to design the characters in your film. Or if you have like a VisDev assignment, you can do the visual development of your film. So it meshes well together. You can figure out the timeline, and the teachers know that too. So they try to work around that. But sometimes I wish there were classes for more specific pipelines because there actually are barely any production role classes. I think like when it comes to the electives later, it basically is only story and VisDev. That's it. And I want to do like background paint or background design, and there's no class for that technically. In the beginning years, they teach you the basics of all the programs, obviously, so you can make your film. And obviously, I can reach out to the teachers that do, but I wish there was a class like dedicated to it. So that's my main complaint, because the biggest issue, CalArts doesn't know how to manage their money, like the administration. So they can't afford to hire more teachers that could do more things. Oh, I forgot, character design is also an option, but I usually group with VisDev. Yeah. So it's basically just story, character design, and VisDev as the things you can choose, and they're all only pre-production. Yeah, that's my biggest complaint. And the criteria for passing your classes, just to like turn in your homework, because CalArts doesn't have grades, lol. So you just have to do it. I think the philosophy for CalArts is like you make do with what you have. So you could like barely try on all of your assignments. You technically could pass, but like then what's like the point of taking the class, or if you don't try? So I think that's the biggest motivation for people, where you don't necessarily feel the pressure that your work will be graded at like a number scale, but you do want to make the best work possible so the teacher can give you good feedback and your peers can also see your work and give like good feedback. Yeah.
If I could go right after, I'm actually kind of curious in the class differences between like CalArts and at Sheridan. We don't make film third and fourth, so it's like the classes like in first year are very I wouldn't say like building blocks of like your skill, but it is like you don't funnel it towards an end goal. I don't think there's a better, because we don't really funnel our first and second year. I think it's like preparing you for third and fourth year film. But the first year is definitely like a prepping you. They're like throwing everything at you to see if you crack. Because like you have so many classes. I feel like first semester is like it's like the calling period where you make it or you don't. They just throw so much crap at you, and you have to take a. Oh my god, one of my biggest gripes with first semester is you have to take an intro to painting class. Painting, like it's kind of widely agreed in our year at least, that like the intro to painting class, because it's gouache, is like pretty, I wouldn't say useless, but it's kind of, what's the point, because you take a digital painting class in a second semester. So like, huh? And also the teacher, Florian, like I love you, but also, ooh, I don't know about the way you teach. The life drawing class, I think, is pretty good just because it's so well organized. Like the teachers are amazing. Like they give you so much critique. Another thing is I wish they maybe tailor, like I guess like the teachers are a little bit more specific. Or like we have one character design class for like you take character design for first year, you never take it again. Like it's not offered. But in character design, all you do is design characters over and over again to like certain themes. And I don't think it's a very deep exploration to what you could teach for character design. So I think it's a little bit redundant because we don't really learn anything. So I'd say Sheridan's courses are pretty effective if you're like if it's like you like being built up to maybe like work on a film later or do something, but they're not very specific. Again, I'm only in first year, but there are times where I wish the classes would kind of just go more in depth. At Sheridan, we have like your class, everything is assigned to you in first year. Like even your elective, they just send you your schedule and they're like, okay, this is all the classes you're taking. And everyone has to take English Comp and Ret for first year. Like I hated that class.
SJSU
But
has
yeah,
all
you
that too.
yeah, you don't have any freedom. Like it's just like, I guess there's a nice thing in like you don't have to choose classes, right? Because choosing classes is like the bane of existence. But also like, wow, I don't get to choose anything.
We have a kind of similar thing with ArtCenter where we have like these mandatory classes the first the first 3 terms, and it could be a little difficult. Like I will say, as somebody who isn't necessarily interested in pursuing CG animation, I do wish we had less mandatory classes in those fields, but like I wish they were optional if you would like to take that route. I heard post 3rd term you have a lot more freedom and can sub out classes from other majors like concept and illustration, which I plan on doing to build strength in Vis 7 background work. What I will say that's neat about Art Center though is if you're an arts animation major, you don't necessarily need to have to animate the further you get, but you get to focus on what you want to learn. Another thing that's really cool is like we have these things called capstones, which are these group films that we do. It becomes mandatory, I think, for animation majors, I believe, starting 4th term. I could be wrong, but a lot of students, including myself, are already volunteering, and you could volunteer for whatever role that you want. Like I'm working on backgrounds for 2 films right now. In the fall, I think I'm doing another 2 or 3. I do wish we had more Vis 7 background classes that were integrated into our coursework earlier on, but it is nice that if you find out that you don't enjoy animation, you enjoy more Vis 7 or background or character design, you do have options to pursue that route.
Curious if like just a question to everyone here, like do you guys have pipelines that you can choose later on, like, oh, I want to commit to this or I want to commit to that? Because in Sheridan we have like in second year you can either do 3D or you can do rigging, which is like, oh, or you could do short film workflow.
Yeah, we have pipelines as well. I think believe this upcoming third term, we have this thing called third term review, and it's where you compile all of your work from the past classes and you present it to the department head and I think another professor. You discuss what you're interested in, and I want to say I'm not too familiar with what happens in that, but I think that they help you tailor classes to your interests, is what I'm assuming it is.
We have kind of an equivalent to that with the mid-program portfolio review, except that the stakes are very high, and if you fail twice, you're dropped to a BA in design. I am not going to get into all the issues I have with that system. But once you pass that, and once you enter second semester, third year, you get to specialize in either animation, storyboarding, modeling, or visual development, and there's specific classes you can take for each, but they don't formally track it, so you can technically, they're pretty lenient on if you want to switch midway.
For my school, technically yes and no. We have the major called digital media, and within digital media, you can choose either the game and entertainment arts track or the animation track, obviously. I don't know, the system's a bit weird because, again, we've had a new department heads switching things around a lot, but basically that's how it is as of right now. I believe entertainment and animation, and then within animation, you can have motion design or a concept art minor. But to be honest, I think that needs to be improved on because all they kind of add is an illustration class. Yeah.
That's really interesting. That's really cool that other schools kind of put together different tracks you can do, because SVA doesn't really do that too much. I think they're trying to kind of create a new program for that, but mostly speaking, throughout your 4 years, it's going to follow the same structure of each year you're making a film. And except for kind of first year, sometimes some teachers would rather have you do lip sync assignments. But usually second year, third year, fourth year, it's enforced that you are making films. If you're really into visual development or just storyboarding, then they're no, you still have to, you can storyboard and do visual development, but you have to do it for a film and you have to complete a film. You have to do backgrounds, character designs, script, and everything. Every single part of the pipeline you have to do each year. There's not really a lot of room to go, oh, for my fourth year, I just want to specialize in storyboarding or anything like that. However, I think they are trying to implement it because for thesis year, they mostly showcase thesis films, but they are trying to create smaller tracks for people to pursue Viz Dev and storyboarding as a way to replace their thesis film, but I feel it's very new and a lot of people just don't take it. There's maybe less than 5 people who go into those tracks. The requirements are very different and in a way almost create more work for what you're doing, more work in the film. I think that's something they might eventually improve on, expanding and creating more flexibility for students who want to specialize in certain things. But generally speaking, the fact that they train you each year to work on a film, there's definitely a larger push to being super into the pipeline, every part of the pipeline.
For SVA, say you wanted to focus in storyboarding, you're just gonna have to do that yourself. It's not an official declaration where you're I will do storyboarding. But say for your thesis, you're allowed to do a collaborative thesis project and say in that project, of course you're gonna have to animate a bit, but you're not going to have to do the whole thing by yourself, and you can just do the storyboards. The whole group could work on the script, just you is doing the boards. And I guess that's kind of the extent so far of choosing a track, besides picking your elective classes.
For SVA, like I said before, you have to make a film mostly each year, but mainly starting second year, you spend the entire year just focusing on creating your independent film. So that's your first take of creating a film from start to finish, and they usually try to make it they try to push you to do it less than 2 minutes. Some people go longer anyways, but it's more a way to say, okay, you just need to be able to finish a film. And then third year gets interesting because you have to create both a group film and an independent film in the same year. So the first semester, you are in your class of 15 to 20 students, and then you guys choose an idea, or every student pitches a film idea, and whoever gets chosen becomes a director. And then from there, you choose a producer, and then those two together just pick the entire team and you spend the first semester just making a group film together, and you go through the entire pipeline within the semester, and it's definitely an experience. Like, it's really interesting working with that many people on a project where people haven't worked with each other before. So you learn a lot, and like I can say that it was really, really fun. Like, it was stressful, but it was really fun. You learn so much from it. So I think that was like a really cool thing that SVA had to offer. What I didn't like was the fact that immediately after the group film, you have to immediately jump into your own second like independent film. So first semester's group film, and then immediately after you come back from like winter break, you're like, now you gotta make another one. You're like, oh, okay. So yeah, you make 2 films that year. It's like a little bit stressful because I think going through group film there's like so much burnout from just like everybody. And then on top of being working on that third year independent film, they're like, oh, also you have to start thinking about thesis. You have to come up with your idea for thesis and you have to tell us about it, like everything about it, like while you're working on your independent film. And then they're like, okay, so you're just like thinking about 3 films in like the same semester, and you're like, all right. Then you're supposed to work on pre-production for your thesis film in the summer. Then you jump into thesis year or like 4th year, starting animation. Like you come in with like an animatic and you just hit the ground running on animation, and it's due in the spring. Yeah, that's definitely interesting. So the SVA curriculum is definitely very, very film heavy in regards to just like learning how to be really efficient and learn how to animate and work on films by doing them, like doing lots of them. So that's like the main curriculum. And then surrounding that, you have your required animation classes, like going over the fundamentals. And then you also have electives. And I think actually this is a really cool thing they offers as well, because the electives at SVA are pretty good. Like some aren't so good, but the ones that are good are really good. And there's like a lot of popular classes like background design, effects animation, character design, animal drawing classes where you go to the zoo and you draw animals, and then like a blender class where you like learn how to use 2D and like 3D and blender together, which is new, which is really cool because one thing about the SVA 2D animation program is that, or like the animation program, is that it's 2D animation only. They don't offer 3D classes. However, yeah, like in general, SVA is very segregated with their departments. So if you want to do 3D animation, you go into 3D computer art. If you want to do specifically VisDev and no animation, you go into like illustration. And if you want to be animating, you go to 2D animation. But if you like kind of sneak around and like ask the department heads from other departments, you can usually try and take other classes. So if there is a VisDev class you want to take in illustration department, you can take it if you ask them and if a slot is open. And same thing with 3D. If you're like, I want to take a Maya class, then you can ask the 3D head, and if there's slots open, which I think they're trying to integrate more, like allow more 2D animation students to take 3D courses, but you kind of have to ask for it. That's the thing. It's not offered like right off the bat. But the Blender class has been a good way to segue 2D animation students into more 3D stuff. So I think they're trying to loosen up on that a bit. And also just in general, a lot of students at SVA are really dabbling in like 3D and Blender. So even outside of those classes, there's tons of people just getting into that and like being a resource themselves for how to incorporate 3D into your 2D animated film. So that's really cool. I know I'm like talking so much, but I have so much to say. SVA doesn't teach you software, which is really interesting. They don't teach you how to use the programs. You have to learn
That's
it yourself,
crazy.
which is really interesting. I think the only time I was really taught software was when we had a storyboarding or story structure class, which is required in your first year. Classes at art school really depend on your professor, and in your first year of SVA, there's a story structure class, and there's 2 teachers for it, and the 2 teachers teach them very differently. One completely goes over software and goes, okay, here's how to use Storyboard Pro. And the other doesn't teach you software and goes over, here's how to tell a story. So me and Anjali were in the same story class where we learned more about software. And that was really cool, but we learned nothing about, or we didn't learn as much as we would have liked about actually creating a story as much as like the other class did. So you kind of get your ups and downs depending on which teacher you get. And you kind of have to depend on your peers, like from like when you go to the next year, you go, oh, you had this teacher, what did they teach you? You have to learn from like your classmates and like piece together like different things you learn, like whether it be software or like concepts. And that's honestly where I learned the most from people is like, or from the school, is just like absorbing what other people are learning and combining it with what I've learned because of how different the classes can be depending on which teacher you have. So yeah, like a lot of the software I learned like has been just by asking my friends or asking upperclassmen and working on their films, and they tell me like how to use the software. I'm like, okay, now I understand how. I'm already like in the middle of my film, but now I'm learning. But yeah, they don't teach you in the beginning, so you have to teach yourself. You might almost want to go in already like learning it because they'll like the first time they'll give you a digital animation assignment, they'll be like, go at it, and you're like, oh, okay, and it's like due in a week, and you're like, okay. Because first year they usually have you just work on paper for like a little bit, and then they're like, okay, you immediately jump into digital but no software training. So that's really interesting. As for classes I think they can improve on, I think that would be definitely compositing and storytelling slash screenwriting. We had like a compositing class, and Anjali knows what I'm talking about. But um, as I said before, like a lot of things that I found lacking in SVA was as a result of just like being unlucky with the teacher I had. There is a digital compositing class at SVA, but the teacher we were supposed to have like had to take a break. I think they were on maternity leave. And then we got like this new teacher, and they didn't teach us anything about compositing, which was kind of
Guys, it was
crazy because it was a
actually
compositing
crazy. Guys, it was
class.
actually crazy. We only opened After
No,
Effects like the second to last day of class, and I was actually twitching the entire time.
we're like, aren't we supposed to learn After Effects? And they're like, we'll learn that later. And then it's like the last 30 minutes of class, we open After Effects.
Literally,
And like,
I
okay,
What
that's it. I'm like,
what did you
what?
do?
Oh, okay, I'm so glad you
I
asked.
don't even know. Like,
We
it's kind of
we learned, like, how to do a couple things on Photoshop, and we learned how to do a couple things on Adobe Animate, and there was one day where our quote unquote professor, I don't even wanna call them that, they were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have you guys do, like, a walk cycle. So, do that." So we're like, "Okay." And at this point in the year, we had all done walk cycles already. So we're like, "Okay, this is just fine. We'll do like a fun walk cycle." So then we do it and we turn them in. And then the next week, we come to class and our teacher is like, "Okay, guys, so I don't know who's teaching you walk cycles, but they are doing a bad job and you guys are way too slow. We're going to do the walk cycle assignment again so you guys can get faster." And all of us were like shell shocked because our animation teacher, his name is Mario, and we all love Mario. Mario, number one fan. I'm sorry. I became a Mario like diehard defender that day when this
I was
teacher was
so
like,
offended for Mario.
"Who's teaching you walk cycles?" I was like, "Who's teaching us After Effects?" Like,
I was like trying to talk about like breakdowns. I'm like, like my animation has breakdown. He was like, what? Like, don't do the breakdowns. That's dumb. Like, what? I
like,
don't know.
Don't use
and
breakdowns.
they
Like,
they were
no, just skip that. Like, oh.
Oh
they
my
were
god.
they were from like CalArts experimental animation, and so they were a bit more hippy dippy, and less.
No.
I'm so sorry, Avery. True.
I'm so
bullying
sorry
right
for
now.
you guys. No.
Yeah, sorry I interrupted you, Angie. But whenever you're done, I can
No,
also
you're
say
so
my.
good. I needed that. I needed validation about that. Anyways, the people who actually had the teacher who actually taught compositing said they learned a lot, which is great. But like, you just have to be careful about who your teachers are. And obviously, like, well, that person's not there anymore. They replaced them.
They
But
got
like,
replaced real
for that,
fast. They lasted one semester.
the pro was like, no, that didn't work. But sometimes you get those guinea pig teachers, so you kind of just have to deal with that. So that's why I think compositing can be better because I think they can be more consistent about that. Same thing with what happened with the storytelling class, like the story structure class. Like me and Anjali learned software, but we didn't really learn as much as we wanted about like creating like a pitch bible and writing because other classes did, and I think that's something they could like in general improve on and like at least have like a unified class for that, because I think a lot of students really struggle with script writing in SVA. And also just in general, each year as you're making your film, a lot of the critique you get is based on like your pipeline and like your animation rather than like your original concept. Which kind of makes sense. Like they don't want to be like, nah, that's a dumb idea. Your story's dumb. Like but I think they could also just give more foundation of storytelling to go off of. Do your research into the electives and see who the teachers are, because those honestly, if you want to specialize in certain things, those teachers will help you out and they're so good at it.
I super agree with what Angie said about the screenwriting class. It's like gotten to the point where I've learned more about script writing and storyboarding from my professor this year, from my upperclassmen friends, and my friends from other schools than the teacher that was supposed to teach me story structure. Passing classes is literally exactly like how Jamie said. It's technically easy if you just do the work. The only reason anyone fails isn't because their art isn't good enough, but they just simply don't turn things in. It is like this at every single school. However, it just really hit me hard how genuinely it sucks that the quality of your education is purely based on what professors you get. It honestly like can push you ahead in your skills just in freshman year. The professor that Angie and I had, he was a Disney vet and he taught us exclusively on paper during the first semester, which I really believe made a world of a difference in like our skills now. And I know a lot of people like some people don't really like that. They don't like that he's so like technically focused, but like you need to be technically focused if you're a first year animation student before you can like start doing crazy things and breaking all the rules. He somehow was he was one of those teachers that was able to strike a balance of like giving you critique based on your skill level and teaching you all the same. And I have friends who had other professors who genuinely, when they submitted work, they would just say, looks nice. Like, unless you yourself are insanely self aware and insanely disciplined, which is not me, like those types of classes will not help you get better and can honestly make you feel like you're throwing money away. So you really, Angie said, you seriously need to do your research. And the best way to do that is just to ask former students. Like every year around class registration time, I go and I ask the same girl who's a year ahead of me. I go, who do I have to watch out for? And she tells me. I just want to talk about the variety of things that SVA offers. Just off the top of my head, ones that we've taken effects animation, background design, and paint. If that's what you want to focus on. I just wish, it was available in like the more foundational classes, because as you go through your years, like elective slots, they go fast and like valuable. It kind of sucks to have to like choose between what you want to know. And because personally, I want to know it all. And I wish I was just taught that. That's basically it.
Oh wait, I wanted to talk more about group versus solo film, at least in the perspective of CalArts, because we only do solo films. And I feel like this is something that gets brought up a lot in our circle, where we're like, oh, I'm tired of doing everything by myself. Why don't we make a group film? And in the past, it always goes back from what I've heard. And I think one year, one of the teachers tried to make like a group film organized thing and it fell through, because I think the problem is the CalArts curriculum pushes people to be really individualistic. So when you have these really opinionated people together, it's like so hard to continue going forward, because I think CalArts, at least the people I'm around, people have very different styles and ways of working. So it can clash easily. But I did notice that the first years for this year made group films. So maybe there's a beautiful future for us and we're gonna fix that reputation.
Actually, dude, I wanted to ask about this because it's like such a big like topic of in animation circle, like school circles, because it's like, whoa, film. Because like Sheridan is like third year group film and then fourth year solo film. I never knew how you guys in CalArts and other schools that do solo films, like how you do it. Like it's so daunting to me, especially in first year. But oh my god, the like third year film, I think like they want you to work together, right? But there's always so much drama that comes out of it every year. Every year without fail. I think the teachers like expect it. Don't know exactly how they expect it. I think how it works is like professors are always telling us like, guys, when you go into third year, don't put your babies out there. Don't put your best ideas because you're gonna get shut down and then you're gonna fight and then it's gonna be terrible. And they always tell you to like when you do group film to like work together and collaborate on one idea instead of trying to pitch a bunch of different ones. Something always happens. There's actually a legendary Sheridan Sheridan film, I think from years ago. It's like, it's so incredibly bad. I wish I could find it's on YouTube somewhere. I wish I had the link. Oh my god, it's like the group couldn't work together. So eventually it was like two people making like like a 10-person film by themselves or something. I don't know exactly like what happened. The other people left or those two people just started making their own film and then they released it and it's like unfinished with like storyboards cut in animation and crazy faces. So, you know, that's a little bit scary concept of like doing it in a group.
I think I could speak with some of like the group situations. As far as ArtCenter goes, I feel like the most I've heard was like for maybe like one film has some drama, but for everything else that I've heard, I think it goes pretty smoothly because the school's already so adjusted to having that kind of pipeline that we've been doing for, I guess, as long as the animation has been here. So I think most of the students are already like used to and expect that kind of group work collaboration to where it helped with like fitting into a pipeline. I think that's one good thing about ArtCenter, I would say, is that because they kind of get you into group work early or you see your friends volunteering in group work early and you're kind of like, oh my gosh, maybe I should do that. I don't want to fall behind. I think having that extra push to like work in a group and get familiar with like putting yourself in a pipeline and working with all those different guides and feedback and different people, I think it kind of helps.
We have, based on what you just said, we have a similar system. So there's two pitches for the thesis films. There's the pitch to the faculty, which to get it greenlit, similarly to SVA, and then if it's approved a couple months later after they've done a lot of the pre-production out of the way, they'll do a pitch at an optional event for underclassmen, and then they'll have a little sign-up thing afterwards. I can also speak to the SJSU curriculum because I think we are kind of spoiled on the foundation front in a lot of areas. I think our perspective class, although I have some flashbacks to it, really does strengthen our skills really well. Our figure drawing's pretty good. Rendering, we learn really strongly. What else? 2D animation, we learn a lot of the mechanics, I think. We do both traditional and digital painting, and I'm going to have to disagree with the gouache take. My gouache class, and then we do gouache. We have a gouache acrylic digital painting progression, and I don't think I'd be able to do digital painting as effectively with that. Or no, not think. I did digital painting pre-traditional painting, and mine sucked ass, and I'm very grateful for it. I think where we lack is in design and storytelling. We don't focus very much on appeal. We have a first semester design class, but no one really takes anything from it. We do a lot in Adobe Illustrator, which is an odd choice in my opinion. Storytelling, we have a second semester first year class, and that's the only required one unless you're going into the story or animation track, which I'm not in yet, so I can't speak to those. The storytelling class, second semester first year, they have like a children's book assignment, an animatic. It depends on what teacher you get. I think it works well. It's called visual storytelling and it teaches you visual storytelling, but it's really only in terms of, I did not take away a lot of good advice on story structure or anything in the writing aspect, which I get, is not what we're doing, but I would have liked to see a little more enforcement on that front. My other pet peeve is I desperately would have loved a traditional animation class because I'm very into that stuff. I understand they took them away because there was an issue with the supplier who was getting them like their animation pegs or animation paper. And that's I think 2020 they stopped doing those. So that's very recent. Perspective class is fucking hard. I failed it the first time. 10% of students fail it the first time. There's one teacher that's a hell of a lot harder than the other ones, but he also, I think, his students have a leg up, so there's pros and cons. The upper division classes, you take, like I said, you concentrate on one of those 4 divisions, and then you spend your final year on a thesis, which is the group film. Third years, we're in reverse, where third year is your individual film, and then fifth year is with a group. And for the fifth year film, you take on one specific role of lead animation lead or story lead or something like that. But yeah, I think that's all on that front.
I did want to mention that Otis does have a class in collaboration with USC that I always found really cool. We have a game studio class where we work with students from USC Games, and they basically tell us the game, and then we are usually the ones that design the backgrounds and the props and stuff while they handle the technical side. And I always thought that was pretty cool. Can't speak on personal experience. I haven't taken it because that technically falls under the other major, which is game design, but you can still take game electives if you are in animation. But there's I think they're down on that rule a little bit, but generally you still can do that. But I always found that class kind of interesting.
I just want to add on that SVA does have like a little event where thesis students can pitch their films and have underclassmen work on it. But it is pretty low key and it's like very casual. And also just in general, I think people in general like enjoy working on each other's films at SVA. It's like kind of silly almost. Like people like to team up and just like work on each other's films and they like trade off and like the credits are just full of each other. And I think that's really cute and it's like really fun. I think the group film really played a part in that where people do enjoy working together. I think it's very helpful and just fun to take a break from your own independent film and work on other people's films. SV is like very pro that.
Also, another thing I realized that's kind of different is that even though we have a film workshop class, there's no like large pitching and approval with like your board. Like the only pitching you really do that's considered like official in your class is to your film workshop. And there's some people where I have no idea what their film is until it's shown at the very end because they never talk about it outside. There's no one that can really tell you have to make this film or not, which I think has its pros and cons where it's like pro, you can literally make anything you want. Technically, even if people are like, hey, I don't think that's cool, but you can still make it because you want to in the end. So there's creative freedom. But I think it also gives people like choice paralysis, where the issue is you want to constantly work on the idea because you're the only one that can finally approve it, right? Because you're the one who's going to make it. So then, including me, it's like sometimes you switch up on your idea or you constantly try to workshop it to like oblivion so it doesn't get finished at the deadline. So that's my perspective of filmmaking because I just realized that some people actually need to have their film approved. But in my perspective as a college student, I've just never had that. They just like, go make it, lol. We'll see you at the end. Like that's the vibe.
Just to add on to that, I like interesting to hear at Sheridan we have like at the beginning of the yearish we have like this third year Leica thing. As the third years all show and then the third years all show their like group film storyboards and anyone can join and then you can like afterwards they hold up like iPads with QR codes on them and they're like sign up for our film please. And you can sign up for as a helper a few weeks later or maybe like a month later maybe then there's like the fourth year film screening where like almost all the fourth years will be in the lab and they like set up their workspace like their desk as like a showcase of their film with like screens open to like a poster or like a test that they did or like in concept art you can go up and talk to them and sign sheets. And I also feel like helping on films as a first year is so nice because you just learn so much more than just like the teachers teaching. Like I learned the most about tune, boom, harmony from doing fourth year film than any of like the production classes, like the digital tools classes I took, because like I had no idea that like the pen tool could have like the close gap feature or like whatever, like all these small details. It's really nice. And also if you hit the jackpot with a fourth year film, like a person who like I worked on one, the girl who was the creator was so nice because she made this like sheet, this really organized PDF, and it just describes everything that help you learn how to like do all this stuff. And on the way it teaches you like all these little tricks that you would never know if you just took the classes. So I definitely think like joining on films like helps you so much more than just like, oh I have my credits and like the like my name in the credits. Like it's also just like this experience. I have heard that like apparently working on fourth year films is just easier because working on the group films sometimes it's not that organized or smooth because there's so much more people who are like in charge of the film.
Quick side note, but I'm like hearing this, and I think I mentioned before Otis doesn't have films. We more so kind of have demo reels, and it's kind of making me jealous because we don't really have that much of a collaboration between classes and between people because of that lack of film, like short films throughout the year. I guess the most collaboration would just be like, oh hey, like can you help me with this assignment, do this? But in terms of films and collaborations, it's not really a thing at Otis, which makes me sad because obviously it would be nice to work within a pipeline other than maybe just besides something that isn't rather than like a film would be nice.
Yeah, that's the if I can like this slightly diverges from the question, but I like what you said about the nature of art school is like there's not really easy assignments and hard assignments. There's just high pressure and low pressure environments, and that's gonna kind of make or break it.
I feel like that's such a good point. I feel like if like you put it's like I feel like it's the community, to be honest. I feel like once you're put in like a certain group of people in your class who are just really like gung ho about stuff, it really pushes you to do it just kind of like fires you up because like having been in art school for a little bit where a lot of people were really nice but also took like their day-to-day assignments with like more of a lackadaisical approach going like I'll do this for maybe 2 weeks or so. It really slows it down. It's nice having people where you can collaborate with, like, on work and be like, "Oh, you did that? Okay, I did this." Like, what helped you and what helped me? Like, I feel like that really helps build, like, an art school, having that community with you.
I also kind of forgot to mention that a lot of thesis students in recent years at SVA have been turning their independent thesis films into group films, where like they'll work collaboratively with another person, or some people even have like 3-person films. And I think in general, I think people are starting to really like the idea of working together. So even though thesis films like hype up to be your big independent film that represents you, I think people are having more fun with it, and yeah, you just learn so. I agree with what everyone's been saying, that like you learn so much from the people around you. Like I feel like that's been the main part of like my experience in art school has been just like learning so much from other people, whether it be on films or just like in the labs or just like talking and having fun with people. You get so inspired.
I, I've been lurking because I've just been enjoying like hearing you guys talk about all of your programs so much. Like it's such different experiences. Yeah. So I could answer real quick about like CalArts experimental animation stuff. Yeah, our program. Okay, I guess there's a lot to go over. Our program is very loosely structured, which is a good thing and a bad thing depending on what kind of person you are. Because of that, we really only have like one main animation centered class, which is our film workshop. And then like first year we have like blah blah blah, whatever, one class to like kind of teach us like After Effects, Premiere Pro, whatever. And then like film history class. And then basically the rest of our schedule could be whatever we want it to be. So that means we get to take a lot of more classes in the different schools at the school, which is fun and cool. But when it comes to like taking animation specific classes, we have like a pretty good pool to choose from, but there are kind of problems with a lot of the most interesting classes are kind of required courses for the MFA students, like stop motion basics and drawn techniques. And I think the MFAs have to choose like one of those for like one of their required classes. So the BFAs are kind of like scrambling, and it's like you're really lucky if you manage to like get one of those classes. When it comes to classes that I wish we had, it's kind of up in the air, is stuff like that is more centered around like professional development. I think there used to be a class that might have just been like titled that, but I haven't seen it on the course catalog for a while. And to be fair, I haven't really had to worry about it quite yet because I'm just now like going into my 3rd year. So I should probably start looking for that soon. So yeah, I think more classes like that, and a lot of me and my classmates kind of have frustration in the fact that our course is our program is so amorphous, which is great, but also so many of us specifically have like filmmaking interests. And the course is designed to kind of be like, you take animation wherever you want to go. So it doesn't necessarily have to be filmmaking. A good amount of the department is like animation for gallery work, and stuff like that. If you're someone who wants to like go into narrative filmmaking, more or less you have to teach yourself how storyboarding works, how writing works, how character development works, how character design works, how dialogue works, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, how cinematography works. I mean, there's a couple classes that can help with that. Like there's a lighting and camera class for stop motion that is so awesome that I got to take. And there's writing for experimental animation, which is like what it sounds like. But that's only taught like once a semester at most, and that's usually like all of our kind of classes in that genre. So that can be frustrating, but the course is very like kind of, it's very self-driven. So if you know what you want to set out to do, basically you just do it. And film workshop is just where you come together more or less like every other week, screen whatever you have done, and then get feedback. rinse and repeat until you're done, at least in the filmmaking like chunk of the year, at least for the years that you make films, which is all except third. First semester is like planning, and first year you don't even do that, and then it's like whoosh, you go into it. I like it. I think as the years go on, I'm kind of less upset about the support in storyboarding and stuff. I think it's still something I feel kind of let down upon, and it's upsetting that we're not able to take character animation classes, and that there's like weird rules in place where we can't like sit in and audit classes either. I've complained to the school about once or twice, so maybe there'll be some movement there. If not, maybe I will just start sneaking into classes and not saying anything. But yeah, I do love the program a lot.
I also like that experimental animation. You actually get to play with mediums because
Yes.
I think my year was the weird year where we didn't do any traditional animation because we were COVID. So all the animation we
Yeah.
learned was only through programs. And I really wish we had like the opportunity to actually animate on paper or do stop motion or just try something more analog. I know some friends who have taken a couple electives and stuff, but those are just like electives and not something actually available in our program because I feel like the character animation side is so into the kind of mainstream stuff made in the industry, which is primarily digital medium.
Yeah, it makes me so happy every time I see like one of you guys in one of the experimental animation classes, because everyone makes such cool stuff using it. It'll come back to me. Oh, well, yes, it did. Oh, something I really like about the experimental animation program, though, and it's kind of like lack of requirements, especially when it comes to medium, is that for me personally serves as like a huge kind of accessibility aid almost. And I cannot like sit down and just stare at a screen for XYZ hours. Like I can't do it. My brain goes crazy. I do not have proper ADHD medications to make that work. So for me, being able to kind of hop from like medium to medium to medium and always have this like variety at my fingertips and no kind of like strict pipeline like holding me down, it's like really freeing and actually like allows me to make stuff while I would be otherwise kind of paralyzed.
I don't personally have ADHD and I've never had problems with fulfilling deadlines, but I know a lot of my classmates complain actually about the structure for character animation and what it demands because it demands hard deadlines for certain things, but they don't necessarily guide you in between. So a lot of people who are diagnosed with ADHD and don't have like proper care or like the proper handling of it, they really struggle with trying to conceptualize making such like a large project and fulfilling the deadline, and they wish they had more leniency or like what was accepted of a film because I think there's a certain standard a film is expected to be at the end or just like your portfolio. So you do get that freezing moment where you can't like process how to start. I think that's something that's worth talking about, especially for people who want to get into the school but don't necessarily have the best like time management.
Yeah, my unfortunate solution to that in my first year was to kind of like pump my schedule so full and like go all out on everything that I had no time to kind of like breathe and be a human person, because if I lost like a speck of momentum, then I would crash down. Not very healthy habits. That's the other thing that I don't like experimental animation for, is like we don't really have like I heard somewhere that like they teach the character animation students how to do like proper stretches and stuff, and we have no kind of like guidance on like, okay, what are healthy like working habits? Like, do I need to take breaks? Maybe, this sort of thing. So either it's a very large range of like, we don't have time limits for films either, so your film could be like 30 seconds long, or it could be 15 minutes long, 30 minutes long, like 45 minutes long, an hour long. It's up to the person if they want to like break themselves or just like chill out, I guess.
Ooh, on that note, if you come to SJSU, please have a rock hard mindset of not caring what the students or the teachers think of your work ethic, because there is a horrible culture here of encouraging all-nighters. It's true of all art schools, but some of our professors are very overt about encouraging all-nighters, and I hate it. And you don't have to do that. you can be free. I know sometimes people pull them during finals, but please do not start pulling them on the regular, especially during first year. It is not productive to your work. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. I became so much more fulfilled as a person when I gave myself a minimum amount of hours of sleep to get every night.
Okay, so USC, big research university, the required animation classes, they're pretty chill. I would say, actually, in general, most of the classes here are kind of graded, based on the professor's discretion. So it makes sense that the animation classes would have, laxer grading. A lot of it is like just show up, don't be an asshole, and try. Um, Actually, you don't really even have to show up all the time. Please try to, though. The animation professors are pretty chill. A lot of them don't really mind if you're absent or late or did something different than what was assigned or whatever, because we're artists and la la la. For the other classes, it's depending on what kind of topic you take. Obviously, I'm sure the physics professor would not be very satisfied if you didn't show up, or there are tests for STEM classes, there are papers for other classes. Those are graded pretty much how you would expect a USC professor to grade it. But in terms of classes they offer and ones that I wish they offered, in terms of in general, you can take a lot of different kinds of classes. I remember if you're interested in anything, there's bound to be a class at USC that you can take during your 4 years that will cover exactly that. I took forensics, it was super cool. No trigger warning though. So if you're squeamish or cannot look at images of body parts, I would not recommend that class. But classes I wish we offered, USC Animation does not have mandatory figure drawing for the undergraduates, which is, I think we're the only animation major that doesn't have that for the undergraduates, so it's weird. We do have a really gorgeous figure drawing room, but for some reason, only the MFAs have a figure drawing class. That is definitely a popular topic of discussion for our new department chair because our old one just retired this past school year. I feel like other than figure drawing, most of our animation classes are good. We've got a ton of classes for 3D animation, storyboarding, character design. There's game art classes. Game art is a really new major, so people in those majors have plenty of things to say. I'll just say that. I think figure drawing is number one for classes I wish we had, because we do have a figure drawing club, but it would be good if it wasn't up to the students to find and pay for the models. You know what I mean? Studying animation, even if it's not your thing, figure drawing is still a really important skill to have. But yeah, I think that is all.
So next question for everyone is, how are students and schools dealing with changes in the industry right now? And what are your life and career plans after school? So personally, the way I'm handling it is I don't expect to break into the animation industry immediately. Well, if that does happen, I'm grateful for that. But I also know realistically, the animation industry is not at a very good point right now. I can't just expect it to be given to me, obviously. There's a lot of factors that I can't control, like luck and just where I am and other circumstances, what projects are being greenlit. So the way I'm working around it is I think that the skills I learn at school can be applied to different disciplines, not outside of animation. So personally for me, I really like art education, and I've had a lot of experience teaching kids in multiple age ranges. And CalArts also does help me in this aspect because CalArts also has a program with CAP, which is a Los Angeles government arts program, I believe, that connects with all different age ranges to provide free artistic education. So through these aspects, I hope I could also become an art teacher of some kind, and I want to become a mentor or a full-time teacher in the future, actually, if I were to still work in the industry, start working in animation more. And some other ways I've seen my classmates use their skills in other kinds of artistic industries is some people are in the comic scene and illustration scene right now. So I know a lot of people are in Shortbox, which is an online comics convention. And I also know a lot of classmates got in the Lightbox as well, and also the illustration scene, where I know some people are making posters and children books illustrations, etc., and then selling zines and shirts, prints, etc. So I think it's good to keep in mind what you want to learn at school, but you can apply your skills into other similar career paths, is what I'm thinking.
I guess to add on to that,
Mhm.
yeah, I feel like a lot of people around me, me included, we kind of diverge naturally towards like education because it's such an available pathway if other things aren't working out. I know specifically at Sheridan, there's so many like portfolio review tutoring things. It's I mean, they don't get paid well, but it's like the first pathway into for a lot of people to start that sort of tutoring where they tutor like Sheridan hopefuls for the next year, like portfolio stuff. Like me personally, I also do tutoring and it's like for kids in my neighborhood and it's like working out pretty well. I know some other people who like do a lot of zines and do a lot of conventions, like convention selling, and that's also like pretty big thing. I feel like changes in the industry, sometimes it's hard to hear about like some new thing, like the new AIs, like some new AI generated thing that you're like, oh, that's not good. But I feel like it's also good to keep in mind that like, the industry changes so much over the course, like the animation industry changed so much over the course of like the 20 the CGI and 3D, and we didn't buckle, so I don't think this will be like a thing to.
I will also say that it's good to be flexible, like how everyone has already mentioned, teaching and like illustration. Other fields also use animation. I know games, the games industry, there's commercial animation, there's like motion graphics and advertising. The industry works in waves. It's also very luck based. You kind of just have to hang in there and find what's available.
Yeah, so I don't really have anything too different to say, mainly just what everyone else said about being flexible. I'm just trying to get good at as many things as possible that I can, and I don't know, what do you guys think of when people are like, "Don't do that?" Because a bunch of like guest speakers that we've had are always like just focus on one thing and be like super good at one thing. But then from my perspective, if I come out of college and I like only know one thing really well, then I don't know, that like kind of scares me to not be able to like adapt as quickly. I don't know.
I think
Mm.
that's like a really good point because I feel like that's like a major point of contention that I personally hear a lot too, like at USC
Mhm.
where a lot of the
Mhm.
advice is either find a niche and get really good at it or be super flexible and like jack of all trades so that you can fit into any position, I guess. And I mean, I think both of them are valid, obviously. Like
Mhm.
there are plenty of people that fit into both of those categories. I think the hard part is like, I feel like for the find a niche position, it's like you have to be able to see yourself. I wouldn't say choosing, but it is like being able to see yourself do a thing and then do it really good and know you can, like, if you work at it, you can polish it up. And I feel like it's for like that advice is for the people who it's clear they like prefer something, but they're like spreading themselves out because they think it'll get them further, but maybe like it's clear they're really strong in one area or something, or they personally have a preference or they want to choose, or like the prospect of having to do or be somewhat proficient at many things is like more daunting than focusing their energy onto one thing. At least personally, that's me. It's also like I also have friends who genuinely enjoy doing multiple things and don't want to limit themselves. I wouldn't say limit themselves. Again, it's like every, both positions are valid, but they feel like that if they had to focus on one thing, it would be limiting slash they personally don't think the yield will be very high if they spent a lot of time focusing on one thing and they would have more fun and enjoy the craft in their time at school and their life more if they explored and like did a little bit of everything. So it's hard. It's like a personal preference thing, but
Yeah.
both sides are valid.
I just have like so many things I want to do. I don't know, like I'd love to like do art for like video games or like make props for a TV show or like design characters for something someone might never see or like make a children's book. Like I don't know, I just want to like dip my toe into like everything because that just seems so fun.
Usually, what I always hear from guest speakers or people in the industry is that they usually kind of pivot. Like, they usually start off with one thing and then they find out that maybe that is their thing that they want to do. Like I know a few people, they've started out as like recruiters, finding people who do have the talent and then, pivoting or being comfortable in that position. So I think like it's good to obviously kind of be an all jack of all trades, because at least you're dip your toes into other things and maybe find out you're comfortable with that. And a lot of the times, the skills you are learning within the art industry are transferable most of the time to another position. So I think that is a good benefit of trying different things.
I'll second that. And also, I feel like at this stage, at least, we do have time. It's hard when you're at the beginning and you have a ton of choices and you feel like you have to decide fast. There's time to do most of the things you want to do, I think, from like a general standpoint. I feel like at least what you said, Anjali, all of it is feels like very achievable in one lifetime, but at least like right now it feels like a lot of things. There's always a starting point, and even if it's not immediately covering what you wanted to cover, you have time to branch out and get there.
This kind of ties back to just like how I think it's kind of nice that like SVA like forces you to make a film every year, because it forces you to try out every single aspect. And then from that like experience, it's like it's super telling like what you really like or not. It's good to be forced to do those kinds of things, otherwise you won't really realize.
Yeah, I totally agree. In one of my classes, we're kind of forced to work with other people to make maybe like a PSA or like a short video. And honestly, that class was really beneficial because, I'm not an editor, but of course I was kind of forced to be in that role in a group project. And it's actually helping me a lot now because I'm currently doing a project where I'm working with After Effects, and I wouldn't have, gotten that position if I didn't wear other hats and do other things. Honestly, I think my school doesn't keep up too much, I guess, in terms of like, well, actually, I think it depends on the teachers, because some teachers are very on top of the news, but they're mostly like the teachers who are actively working in the industry. Yeah, I think that it's not necessarily the school that keeps up with changes in the industry, more so the teachers at Otis that may or may not keep up, because we have teachers, and I'm sure it's very similar to other schools, we have teachers that worked when it was hand-drawn animation, and then we also have teachers who are kind of new in industry and a little bit more active, because obviously hand-drawn animation, at least in America, has gone a little bit more obsolete over the years. In terms of like my own personal career life plans after art school, for me, I don't expect to break into the animation industry immediately. I have been finding more success this year with live action film. My plan, even though it is definitely still ambitious and not easier, I would say, than animation to break into, I'm going to try to do film, like live action film, because that's just what I've been more successful at. I've done production design for a lot of student films, and then even like a few graduate films. And then hopefully pivot from there. I don't mind doing production design. It actually I find a lot of similarities between production design and background design, which is what I want to do for animation, because essentially you're designing the sets, and I think both are fulfilling in their own way, even if it is different, live action and animation. But that's my hope for the future, just hopefully working some more indie films and in their production design or art department, maybe starting off in a motion graphics route instead of like a traditional animation route, because motion graphics, to be honest, like you can just find more work, especially like if you were kind of greener, because that's very commercialized. But that's probably how I'm going to handle it. I will say that Nomen is also a school. I think they're a smaller school. I'm probably going to try to maybe go there after college.
Well, hearing you talk about the live action sets was really interesting because I feel like a lot of people just stick with like 2D, hand drawn, or CG. But to hear someone say that their skills apply to live action film is very cool.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that the pipeline is incredibly similar. How it is being on set, you kind of understand. Oh, like, because like a big thing about live action is like continuity, right?
Mhm.
Because let's say you move a chair in one position and then you move it the next position, the audience is going to notice that. Or you have to kind of recognize, like what I learned from live action is that how you design the space kind of guides the actors in their blocking. So, you have to be conscious of that when you are drawing a set too, because it's like, oh, like how are the characters going to interact with the space? Because it's going to affect the way they move, the way they walk, the way they pick up things. You know what I mean? There's other skills, obviously, like shots are exactly the same. Like there's just so much I've learned from being on sets and interacting with other departments, especially lighting. Oh my god, I like had no notion of how much lighting matters in like a scene until I was on set, and so much of being on set is determining the lighting and the blocking, and I don't think I would have understood how much lighting matters in movies if it weren't for my live action experience. Because even like in Maya, it's almost the same. Like it's like, oh, if I do practical lighting here, then it's gonna look a certain way on the characters. Or like, oh, if I put it here, then it's gonna wash out the camera, whatever. So kind of having that live action space kind of informs how I want to draw a scene, because it's nice to put a window where there's negative space, but like let's say you are actually using that in a practical sense, then that lighting's gonna mess with the scene, if that makes sense. You have to be you have to be exactly like you have to be intentional with where you're putting your windows and your sources of lighting, because that will greatly affect a scene and your characters. But that's exactly why I find it super fulfilling, because I think that seeing it in a 3D space, like in front of you, it's really interesting. It's like actual movie magic.
Okay, slightly tangential, but yes, action is a super valid pivot. If you guys know the artist Carla Oritz, she's one of the artists behind Glaze, or helping support Glaze, and she mainly works in live action, and she does a lot of concept art for like Marvel movies. Also like AAA games will have a pipeline that's pretty similar, like high octane type stuff. Yippee!
Okay, so the next question is, how is mental and physical health handled out through your school? How do you cope with imposter syndrome? So
Wow.
I think I think CalArts handles it pretty okay. I don't think they really encourage us to overwork, even though the expectation to make a film every year is a lot. Like sometimes in the working spaces, there's a lot of posters for it's like, remember to sleep and eat well. They put posters up with reminders saying, oh, remember to sleep and eat well and to remember to save your files. So they are looking out for us, and
That's real.
sometimes when the workload is too much, you can just email the teacher and be like, honestly, I can't do it. And most teachers are pretty chill and they'll give you extension or lower the requirements, etc. But I think the biggest problem at CalArts for mental health is that people are really tough on themselves. At least that's the experience I hear, where we have really high expectations on ourselves. So then that causes us to feel a lot of doubt and want to overwork. So I feel that's like the hardest thing to tackle, because I don't necessarily think the school feeds into it. It's just expects us to reach a certain degree of polish, but rather we want to achieve something greater. But I think we do try to look out for each other, where sometimes I see people staying at late at night. I'm like, hey, do you want some food? Or we'll give each other like blankets and water. So it's fine.
Aw.
For the imposter syndrome, I also think that's a pretty common feeling here at CalArts. At least this is how I felt it, where a lot of people build up this goal to get into the school, and you get into the school, but once you're in, you're like, okay, so now what? It's like, okay, I'm here. So what, like, why am I here? Like, what's the point? You start to feel like that. And then also when you see everyone's work, you start being like, oh my God, should I even be here in the first place? Am I allowed to be here? That kind of doubt. But I think what helped is when you actually talk to your classmates and friends, you realize they're also living, breathing people with the same kind of like worries, insecurities. And also everyone draws really differently here. So not differently in skill level, I think just differently in like the style and also the stories we want to tell. So I feel like instead of comparing yourself, the thing I had to learn was you should draw inspiration from being surrounded from so many different sources of art. So you have to like switch your mindset to think more positively. I think the main mindset that helped me get out of being so harsh on myself was like, it doesn't really matter whether I deserve to be here or not because I am here. So I might as well make the most of what I have, right? Because if I spend all this time being like, oh my God, I don't deserve to be here, I should leave, right? And just like hinder myself, then it might become true, right? But if I just take everything around here as just like neutrally as possible and it's like, okay, I'm gonna do everything I can for the best of myself because at the end of the day, it's like only you that helps improve you, you know?
Right. I think
Period.
the attitude definitely matters. What's definitely nice and has supported me is that we have free therapy. I believe we
What?
have, yeah, we have free
Oh my
therapists as long
goodness.
as you're a fully, or what is it? Not part-time, but full-time enrolled student. You have access to free therapy. Our therapists are in the basement. I believe there's 3 of them.
In the
Um,
basement.
yeah,
Basement.
yeah, in the basement. Maybe I
Oh,
shouldn't have said that, but they're great. They're great. I love them. I wish I could shout them out, but my friends will probably know who I'm talking about. But I loved my therapist last fall. He was amazing, and then the fall before that, I also had a therapist. They're super accommodating. The first time I did it, it was on Zoom because I was too lazy and sad to wake up in the morning and drive there. So she was like, "Oh, we can do it on Zoom." I'm like, "Oh my God, you're an angel." And then this semester, I was like, "Okay, like I want an in-person kind of session." They're super accommodating, super nice. I believe we have 3. You best believe that everyone kind of takes the chance to have free therapy, but they make themselves accessible. I've heard good things from people who have had the therapist at Otis. Yeah, I mean, that's a great part of it. What's also nice is that we have a food pantry where they stock up, I think, every week, and you can take food from there. It's pretty cool. It's usually like, not the most expensive things, but you'll find your like microwavable mac and cheese, microwavable oatmeal. Like, that's good enough, obviously, if like you don't have the funds yet or anything to grab yourself something better, but it's nice. And what else? I would say also the workload for Otis. It doesn't get excruciatingly bad. I heard that game design has like a little bit more homework than animation, which is interesting because game design actually has 6-hour classes, whereas animation has 3-hour classes. So I think that's the reason why. But it never gets excruciatingly bad. I've never heard of a teacher that's so strict that they won't allow you to take another day or another few days if you're really behind on work. I don't know. I know this is gonna sound a little bit egotistical, but I'm pretty good at time management, so I've never really had that issue. I know there are students who definitely stay up in the labs, but especially when they're rendering. Oh my God. Oh, rendering. Like, no. I remember I was up at like 12 a.m. just sitting by my computer, like waiting for it to render. But that's like finals week, and obviously everyone's rendering and hogging their computers. But I don't know. Again, I don't think animation gets the rut of overwork. I think other majors like fashion and fine arts do. Not so much animation. I think it's tolerable. I think it's manageable. 3D is very time consuming, but everyone kind of knows that and manages their time according to that. For what I have to say about imposter syndrome, I feel it sometimes. I know that I sound like so egotistical right now, but like it's just kind of true. I think here's like a good explanation. I don't think I deal with it as much as I maybe did before when I was trying to get into schools, but I think now I've kind of just realized I know when I try versus when I don't. Like I know that what I submit is something I'm happy with. It's never I've accepted the fact that it's every assignment I ever do or any project I ever do is never going to be perfect. Like it's never going to be enough, and I just accept it. I'm just like, you know what, this is good. I like looking at it for maybe a few minutes until I find things that I get picky about, and it's enough, and I put a lot of work into this and I submit it. And I also know that I know my own self and I know my own work ethic to understand if I'm not meeting my own standard, if that makes sense. Like I know I can be honest with myself and tell myself, you did a really shitty job on this. You need to do better next time. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's just kind of how I manage it. That's just kind of how my brain works, where I'm like, I have a set standard for myself, and obviously but my standard for myself is usually above what my teachers expect out of me. And I know when I'm missing the mark versus when I'm not. And also, I do think I'm a very goal-oriented person, so I try to tell myself, like, okay, just enjoy the process of making rather than the product, if that makes sense.
So true.
Maybe I look at the product and I'm not completely happy with it, but then I look at how many hours I spent on it or how much iterations I did, and I'm like, you know what? I did do work. Like, I did try. Like, I did use my brain. It's just kind of picking and choosing what you want to devote your time to. Yeah, I don't know. That's my perspective on work and imposter syndrome. It's just know yourself and know your work ethic. Don't focus on other people's work ethics because they're not yours and they're not your standards. It's incomparable. It's comparing apples to oranges. Like, everyone works at their own pace. It's almost irrelevant what other people are doing. It's awesome to see how, regardless of how we work, we all produce really cool shit. Do your part and work your own way and do your own thing. So that's my individualistic approach to work. But thank you.
At SVA, we also have free therapy, except
Sorry.
No, I mean, it's really hard to get though because like everyone's mentally ill.
My
So
school.
so
Yeah.
everyone wants one. My roommate had one a little bit freshman year, but I don't think they stuck. So it's like fine. I haven't heard like insanely awesome things about
no.
the about the therapist. Maybe they're good. I wouldn't really know. I've considered it, but that just seems like too much work. Oh yeah, so we also have like a community fridge and it's got like fruit and like salad kits and similar things like oatmeal mac and cheese. I think some of it is from like Trader Joe's and they like donate it.
Wait, that's really nice.
That
That's
might be false.
baller.
That might be
Hello?
false.
Oh.
I've heard that, I think.
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer, I don't know if that's 100% true, but I've heard it. I have definitely used the fridge sometimes because also not enough people use it. Like my roommate and I will be coming home from the labs and we'll be like, "Oh my god, we forgot to buy eggs." And it's like, "Oh wait, we can just pop in the student center and like get a carton of eggs for free." Like more people should do that. It's a really nice thing that they started. Physical health, okay, they don't have I don't know if you guys have like a nurse's office or like a health thing, but SVA is like nah, they just give you the names of the urgent cares that are close by, and they're like, "You can walk yourself there, or you can take yourself to the ER." Don't really
America.
we have nothing
Oh,
for you.
Okay.
go New York.
It's kinda I mean, it kinda makes sense because if you're a freshman living in 23rd Street, there literally is an urgent care right across the street, and I did go there once. But yeah, it was like, I don't know, I was like, "Oh, where's the nurse's office?" I don't know. The distribution of work across the majors is very interesting. Maybe I'm just incredibly biased because I'm animation and I give myself a lot of work, but some of my friends have too much free time. I'm gonna say that. Like,
No, I get it.
No, that's
it
fair.
makes me so
Oh.
upset. Like during finals, I had some of my friends, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go have a picnic. You wanna come?" I'm like, "Girl, no, I cannot come. I cannot come. I'm not gonna pass if I go to this picnic." Like idea of like you set your own work is like super fun and amazing, but it's also like terrible at the same time because personally I'm very ambitious and I have very high standards. Those things don't really mesh well together when you're given 5 months to animate a film.
Ew,
Um,
no.
yeah,
Ooh.
and I have learned that the hard way because I did not finish my film on time and I got a B in my animation workshop class, which I'm very ashamed of, but it is what it is. And
So did I. Don't worry.
thank you. Thank you. And I had to tell myself like it's okay. No like recruiter is going to be like, "Oh my god, why did she get a B in her second semester of junior year at SVA? She must have been slacking off." No, I was working overdrive, okay? They don't know. If I had
I literally posted this on my Instagram today because I was pondering if I had finished if I had finished my film on time and turned it in for class just so I could have gotten an A, one, film would have been so lame. I would have had to shorten the story. It would have not hit as hard and it would not look as good as I'm trying to make it look. And then I would have been like, well, now I've got this mediocre daughter. I've got this mediocre film that I've spent like 9 months on instead of being like, no, I'm sticking with this. So, and I wish I like accepted the fact that I wouldn't finish my film earlier because I really pushed myself that last month and it was kind of for nothing because I didn't finish it on time. But and I could have had more fun. But I wish I could tell like freshman year me that being a workaholic is not cool. And like if you are, then like more power to you, but don't do it because you think it's cool. Do it because you're having fun. I think that's a very important like line to cross. Like if you are enjoying working a lot and you're really passionate about what you're doing, then it doesn't feel like work. But like I don't know, it just feels, like, a little different because for me, I'll feel that way for, like, maybe 2 weeks, and then it'll start to feel like work. I don't know, a lot of people I hate when I come to the 9 a.m. class and people are like, "My gosh, I haven't slept in 30 days." I'm like, "Girl,
Ooh.
30
you
days.
like, I love you so much, but you gotta sleep. Like, it's not gonna do you any good." And that's also me talking to myself. And honestly, I kind of appreciate when I tell people, like, because I come into class sometimes and my teacher looks at me and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, thank you for asking. I did not sleep last night." And then I appreciate it when, like, my classmates shame me. Like, it's not cool. I need to stop it. Like, what? I stayed up all night just to get an extra scene done? Like, no. Who am I impressing? Like, nobody. Maybe, like, 4th grade me, but nobody else. So, not really worth it. I really need to do I think, Jamie, you mentioned it, you were like, "I don't do work past, like, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I just go to bed and I have a good sleep." I need to do that this year. Like, please. I need to be like that. And imposter syndrome, I definitely feel that way kind of towards like not really the school, but just towards like certain people. I'm just like, "Oh my god, you are so good. What am I doing wrong that I'm not that good?" Even though I am like pushing myself like crazy. And I need to stop doing that. Because again, it doesn't do anyone any favors. And I really appreciated that like I felt pushed by the people I was around, and I think that's very important. And it's good to not confuse like feeling not good enough with feeling motivated, if that makes sense. It shouldn't be like, "Oh my gosh, they're so good, I'm not good." It should be like, "Oh wow, they just made something so cool. I know I can make something that's also that cool. Let me go and make that now." Because sometimes you don't realize that that's possible. I don't know. Am I making sense? I don't know.
No, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's all I have to say on the matter. Also, the department's like, drink water, get your sleep. But then they give us like the craziest amount of things to do, and it's very hard to like try to be ambitious with your own project while they're also like, "Oh, do a group film, make a whole film in 3 months with your class, but also do pre-production for your film. And then also while you're producing your film and you're animating, we need you to start thinking about your thesis, and you need to make a proposal for that. And then, oh, if you didn't finish your junior film, well, it sucks to suck because now the summer before senior year, you need to work on all the pre-production for your thesis, and you need to come to school with an animatic done."
Oh, oh,
Not very
And
cool
I'm like,
Oh.
and then every other email you get is like, "Make sure you're resting and enjoying your summer." And I'm like,
yes.
"You know I'm not." And this is just like me. This isn't even like my friends who like were able to secure internships. Like they're actually doing things and they also have to do this. Yeah, it's like it was actually like a big thing this year. A couple people in my class like took it to the head of the department and were like, "This is kind of crazy. You guys need to fix this." And I think that also like the thesis year like changes slightly every year based on the students' feedback. So I will say that the department is very open to like critiques like that, especially since we have like the new head who came a few years ago. But yeah.
Yippee!
Thunderous applause.
Yay.
Parts of the question, student support. I know the last part was imposter syndrome. Was there a middle part? Oh, student and school support. There we go. Okay, so we don't have free therapy. I'm gonna rant for 1 second. Okay, so stand back.
Womp womp.
Stand back. So USC literally has a medical school. It's not connected, but we have a medical school. And on our main campus, the one that's not connected to the medical school is a completely separate entity, and it's closer to Pasadena. It's like by Cal State, LA. We have like a big health clinic, whatever, on campus, right? We got 30,000 students. You need a big health clinic. There's lots of doctors. There's like 2 pharmacies, there's like a psychiatric center. It's all not free. We have, I think there's student health insurance. I don't know how expensive it is. La 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 la. I'm on my parents' health insurance, but rant starting. I went in September because we artists terrible at taking care of ourselves, so my wrist was exploding, as a wrist does. And I go in and I'm like, okay, doctor, I have an exam next week that is handwritten, and I think my wrist is gonna die. He opened with, "Do you need psychiatric help?"
Oh, brother.
And for the rest of the visit, proceeded to only ask me. So I was emotional, okay? I'm like, this is my wrist. I have to do schoolwork. I'm working at the same time. I have to do normal schoolwork. I have to use it for a lot of things that I cannot stop doing just because it is ouchie owie. And I was hoping that you'd be able to write me a note for maybe like an accommodation or something. I don't know. The fact that the whole time he was just like, I can refer you to go see a therapist. I was like, oh, goodness, this is not this is not the energy I need from you right now. Like, I was crying because I was like, oh, my wrist, but that's not the energy you need to be giving me. Anyways, so that concludes my rant about USC health. We don't have free therapists either. I actually did look into his freaking therapist referral thing, and it took them, I don't know, it's like everything's super slow. It's not free. I don't know. We're part of a bigger school, so the animation major doesn't get any perks or any special treatment. We also do not have a food pantry because USC. What's the joke acronym for USC? University of Spoiled Children. Do you think a certain number of the students at our school know what EBT is? No. We do not have a food pantry, which is I wish we did. It would be a really good idea, especially since it's like after, I think even the first year, most people live off campus. USC, why are you not supporting your students? We don't talk about that though. Ha ha ha. Within the major, our animation major is super small. There's only around 15 of us per year. And so everyone's super tight. Like, everyone knows each other, or everyone like tries really hard to befriend one another. There are like a few, every class has like people who prefer to interact with like their own social groups. But since the major is so small, it's super tight. And so everyone is very well connected with one another. At least our year is super tight. Yay! In terms of like workload and stuff, everyone is pretty much just suffering together because everyone is in the same core classes. Other than electives and general education, everyone is in the same class. So you will be doing a lot of the same assignments. We only have one lab. So if you need a Cintiq or if you need to run Maya or anything, you will be in the same room likely. So it's a lot of trauma bonding. Sophomore year, when we were making, like, for the 2-3 weeks before our films were due, everyone was pretty much just in there. Some people would stay in there overnight a few times. There was a lot of karaoke, a lot of dancing, a lot of eating, even though that's not allowed in the labs, but you didn't hear it from me. I didn't say that.
They always say that. They always say that. Everyone does it.
Yeah, because it's like, what are you going to tell? This is the only lab in the entire school that has Cintiqs with access to Photoshop and all the 3D stuff and all the editing software, and it's not going to take me like 2 hours to do what I need to do, okay? And I'm not going to walk. Like, some people live far away. They're not going to go all the way home and get something, or like, I don't know. Don't break the focus. It's like it's just easier to eat. Have food with you. It's definitely like it's low-key fun. Maybe that's the trauma in me speaking. But trauma bonding is definitely a thing. People will obviously be like, okay, we will try our best to keep each other like on track and be like, yo, you haven't slept in a while. It's sleepy time. But also, most of the time, neither of you will listen to your own advice. I'll just say that. But that doesn't mean we don't try. It's funny because the month before finals, every semester, our like technology coordinator lady will send out like an email to everyone going like, hey, the labs are now open 24/7. No sleeping in the labs. Remember, guys? And we're all like, thanks. And then we leave. Yeah. So honestly, that's pretty much the length the school admin will go to keeping you accountable. Like, don't eat in the labs, don't sleep in the lab. But sometimes individual professors will be like, final class, it's a pizza party or something.
Pizza?
Wonderful, amazing story professor / film workshop professor. Shout out to Katie, name dropping because she's awesome. The day our films were due, she was like, pizza party. And we all had pizza and it was great.
Oh.
Yeah, everyone's very amiable and open, and no one is like KYS to their classmates. So,
I hope not.
Okay, imposter syndrome. Everyone has it. This year we were a lot closer than we were last year, so a lot of evenings after class we'd have girl talk, which is, basically we all lie on the floor with like kick our legs back and forth. Girl talk. Everyone during one point, everyone shared like how they felt in the first semester of freshman year, and everyone was like, why am I here? What the heck? I'm scared of y'all. Stalking everyone online to see what they do. Oh my gosh, it's over. It's Jover. It's not Jover. At least for USC in your class, everyone is doing something super different. Like, it's really hard to group any like large amount of students or multiple students into like, oh yeah, they all do this style. That's like not the case. Okay. Like, some people occupy completely different mediums. Like, some people are only 3D, some people don't paint, some people, it's like everyone is doing something different, contributing something different. So actually it's super cool seeing what everyone does for like assignments when we go over homework, and everyone thinks differently. So it's actually really like, wow, hearing everyone's thought processes, pitch their films, stuff like that. Also, you guys are like in this together. So I feel like the group support definitely helps with imposter syndrome, where it's like, you're not alone, heart. Our WIA chapter, parentheses, women in animation, we invited Angela Sung to come talk. And it's like, Angela Sung is an amazing artist, and literally there was like a good 10 minutes at the end where she was just like, guys, every day I am crying, thinking about how bad of an artist I am. And everyone was just like sitting in the audience giving her the stank eye because we were like, ain't no way. Like, what do you mean you've done stuff for literally Legend of Korra and bad guys and you think you're a bad artist? So it's like, I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing that it never stops, but it definitely doesn't feel as scary when you see like people you think are super amazing also share your struggles. That makes sense, where it's like, wow, even Angela Sung feels bad about her art. Shout out to Angela. I'm sorry I'm like airing this, but imposter syndrome is evil, but as long as you can remember why you like art, okay? Remember why you are doing this, okay? I'm gonna come out and say that I started drawing because I really like werewolves, okay? So don't forget why you started drawing. Don't forget why you started drawing, and also, as has been stated before, when it comes to assignments, it's okay to choose which ones you want to serve and which ones you just want to be like, okay, it does not matter that much to me. I'm just gonna do something that's turn-inable, do it, and then concentrate my soul and heart energy onto other pieces or assignments or whatevers that I know I want to spend time and serve on. You are your own worst critic, okay? So don't be too hard on yourself. Consume the world around you. Okay, remember why you started drawing, why you like art, touch grass, go to the zoo, see a movie, read a book, hang out with your friends, buy a really expensive matcha latte.
Yes.
Sometimes, oh my, those freaking matcha lattes.
From Dolce.
Oh, you know it.
Very matcha.
We literally have one on campus. Okay. Touch grass, reconnect with why you started drawing in the first place. Imposter syndrome will always be with you, kind of like I can be your devil or your angel. It will always be inside of you. So learn to treat it, respect it, but also like Ida Gaff. So, yep.
I think at Sheridan, it's like very confusing sometimes. I think Sheridan is kind of known for being that try-hard school, for being that like imposter syndrome everywhere, that like working overtime school. And it's strange because our teachers, our professors, and like the program managers, like we have this amazing guy, name drop again. Mario is amazing. He's amazing. He teaches digital tools and he also manages, I think, a lot of the program things. Like he helps with the 24-hour films and stuff. He's like the best guy. When we all came in, when you're first year, you go into Sheridan, you have like an animation orientation. You go in and through the slides, he recommends like books that like have wrist stretches, like for animation in them. He talks to you about if you need a break, if your wrist is hurting even a little bit, you just immediately tell your teachers like I can't do this, and they will give you extensions. They will try to make it, safe for you. He's like one of the best people to talk to about this, except that the school itself with the workload is like diabolical. I think it's like 9 to 10 classes each semester, at least for first year. That's including the breadth elective, but that also takes up time. And it's like you have to manage so much. And even when the teachers are super nice and they're super understanding about the amount of work, it's still that like insane pressure of having so much work that everyone, I think I can say at Sheridan, is like, Jesus Christ. I'm like Atlas holding up this guy right now. We have like a little detail. We have this thing called the bone test at the end of our first semester. And it's like, if you say bone test at a Sheridan student, it's like war flashbacks. It's like, it's crazy because it's right during a week where we have, like all of the other finals due. It's like due during that week at the end of first semester. Basically what we do is we have to make a portfolio of the entire skeleton. We need like 5 angles of each part of the skeleton drawn, and then make like a complete like colored and like what's it called, formatted portfolio with a story and like your own art in it explaining parts of the bones. And they're really hard on the grades for that. And so that's like that one thing like almost kills like 90% the artists in like Sheridan students. Like after winter break, we all came back in second semester. We were like, guys, the bone test, I'm in like burnout phase like crazy right now. Like it's kind of insane. And I wish that Sheridan did more to help with this, because it's like it's almost like 9 to 10 classes is crazy. I know that there's counseling that you can sign up for, but I don't think I've heard anyone around me actually mention or use it. And I wish there was more support for that. I wish there was more like like hand support, like having like physical therapy or something, because that would be really nice. I know a lot of people suffer from it. The upside I can say is that the community is very, very nice. And most of the time we will like remind each other, like it's totally possible to do a full year of Sheridan without any full like all-nighters. Like it's totally possible. So it's nice to have people remind you like, guys, go to sleep. Don't worry about your grade. Like just turn it in. If it's bad, it's okay. Just worry about the next one. You just have to keep on going, keep on chugging through all your work. I will say that there is kind of a toxic mindset, I think everyone here can say, of being like, guys, I didn't sleep for 3 days. Like the 30-day not sleep thing. Like there is kind of that undercurrent at Sheridan sometimes, but I will say that most people will be pretty, like vocal about having to take care of yourself in some way. But unfortunately, I think it's still kind of a little bit of a toxic environment sometimes. I do want to mention, we don't have a food pantry to my knowledge. I don't think so. We do have at the Sheridan Trafalgar 2 dorms specifically, we have every Saturday night at like 10, the local Ukrainian church will bring free bread and bagels for the students in the lobby. It's like a sausage fest. Like at 10, people are waiting with bags to grab, and they're huge piles of bread too. Like it's like giant baguettes, like giant bagels, giant everything. That's nice. Like I love bread. I love free bread. So that, I guess that's our food pantry.
I was just gonna add that the church thing reminded me. We have a big Catholic church right across the street. Every Sunday they have free dinner, like free buffet style dinner. Yeah, just wanted to add that.
Which is free food.
Free food.
I love free food. Yeah, I guess quick thing about imposter syndrome is I think what everyone here has said before is pretty much on the nose. I will say that Sheridan, I do know quite a few people who have imposter syndrome and it's like pretty bad. Unfortunately, the school probably won't do anything about that. The teachers, like you can talk with them, but they've seen so much of this that they're kind of indifferent at this point. They're great, but specifically for that one thing. But yeah, with syndrome, it's really the same thing. Like everyone is good at something specific. What you're not good at, you might be really good at some other thing, and other people are looking at you going like, "Oh my god, I can't do that." So that's kind of the mindset that gets me through first year. But yeah, that's my piece on this.
Okay, so the final question is, what is something you wish you knew before you began your first year? And how did you feel like your opinion about art school has changed since attending? So we definitely touched on this before, but I think the biggest thing you have to learn in first year is like you can't do anything if your body won't let you. I know you hear people say you have to take care of yourself, and then you, the youngster, like, I can do anything. I just have to drink enough energy drinks. But no, you will
No,
you'll
no.
feel it very quickly.
You're back.
Because what was really scary for me was I thought I was pretty good with taking care of my body because I do a thing where I refuse to work past midnight. Like I don't start anything new around 10 or 11. I go past midnight, always wake up in the morning. I always work a 9 to 5 in my head for my film. I never tried to do all-nighters and stuff like that. But I still ended up with my arm hurting because sometimes your body just does that. Or maybe I drew in a position that wasn't good for my body one day or something. But regardless, my hand did hurt and I couldn't do my homework or work on my film, but I still had the deadlines. I thought for a bit like, oh, I could just push through and finish everything. But then the rational side of my brain was like, no, you should just stop because what if I push myself further and then I injure myself even more and I can't do anything at all? That's worse than just stopping now to take care of it and then seeing what I can like bargain or figure out a different way to rearrange my time given before the deadline. And I'm glad I listened to my rational self because it worked out in the end. So please take care of yourself. That's so important. I think, especially when you make really big projects like a film, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Like you might be
Period.
you might be very impressed by people who can make a lot of work in a short amount of time, but especially to make a film or if you have a super long-term project, you can't do it all at once. You really have to do it in small increments, and it's better to be like the turtle than the rabbit,
Period.
as a wise
Period.
fable once said. That is my advice for incoming students. And how do you feel your opinion has changed since attending? I think for me, it actually didn't change that much, or actually, I got a more positive opinion. Though I definitely think that's an unpopular opinion because I think when I was researching schools and stuff, there is so much shit talk about schools, which is a good thing because people are real about their experience. And I think people do deserve to have that. But I think negative opinions definitely are much louder than positive opinions. When I went into CalArts, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to see mold. The food is going to give me food poisoning and stuff like that. Like,
hello,
the dorms are
Steve.
not going to have hot water. Like, I kind of already knew that.
Oh,
But for some reason, I still went to the school. But it's okay. But I kind of anticipated all those terrible things. But when I found out that, yeah, some of those things are true, but it's not as bad as you think it is when you actually live through it, I was like, you know what? It's not that bad, actually. Or maybe I'm coping. But I've had a good time in my journey. And also the thing is the school doesn't really make who you are. At the end of the day, you still have to put in a lot of your effort. Someone or like an institution can provide you so many resources or support. But if you don't actively do your side, then nothing will happen, right? It's not just like a one-way thing that's given to you just because you're attending the school. You also have to work hard and put yourself out there and also be smart to be productive, etc. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to add one really quick thing about like it's a marathon, not a race, right? Because like at my first year at Sheridan, I've noticed that everyone who can put out like a large amount of work, like like you see them and you're like, how did you do that in like 1 month's time? Or like, how did you like create such good work in like a week? Like there was always some kind of caveat, like what's it called? Like there's always some kind of drawback. I've never seen someone who has put out like an insane amount of good work in a short amount of time and not had hand pain back pain, huge burnout, wrist like problems, like some kind of issue. And I think that's really saying about like this work ethic. Like it's really not a race. Like it's not a race to get everything done to improve at like as fast as you can because it turned out well. I think a lot of people don't realize that if you cram now, you're not gonna get past like age 20 without some kind of serious problem.
Okay, yes, something about chronic pain. Super true. Your hands, your back, everything, every
True.
part of you is part of the moneymaker. Okay, I first developed tendonitis in my thumb and wrist in freshman year of high school, and I will never get rid of it. Okay, I just have chronic pain now, and I have to stretch multiple times a day or I die. I can't draw with my wrist. I have to draw slowly, and so I cannot draw as fast as I did before high school, though maybe that's again for the better. I'll see certain peers and professionals be able to draw really fast, really complicated, and their pencil grip is horrible by, I guess, like orthopedic, what is it? Ergonomic standards. Ergonomic standards. Terrible, but they're fine. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be like that. But that's not like, I can't be like that. And that's okay. So you gotta know what your body can take, even if your peers can treat themselves worse than you do and still get away with it, that doesn't mean you can, okay?
Period.
I had never slept later than 11:30 until going to college, and it has damaged me. Like making the transition from not sleeping late to suddenly sleeping late for prolonged periods of time at college. Not sleeping, yeah. I've never pulled an all-nighter, but it's like I got sick 4 times in the past 3 months. That's never happened before. And I think it's because partly I was working a little too hard on my film and some other things. It's not worth it. I personally hate feeling sick. Being congested is one of the worst sensations for my body, to me personally. Presumably, we all still have a long time to live and a long time to work. I do not want to burn out fast. So I cannot remember, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Before art school, I did not realize how much your brain could like simply just get fried, especially with animation. Like, I'm sorry, it requires a lot of thinking and a million pieces, and I'm very simple, okay? And when you make your own film, you have to learn how to do every aspect of it, and just keeping track of everything is so mentally exhausting. You're expected to know character design, prop design, and then architecture and physics and interior design and costume design. Like, no one tells you, like, oh, also, you're gonna have to understand physics, but like not in the math way, in like the annoying visual way, which can really be hard for you depending on how you think. It's so important to reflect and be incredibly self aware when it comes to how long things will actually take you. And this has been mentioned like so many times already, but when you have a million things, you must learn to find the balance between keeping your work up to your standards and getting everything done. I felt like art school made me, it seems kind of obvious, but making art at school and for a production is not like the quote unquote making art that you're used to in high school when you think, let me go to art school. Like, you'll not be able to put your all into every single assignment. It is just impossible. And if it's possible, then someone needs to tell me how to do it, because I've been trying for 3 years and I have not come out successful. And I came into SVA believing, oh, if I just do my absolute best and I work really hard on every assignment and in every class, then when I graduate, I'll be golden. I'll have such a good portfolio. I'll have such a crazy work ethic. No, it's just impossible. The past couple years, I've been thinking like, oh my gosh, you're so weak because you can't like do all of this. And I'm like, okay, but who is? And I don't know. And also, I felt like part of just the way I was raised, I felt like I always had to be like extraordinary. And so when you're put in this like environment that's kind of different than like the academic high school you're kind of used to, it's like, okay, how do I perform quote unquote extraordinary in this environment? I have to do everything I can. But then, especially with art and animation, it's such a physical task. Like, you're not just sitting and like writing an essay. It's like what was mentioned, it's your back, it's your hands, it's your neck,
it's your head, it's your legs. Like somehow my legs started hurting because I was sitting so much. I don't know how that's possible. I didn't know things could hurt just because you weren't using them. Like you really need to know your limits and become familiar with your strengths. You do need to understand the give and take that assignments will require, because I could put my whole heart and soul into my background design homework and get it to be super good, something that I'm really proud of. But then, like, at what cost? Now I have another assignment where I have to rush and make my model pack for my film, and I only have 2 hours to design a bunch of props. And now, because the model pack was kind of made jank, now when I go back and reference it while I'm making my film, it's like practically useless. So everything has like a snowball effect. And the biggest thing I've learned is that you're not like coming, at least at SVA, you're not coming to be like better at making art for yourself. You're learning how to make it in a professional sense, which is making good work and making it faster and faster while also getting better at a million different things. And it is very tiring. And so, but it also depends on how much you push yourself. Like I push myself a lot, but like Christina said, we have time. And I guess for me, I just feel like I don't have time. I feel like there's all recently, especially with like social media, so many people who are young and successful get like shoved in your face. And it makes me feel like if I am not exactly that, then I must be doing something terribly wrong. There are so many talented people out there, and so many people that, like, for example, like maybe they run like a small business or like a sticker shop, and they've got like so many followers, and they're exactly my age, and they're like doing so much. It makes me feel like, oh gosh, I must not be doing enough. I have to push myself even farther. But then, like, how far? Like, there's a limit until like you break and it's not anything you can control, you know? The last time I pulled an all-nighter this year, it literally took me like all week to recover. And I was like, no way. I just can't. So it's really important to know what you're like getting yourself into, and to also pick like your school depending on that. Like Averi mentioned how the experimental animation program at CalArts was like specifically more loose. And so if you're more into experimental stuff, you do not want to come to SVA because it's going to probably make you go crazy. You have to think about how you work and what you like to do and what you want to learn for where you want to go. And I know that seems like obvious and like a lot to think about when you're like 17, but it's definitely something that I wished I realized earlier. And I don't at all regret coming to SVA. I do really like it here, but I was not expecting the workload, especially in junior year. I was not expecting the workload, and I wasn't expecting how physically pushed I would be. And I definitely, as like a freshman, romanticized like idea of art school, especially because in high school I could not imagine myself succeeding in a more like traditionally academic degree. And I came to SVA knowing that my experience would be as good as I made it. And I definitely still stand by that. And so much of my art school experience has been great thanks to the people I've met, because I've learned just as much, if not more, from my peers than my teachers. Most important thing is just you really can't do it all. It's really hard to accept that, especially if you were raised in like an overachiever kind of way. But it's hard, and I'm still working on it. Yeah.
For Otis, or at least my experience, and I've heard this is probably one of the hardest part of Otis, is that I think where Otis differs from your schools is that we have a foundation year, and obviously a foundation year is kind of what it sounds like, right? Like, long story short, it's just you're building up your technical skills, like paper, everyone kind of is on the same level, starts the same place. But something I wish I knew was how long the classes are. And because figure drawing, oh my gosh, figure drawing was 6 hours. It was 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. and then you get an hour break for lunch. Cool, you get 15-minute break, sorry. But I just did not know about that. I was so like when I saw my freshman year schedule, I was like, what is this? A 6-hour class? This is absurd. Like what do we have to do in 6 hours? Like I just cannot fathom that. And then going there in person was just so much worse. I mean, I'm not a morning person really. I like having a slow morning. I rather have night classes. I had like a 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. class last semester. I'd rather do that than wake up at 8 a.m. or get to school at 8 a.m. because I personally am a commuter. So, like, well, honestly, my commute isn't that bad. I will say that. But I just could not do it. 8:30, sure. 8 a.m., no, I could not do it. And that is something a lot of foundation students struggle with, and it's just so exhausting. It's so exhausting. You have to haul your huge ass portfolio up the elevator. And I will say this about Otis. Otis has this huge building called Amundsen. It's 7 floors, and I don't want to go too much into it, but we have 7 floors on this big building, and 3rd floor is kind of where the foundation classes are. We have 3 elevators. So imagine all those students who are occupying all those 7 floors using those only 3 elevators. There's a long ass line that almost goes to the door, right? So we have to haul ass with our big ass portfolio into those elevators that are probably crammed. You have to wait, or you can climb the stairs, be my guest. It was just so exhausting. And I just wish I knew that going in, because it wasn't just the life drawing. There were other classes that were 6 hours. I can't remember which ones, but freshman year, oh my gosh, my mental and physical health just suffered from that alone, to be honest. From just the long hours of standing and drawing and carrying stuff. What unites a lot of our answers is just time, like time management and how much school and art school specifically occupies your time. And I wish I knew that, because it's just so different. I've heard so many of my friends say like, oh, high school, we would wake up and get to school around 8:30, and suddenly we can't do it at college. There's just something different about college that just makes you miserable at 8 a.m. And I just wish I knew that, because that really took a big toll on me freshman year, amongst other things, to be honest. But yeah, that is probably the biggest thing I would be totally honest about. If someone was like, oh, like, what's first year of Otis like? I'd be like, it's tough, it's rough, it's on purpose because they want to weed out who's really committed. But if you can get through it, you can do the rest of the 3 years. You'll be fine. Be proud of yourself, pat yourself on the back, because those hours were excruciating. And I will say that you may have to do 6 hours of classes after freshman year, depending on your major. But if you are in animation, they cut it to 3 hours. Thank the Lord. I was just clearly struggling for those 8 a.m. classes. It was just so hard for me. In terms of like how art school has changed since attending, or my opinion about art school, I overall don't regret it. I think that art school allows me to focus on art and not deal with other bullshit that doesn't pertain to what I want to do, which is really nice. And I get to be with supportive people and people of other majors and people who do art in general and can be honest with me. And we can have a familiar discourse and share familiar vocabulary that I didn't get at a general education school. One thing that I always kind of bring up when it comes to my experience at my school specifically is the social aspect. I think I'm a bit of an ambivert, leaning towards introvert, but I like a good party every now and then. And the social life at Otis is just so limited. We're a super small school, and I just wish that there was more potential to meet new people, because I feel like as great as it is to see the same few people and be close with the same few people, you know, I'm grateful for my friends. It's just a bit hard for me to meet new people, and I have to find other outlets to meet new people. And I think a lot of you guys also touched on this, but I feel like I did kind of romanticize and have certain preconceptions about art school. But once in art school, I realized that those are not guaranteed. You know, network opportunities, certain guest speakers, certain opportunities aren't guaranteed just because you're in the school or the institution. You have to work to get these certain whatever it might be, right? I think that I realized coming to art school that art is just truly self-motivated. I think Jamie was saying that yes, the school can give you all the resources, but it is up to you to take those opportunities. That is something I just realized. It's a heavy burden, but just make sure you maintain balance in all aspects of your life. What's tough about school is that you have to commit to yourself to the assignments that school gives you, but it's hard to find time for personal artwork. If anything, it doesn't have to be personal artwork. Of course, that would be great, but have something outside of school that is personal to you. Have your friends, have a good social life, have time with your family. Find a second or third space outside of school in art, because that will benefit you in the long run and will make you just feel balanced and have a good mindset. You should allow yourself the freedom to detach from art, as weird as that sounds as an artist, but it's true. Your experiences inform your art. So if you don't have the experience, if you don't touch grass, how do you expect to make personal and good art that means something to you? Just find a work-life balance is essentially what I'm saying, and I wish I kind of knew, on top of the long-ass classes that still haunt me to this day.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, question. Something you wish you knew before you began your first year. I feel like I was one of those super like crazy people who spent all their free time like before applying, like researching, watching sketchbook videos, Q&A videos, my first year at whatever school video. um Pros and cons of art school, da 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 da. And I like dug in super hard, I think, because I committed to the idea of going to art school relatively early. But what's something I wish I knew? Literally about to say that it's hard finding a balance. Time management is easy when you only have to balance two things, but college, there's so many things. There's your personal like health and self-care, like cooking for yourself, chores, sleeping, skincare, I don't know, like stuff like that. Fixing the sink, because that was a problem at some point. But it's also like going to school, doing your schoolwork, keeping a relationship with the professors you like, going to office hours, and then making friends with your classmates. But there's also USC is a research university, so there's tons of clubs, so many clubs. If you love clubs, this is the school for you because you will meet 50 billion kinds of people. We have like 4 insanely big club fairs a year. It's crazy. It's very overwhelming, actually. But it's like you have life stuff, school stuff, club stuff. There's friends stuff because you live in LA now, and suddenly there's 15 billion places to go and lots of people to see or meet. And it's very overwhelming. But then you can't forget about personal art either, because it's like, oh, I was still going to continue working on this comic, or I want to draw fan art for this, or I want to continue writing something for my characters or whatever. And it's, oh my gosh. My advice, you might have to pick and choose what you want to balance. Everyone that I've talked to so far, a lot of my like young professional or college age friends who tell me, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, I go to sleep at like 10, or one person said 9, and I was like, excuse me, how is that possible? And they're like, I have like, and I was like, do you do anything, like how do you balance school and other, and there's no other stuff. And I was like, oh. So it's like you do have to balance what you want to do. You choose your battles. You cannot do intensive clubs and and super hot spicy social life and yay personal art constantly, and I'm slaying and delivering on schoolwork all the time, whatever. And I don't know, well, actually it's possible, but at least my time management skills aren't up there yet. So it's okay if you have to pick and choose. I feel like that would probably be my biggest advice. Opinion about art school. I think if anything, my opinion about art school has gotten much less. I used to think that like certain art schools were like way better than other art schools. But okay, honestly now it's whatever. Notion repeated here many times. It's what you make of it. You could have a really good time at, I feel like, most art schools. I'm not going to say any because I don't know. Maybe there's one that's like, you will die if you go here. But I feel like most schools, there's definitely a way you can thrive there. It's not like any one art school has 50 billion times more amazing faculty, or going here will guarantee you a job, or maybe some schools have more guest speakers, maybe some schools are located in LA versus, out of state or not in SoCal, but there are still opportunities. Most art schools low key have the same backbone, if that makes sense. Like you will probably make a film. You will probably take some sort of design class, some sort of 3D class, some sort of, So I think my advice would mostly be like to myself would be it's okay. You might have to pick and choose to maintain sanity and sleep. And most art schools are pretty similar in their fundamentals. Like, don't freak out. Yeah.
I feel like one big thing I had personally, like going into art school, was like I have to get good. Like I have to get really good. I was like, I have 4 years, but that's not enough. I need to like be cracked. And I went into art school with that mindset, and going into Sheridan, I think most, if not all, people have like some sort of mindset like this. So it's kind of crazy. Like, everyone improves at a different pace. And I feel like that's such a hard pill to swallow, because it's really hard sometimes seeing people around you who are your friends, which makes it even worse sometimes, improve at things faster than you. And it's like you're all in the same class. You all take the same things, but why am I not getting better? Perceived like me, I am not getting better. But well, you never know when like all this information catches up with you. And as long as you keep working towards it, you keep yourself level, you don't like compare yourself too much, you'll get better. It's just that some people will improve faster than others. I think there's a quick tangent here that I feel like could go in the imposter syndrome thing. Was I forgot to mention it, is that Sheridan has something called the wall, where we have like multiple walls. Crazy, I know, walls, but like we have a figure wall, a character design wall, and I think that's it. But those are the like they're like pretty big things at Sheridan. It's like when I went in, a lot of Sheridan people, like older students, were like, "Guys, don't worry about the wall. Don't worry about the wall." But they never elaborated on what it was. So I was like, What do you mean wall?" Like I thought it was so ominous. But basically it's like, what was it? Like for every few assignments, or for like the figures, it's like for every big assignment, or for every portfolio, the teachers will choose out of the entire like your entire year. They'll choose out of the entire year the best, what they think is the best ones. Just from hearing that description, I think it's like pretty like self-explanatory. Then it's like once I actually attended for a few weeks, it really dawned on me like what they mean by like don't worry about the wall. Because like I don't know, this might just be a me thing, but I'm pretty confident in saying most people feel like this. You might tell yourself like, "Oh, the wall doesn't matter. Like this sort of competition, it doesn't matter. Like I don't care." But when you walk past it and you see like your peers get on the wall and you haven't, I think it's still a feeling that's kind of hard to swallow sometimes. Like no matter who you are or what you're good at, it's kind of just hard to see. And it's even worse sometimes if you've never been on the wall. Because sometimes, and you'll see people who get on the wall like multiple times. I think some people have been on the wall consistently for every single assignment. And sometimes that's really hard to swallow. And it's like, it really doesn't matter, because it's the professors choosing them. It's not like the industry is like looking at these. Like it's their taste. It's what they think is good. That's not an indicator of how good you are. Personally, I think it's a little bit toxic, like having the wall. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I really think that it's like, don't compete with other people. Like really try to make friends. Keep yourself open to everything, and you will have a good time at wherever you are.
Okay. I have one thing I want to say, which Anjali mentioned a while ago, because I also relate where I came from a highly academic background. So I thought, oh, once I go to art school, the world is my oyster. I don't need to worry about math problems or scoring and stuff. But actually, I hate to say it to the STEM majors, art school's also hard, bro. I get it. Doing your
Oh,
finals or
yeah.
studying for tests is hard,
Yes,
but
sir.
doing art school
Yeah.
is hard, and I will explain why. It is because there's no measurement. Well, I mean, you could have grades or like certain awards and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, art is subjective to you and also the people around you. So there's no way to actually measure how good you're doing or how much you're improving. Because when you come from an academic background, there actually is a form of reassurance you get where it's like, okay, I got an 87 this time. I could probably do these math questions I got wrong, so I could get 100% next time. It feels more like malleable or concrete and what you can do. But the thing I didn't realize until I went to art school is that there's almost no way you can fully grasp how to improve yourself. Because yes, you can look at a drawing and get critique and be like, okay, I can improve the anatomy of this, etc. But it's not like you could just do a few like exercises and then you'll be a master at anatomy, right? It's a long-term skill that gets built up. It's like all these wishy-washy things that are like art concepts that all influence who you are and what you create. So that's like the tricky part you have to switch when you're studying. Because at the end of the day, you're still making art at school. So you still have to evaluate yourself. You can't evaluate yourself in a way where you reach a certain amount of points. You have to evaluate yourself and like what you personally want to improve and get a general conception of how to get better. That is the tricky part, in my opinion.
I think it's also really hard because like the work is like never done. Like I equate it a lot to like writing an essay. Like when you write an essay, it's like done. You know, you reach your minimum 5 pages. Usually you're like, okay, that's good. But like it's so hard to like stop working on something, especially when you don't think it's good enough. I don't know, personally, I don't know like any of my friends, even ones that are academic, and they're like, "Oh, I just know I could make this essay so much better. Let me spend another 3 hours on it." I've never heard anyone say that. Maybe I'm just hanging around the wrong people. But you hear that all the time with like art. And because it's subjective, because no one can like actually tell you if what you're doing is correct. Like, of course, technically you can like see like, oh, is it proportional? But you know, sometimes you specifically don't want it to be proportional. There's so many like things, and it's really hard to know when to stop and to know when you're enough and to know when enough is enough and to know when it's okay that it might not feel enough.
I just want to add on really quick, like that's so true. Like the way you've put it, you guys have put into words. Like I feel like art majors specifically, like if we go deeper into animation, it's like improvement, it's not about grades. It's like all about what you are comfortable, like happy with, like your improvement, like yourself and like what you think about it. And you're never gonna be satisfied with it. I like it's always like your taste is bigger than your skill. And that's so hard to manage sometimes, like being okay with where you are right now, and you can't quantify that. And also, like, I'd like to see a STEM major work with the 180-degree rule and like a 200 panel storyboard.
Please. Ah.
I felt like so much validation when I opened Toon Boom Harmony next to my friend who's a comp sci major. And she was like, "Oh my God, what is this?" And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I know what some of these buttons do. I don't know what most of them do, but I know the important ones. Yeah.
My mom walked in once, like, on me doing like, working on a storyboard thumbnails, and it was just, like, spreads of, like, tiny boxes on my screen, and she looked at it, and she was like, "Wow," and she just left. And I was like, "I won."
I don't know if you guys use Toon Boom, but the freaking node view in that program,
No, it's over. It's
literally,
over.
oh my God. I wish Angie was here, but Angie made a tutorial on how to set up our notes for our group film, and I tried so hard to follow it. I literally almost started crying. It was so hard. I don't know why. Oh my God. I wouldn't wish the node view upon my worst enemy.
See, I'm like, why would they make like I don't know. I cannot envision how like dots connected with lines on a graph is supposed to translate to
I
Oh my
animation.
gosh,
I'm like,
My
animation.
brain
I
does
please.
remember
not work
that.
like that. I'm like, I wish it was like the blocks in like Scratch. Then I think
Please. Oh my
that could like
gosh.
I was
Yes,
like, why
return
are
to
there
Scratch.
parabolas on my screen? Like, I don't want to see another parabola again since high school.
Yeah, I'm like, I thought I was done with you. I took
I
AP
know.
Cal. It was over. It's not over. It's never over.
It's never
it's
over.
actually never over.
Never over.
Math is never over.
All I've learned this year is that nothing is ever over. And if you think next week will get better, I'm really sorry to tell you it probably won't.
You know what? Like, one of the best advice I've ever gotten was from my dad. And, like, I was going through a hard part of my life. And he was like, it won't get easier. And I know that sounds so pessimistic, but I was like, you're right. Like, I have to be Sisyphus right now. Like, I have to imagine myself happy.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy.
Like,
My friend
you know what I
hates
mean?
putting that as her yearbook graduation quote. Anyways.
No, that eats. That eats. Like, I was like, wait, I know it won't get easier. I know it's kind of like a never ending, oh my gosh, I have to wash the dishes again. The boulder's gonna come down sort of situation. But I promise you'll get through it. And that And yes, that's very grand and philosophical, but it applies to art. It does.
Guys, let's all push that boulder together.
Oh my gosh, maybe the boulder was the friends we made along the way.
We are Sisyphus, guys.
Oh yeah, to keep adding on to the positive note, I know a lot of people when you're applying, also I felt too, was like, oh, I want this to be over. I just want a time warp to past the year when this is over. But it won't be worth it if you don't push that boulder. It's going to be so worth it because you're pushing the boulder now. And when the boulder rolls over by itself, it's going to be so freeing.
Why was that so emotional?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever related to like those Twitter reaction memes that are drawn on like MS Paint more than when I went into animation school.
Imagine Sisyphus happy, guys.
Oh, are we all good? For questions?
Yeah, this is the end.
Sisyphus should be the thumbnail.
Oh,
all of us just pushing a boulder.
That's like ominous foreshadowing.
Drawings of all of us pushing the boulder.
Just pushing the boulder.
And I put the school logos on the rock.
That's
actually a good idea.
Oh my gosh!
No, wait, that's
I'm scared, bro.
That's
We have
so
to draw ourselves drawing a boulder
Not
with the
beating
school
the-
logos.
Oh my gosh.
Really funny.
This was so fun, like hearing about all your schools. Because I really, honestly, Jamie, this is such like a nice thing. Because I really wish like I had something like this, where just I didn't have to do all the research and I could just listen to an 8-hour podcast of some people talking about what they thought about like 5 different schools.
Yeah, I'm surprised
that-
people are watching this. Sometimes random people I meet are like, yeah, I watched your video. And I'm like, what video?
Oh my gosh. Jamie, you're making waves.
Making waves.
And it's not like a super viral video, but I know like the people who want it will find it because I was there. I was doing those keywords into YouTube. Oh wait, I need to record an outro. Okay, what is my
Sisyphus.
outro?
Be sure to
Thank you so
like,
much.
comment,
Okay.
That's the outro?
No, wait, no. I just got distracted. Yeah, okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. And if you reach the end, thank you so much for listening to all our ramblings. I really hope this video will be helpful for you. And if you have any questions towards us, please ask in the comments. Or if you don't like something, also let us know. And if you are applying and you want advice to whatever schools, I am so willing to answer your questions. And I'm sure everyone who was interviewed here would love to answer your questions. So please do not feel scared to reach out to us because this is a free resource I want to make and I want to keep giving back to everyone. And yeah, so I'll be sharing everyone's socials. They'll show up in the video. I'll edit it. And I'll also post a Google Doc that has like a transcript or answers of all the questions too. So if you don't like listening to everything over again, you can just look through the doc. Yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. And I hope to see you soon again. Yay!
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 Yay!